Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here, Sewing Machines Plus. Welcome to our brother showcase. We're so excited today. We have this great lineup of people today. Y'all are not going to believe what all we have, and great lineup of machines. And hey, if you're out there today watching, as you know, normal, we're going to have some giveaways at the end of the show. Make sure you chime in, ask questions. Hey, right now, tell us hello, tell us where you're at, and we love to hear from you. You can share the video, you can like it, you can ask questions, and that's going to increase your chances to win. If you're watching from YouTube, hey, go on down there and hit that thumbs up, hit the bell notifications, and then also make sure that you ask questions from there. If y'all share the video, share the stream today on your Facebook page, that'll also increase your chances to win. So we've got a lot of ways that you can win today. Hey, first up, we got a great lineup today I got to talk about. So our co-host today is going to be Jane Klaus. Y'all know Jane. She is unbelievable. We're so excited. And I'm telling y'all, she had to fight a snowstorm to get to her studio this morning. It's 10 degrees in Chicago with a snowstorm going. And so Jane, she waded through the snow and got there. So we got her coming up this morning. She's going to help me all day today. We're super excited about that. And our lineup today, oh my gosh. Guys, we have 4 brother national educators are going to be here. We have Lewis Carney. We have Colleen Sweatman. We have Heather Banks, and who's the 4th one, Kyle? Jerry, yeah, Jerry Granada. I started to say, I can't believe I forgot Jerry. So Jerry Granada is going to be here, and we have 2 of the brother ambassadors here. We have Cindy Hogan, and we also have our favorite Angela Wolf is going to be here this morning. So we're super pumped about the show. We hope you are. We have some great specials. It's President's Day. We're celebrating President's Day with a sale, and we got some great stuff. And I want to remind y'all too, make sure that if you haven't heard about our Quilt Fest, that's going to be March 15th through the 20th, make sure y'all make that, a little note in your calendar, and we want you to join that. That's going to be 6 days, and it is going to be an incredible lineup. I think Kyle will probably put the link in on the chat, where y'all can go visit that page and kind of see what it's all about. But anyway, hey, tell us what, if you're having snow out there. I know we are across the nation today. We are having some crazy weather. I just saw, my buddy lives in Rolla, Missouri, and this morning it was 3 below zero. It's 0 degrees right now. Up in Arkansas, where my mom and my sister Robin live, it's 12 degrees there. And they're having snow and a snowstorm, and so I know it's some crazy weather. We have one of our employees, one of our chat people, live in San Antonio, Texas. They're without power, so we hope that everybody stays safe out there. We hope you're not getting too much bad weather. But hey, guess what? When it's snowing outside and it's cold, what better way to spend your day is just curled up by the heater watching our show today, right? So. Hey, that's the way to go. So I hate to rub it in on everybody, but we're having a big cold front here in Southern California today as well. It's 55 degrees and it's cloudy. So we don't have our sunshine now. Tomorrow we're getting our sunshine and it's going to be back up 65. So, but we had a little cold front come in but nothing like the rest of the country is experiencing. So, Venice says New Jersey, no snow. So that's good, Venice. We're glad you're not getting snow there. And Tammy's in Midwest City, Oklahoma. Hey, Tammy, I hope the weather's doing okay out there. I know y'all had some bad weather earlier in the year. A couple snowstorms blew through there. So anyway, y'all chime in and let us know how your weather is, where you're at. And so KJ, she says, hello from very cold Colorado. So I'll look too. I think Colorado's in the teens today as well. So it's pretty cold. So, hey, I want to let's go ahead and get Jane in here. And I know Jane she's a trooper. I mean, she made it through some big old snow and some very, freezing temperatures this morning and got there. So Jane, are you staying warm this morning?
I am staying warm and cozy in my studio on this President's Day. Happy President's Day. Happy snow day, friends. Susan Sanders right here in Illinois with me. She feels the pain, but guess what? I know that it's snowing across the country, but I can't remember who said it, but it is Blaine, you actually said it. What a better way to stay home today and talk about
Yeah,
sewing machines and brother, right? I love
you're
it.
right. You're right. So, hey, that's what we're going to do today. We're all going to stay inside and stay warm and talk about some great sewing machines. And you and I are going to talk a little bit about a few machines, and then before our first guest comes in, and we're going to talk about some machines. But one of the things that one of the machines that we have on special today, and you actually have it right there in your studio, is the 5055. And that is such a great machine. But if you could, Jane, just tell everybody a little bit about what makes that machine, so unique. And I know it's such a compact machine. You love it just because of the portability of it. But, could tell us a little bit about that if you could.
You hit the nail on the head. I love this machine because of the portability. It is a small footprint. It is lightweight. It is easy to bring with you. So my studio not attached to my house. So I can bring this machine with me from in the car back and forth. It's so light. It's so easy. As a matter of fact, in my studio where I work, there's several other studio owners that they sew. And one girl I saw, she was carrying the 5055 just by the handle in the elevator. And I said, what are you doing with that? She said, I just got back from, I think she might've been coming home from Nigeria. And she said, I carried this with me all the way there so I could sew. So what I love about it is the portability. Hold on one second. I'm going to grab it. I know I just ran away, but here we go. I know, Blaine, I couldn't do it. Like, look at how the ease of use. Oh, it's getting lit. The ease of use, the portability, all your stitches are right here. It's easy to carry with you. It's easy to thread. And one of my favorite things here, just grab it and you go. And of course, you get all of the quality and all of the good things that comes along with a brother sewing machine. So look at the stitches right here. You're also getting your buttonholes as well. And then this arm, you've got a little, I would pull this off, but I think I might drop it. You're able to put all your supplies, your extra bobbins, needles, things like that in there. And then again, your screen. So it is the greatest machine. I love this machine because if I can't carry around my big machines, this is my go-to.
Well, Jane, either you're extremely strong or that machine is extremely lightweight.
Look.
You're making it look easy.
I'm holding it with 3 fingers. And so when we talk about the quality of our brother sewing machines, we love them. This has all that quality, but look at this light footprint, the small footprint, lightweight, very, very portable and easy to take and go wherever you want that to be. I mean, I'm telling you, this is one of my favorite machines, and I'm throwing it around like it's nothing. But I cherish this machine because it's just so easy to take with me and use.
Well, what a great, after Valentine's Day, President's Day sale event, and what a great machine. Hey, we've got a great special on this today, Jane. This thing is $179.
I'm going to Vanna White it.
Great price on a $179 machine, And also, we got a special gift. We are going to throw in a sew mat with it. So anybody that wants this, they can actually get a free sewing mat, which is a $50 value. And everybody loves our sewing mats. And one of the things I wanted to remind everybody, all the things that you see today that we're going to have on special, there's going to be several ways that you can order. Some of the machines that we're going to show you, you can actually go right on our website and buy them. You can speak to one of our live chat agents and they can help you and you can buy. You can actually call our 800-401-8151 phone number and speak to one of our sales reps and they can actually help you. Now, some of the machines we have, Jane, are only going to be able to call in to get the special. But this one, you can actually go right on the website right now and get it. We have the free sewing mat with it at the price of $179. So a great price to start this out. $180 savings on this thing, and especially, and then we're throwing that $50 sew mat. So what a great machine. And you've got this, you love it. And this machine is well traveled with you as well. I know you've taken this thing all over the country, haven't you?
I have taken this thing all over the country, and I love you. I could throw it in my suitcase and just bring it with me wherever I'm going. I spent a lot of time in Phoenix, Arizona, because my brother lives there and I have family. But this machine goes with me everywhere I go. And again, I'm talking about the ease of use and the quality of the machine and how lightweight and a small footprint that it has, it's got 60 stitches. It is computerized. So you are still getting all of the brother quality that you know and you love, but this is one that you can take with you. Here's what I say, and I'm seeing all the comments coming down here talking about this is great for my granddaughter, great for my daughter. Yes, absolutely, 100%. It's also great for you. So I always say more is more and less is a bore. And you've heard me say this before. We have our machines that we sit and we use and we can't bring with us. This is a nice addition to what you already have. And if you're ready to say, maybe you already have a smaller machine, a lighter machine, maybe that's the one that you sort of pass on. And this is the one that you get for yourself because it is such a great price today.
You're exactly right. And you know what, Jane, our next machine I want to talk a little bit about is the XR3340. Now, this machine is probably the best buy of the day. I mean, it is such a great little machine. And this thing, you can get it for $159 today. And I mean, look at that machine. That thing is absolutely gorgeous machine. $159 for this, and you're getting a sewing mat with it. Is this the one that gets a sewing mat or it doesn't, Kyle?
Yeah, this one has a sewing mat.
No sewing mat, sewing mat, because it's such a cheap price. We've actually lowered this price
wow.
from $229 down to $159. So no sewing mat with this, but it's $159, and this machine is such a great machine. And again, it's going to be extremely lightweight, just like what you showed with the 5055. And if somebody out there is having a birthday, if somebody is looking to get started into sewing, these two machines we just showed, I don't know what better machines to show than those. Those things are incredible. And, you know, Jane, talk a little bit about, if you could,
sure,
just
absolutely,
the stitch quality and the number of stitches that they have on some of these, you know, entry-level machines.
Yeah, I love this. So this has got a 5 3/4 by 3, almost 4-inch workspace. You've got that black backlit. I can't say it. The lit LCD display screen. Try to say black backlit. Thank you.
Hey, say that fast 3 times.
I can't even say it slow one time, Blaine. So there you go. It's got 195 stitches, and that includes 55 alphanumeric stitches in within. So it's 140 stitches, 55 alphanumeric stitches. You've got that variable speed control. You've got 10 quick change presser feet. Thank you very much. And you can create your own designs. Again, nice small footprint. And you've got that great workspace, and it's got that easy threading system that we know and love for that automatic needle threader, which I absolutely love. I remember growing up and threading my machines at my mom's house, and my mom used to put her glasses on and she couldn't see. And this is before automatic threaders. And I was like, I'll never need an automatic threader. Oh, guess what? I need an automatic threader. And boy, do I love my automatic threader. So this is a fantastic machine at a great price, the XR3340. Blaine, I can't believe the price that this is at.
Well, you know, I can't either. And I'm telling you guys, we are limited on quantities on all these machines today, by the way. I wanted to make sure everybody knows that the machines, again, you know, everybody wants to know how the quantity of machines have been coming in. Machines are still a little tough to get. And it's kind of funny that, you know, people say, well, it look like, you know, the pandemic is almost over, that people are kind of almost getting back to normal. And I said, well, not quite. In the manufacturing world, we're still having some trouble getting, you know, machines. And, you know, I sent a video out. I should have sent this to you, Jane. You would really love this video, but I sent a video out to our entire company last week, and it showed the ports at Long Beach. And Long Beach, California is a big, huge port where a lot of, you know, ships come in from the factories of, you know, across the country or across the world. And there was these big container ships, hundreds of container ships just sitting out in the bay waiting to get docked so they could unload their cargo. And on the dock in Long Beach was thousands of these containers that just waiting to be picked up by trucks to go take them to their destinations. So the port is so backed up with product, you can't even get products in. So, you know, some of our companies that, you know, they have factories in Vietnam and different places, they cannot get some of their machines in. And in some of the factories here in the US, they even produce machines. They can't even get their components to make the machines. So that's what the big holdup is, and it's hard to get machines right now. So we have a lot of machines that we had allocated for this show, and they're going extremely quick already. It's because Kyle launched the website this morning early, and we already started getting sales in. So the machines are going pretty quick, and so don't delay. If y'all want one of these things today, make sure you act on it, because I promise by the end of the day today, we will be out of stock on a lot of these machines. So
yeah, and it's tough to get them at these prices too.
Yeah.
So especially that you're doing this brother showcase and that these are at such great prices. I mean, this is the day to do it if you're going to do it. I love Clovis says auto threader. She tried it one time with the auto threader and has never looked back. So I love that, Clovis. We love our auto threaders. Auto threader is the shizzle. That's funny, Tanya. But again, look at the price on this, $159. This is a great addition to what you already have in your sewing room. And again, a lot of times if we're ready to add, this is the time to do it with these great prices. And Blaine, the story you said about the shipping and the docks, I mean, that is just so true everywhere. So with everything that we're trying to get in, so especially with sewing machines, and we've seen such a boom this last year in the interest of sewing because people are making for good and they're making it forward. People are learning how to sew. And if you're a new person to sewing, you have somebody who's interested, this is a great machine for them too. Think of it as a President's Day gift, right?
Well, too, Jane, a lot of people think that sewing just got, people started sewing again because of the pandemic, making masks. The masks were just a little bit part of that, like early on, like in March and April. But what happened was all these people, a lot of were stuck at home and couldn't go out in their normal routines like they've been doing. So they picked up their hobby again. A lot of people I've talked to have always been sewers, just hadn't sewn in 5 or 6 years. And what they decided to do is, they went and dusted off their sewing machine and started sewing again and found out, what, there's better machines out on the market now. Let me get a new machine.
And
so
it's
that's
so
why,
funny it's a better machine.
Oh yeah, you saw a big, influx in sewing that, in 2020 because of that. But it wasn't just, people buying them to try to make masks. It was actually people just getting back into the hobby. And we're so happy that because, this is such a great hobby. And a lot of people use it to, for home-based businesses, and a lot of people just do it for, for therapy. And I hear people talk about all the time. It's I had a lady one time sent me a letter, and she had bought a quilting machine from us, and she said, basically, this quilting machine saved my life, and talked about just how she was depressed. She had lost a family member. And a lot of different things. And she basically that was her therapy. And she just was talking about, how awesome that machine was, and, thanked us for having that machine and selling it to her. So, it's amazing what things are doing. And hey, one of the things that you talked about was the self-threading. I got to tell you the story. My experience with the self-threader. Okay.
Okay.
So brother makes it extremely easy, guys. And I'm telling y'all, I all the time tell you, if I can do something, anybody can do it on these machines. But what I did on this machine, I decided I was going to pick up one of these machines and just start working on it, not ever looking at it before. And they actually have it just to thread the machine, let's say. It tells you step by step where to take it. It has arrows and numbers to tell you to take it through to thread the machine. And then I'll tell you what I did, Jane. I don't read directions, so I'm going to recommend everybody, excuse me, everybody read the directions, okay? I'm the world's worst at not reading directions, but I kept trying to get the auto threader to put the thread through the needle. And because, as we get older, you can't see the needle holes and the needle eye. And so I was trying to get that self-threader. Every time I'd put that mechanism down, it would, to do it, it would not thread it. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I would take the thread back out, go all through the channels again, making sure that I was in the right. And I'm like, I know I'm not crazy. I am looking at this thing. It looks exactly right. Again, would not thread the needle. And I'm about ready to throw the machine out the window at this point in time. So I broke down, I read the directions, and it said over on your little wheel, your hand wheel, there's a mark on it. And there's a mark on the machine, and you line that up, and that puts the needle in the exact position So the thread, the automatic threader puts it through the eye. I'm like, how simple. If I'd have just read the directions, I'd have saved all this aggravation.
It's very true. That's exactly it. That one line has to be lined up. And if you just figure that out and read the directions, Blaine, congratulations.
I know. Hey, and it was so easy. I was like, this is so easy after that. But man, I tell you, so this the little bitty details made the huge difference.
And I love what's on the screen. Amanda says, what did Amanda just say? You just had that up. She was talking about the threading. She's like, it once you get it, it's just the best thing and you never want to turn back. There it is. Automatic threading hates me, even with instructions. Amanda, try it again, because we've all had some, it's once you get read the directions like Blaine and we get it lined up, it's good to go. And then you don't have to squint your eyes or try to hurt your face trying to put the thread into the needle.
Well, Amanda, you got to give it a chance. And Amanda, I hope you just didn't read the directions. I hope you did what I did and didn't read, because I'm telling you, after I saw just that little hand wheel turning it it just made all the difference in the world. Now it is just so easy to thread the machine after that.
We've all been there, Blaine. I did this. I was at my mother-in-law's house in Buffalo, New York. Okay, I'll just be honest. And I was threading a machine. I was doing the same thing. I'm unfamiliar with it. It was hers. And I can't remember. It might have even been a serger, which is like doubly hard. And I, of course, read the directions and it was about lining it up. And sure enough, it worked perfect after I actually follow the directions, because sometimes we just think we know and we want to dive into it. But I'm telling you, I love the automatic threaders. And Blaine, can I bring back what you were talking about with the resurgence of people finding their passion in sewing?
Yes, I'd love for you to talk about that, because I know you know a lot about this.
Well, I have to say, people are bringing back the passion. They're spending more and more time. They're creating a Zoom room. Now they're creating their sewing room because there's more and more time to spend sewing. Maybe we're not making masks. Maybe we're making other things. Maybe we're creating a new side hustle. And Brother has just done this beautiful campaign about folks that have a side hustle using their Brother products. And so I was working with the team at the end of last year. We're still continuing to talk about side hustles and feature people who work with Brother to create their own side hustle. So you can find that on Brother's website, and you can see the videos that we shot. And I think probably, Blaine, you have those as well there at the dealer.
Yes, I sure do. And yeah. I would, encourage everybody to go out and see those shows that you hosted, the side hustle. It was incredible seeing all the things that you did along with these people and what they're doing. And so, yeah, thank you for highlighting that, because it just shows, what people are doing, to even get into, they went from a hobby and a passion into a business.
One of the guys didn't even start sewing until 6 years ago, and he taught himself how to sew because he was going to a cosplay event, and he was going with some friends, and he said, let's make some costumes. And the friends laughed at him, and he said, and this is Chris Talk, Talk Custom Designs is his website or his social media stuff. And he said, no, I'm going to learn how to make. He went to the fabric store, he found some fabric, he got a machine, and he just started sewing, and everyone was laughing at him. And he said, well, this is actually kind of fun. I'm going to stick with it. And he is a master. He can make any kind of garment. He was doing custom designs for men, and now he's really into the costumes, and now he's got a huge YouTube following, and he shows everybody how to use Brother machines. So he is truly fantastic. But we cover everybody from using your basic machines like the 5055 that we just talked about to using the 10 needle embroidery machines. So there's a girl in Santa Monica that's doing a lot of work with her 10 needle. So these side hustles are truly amazing, and the passion and the work that these people put behind it. So there's a beautiful, there's the 5055 that I just mentioned that you can use to start your side hustle. I'm thinking about starting a side hustle.
Well, hey, you sure can. And hey, I want to just let everybody know too, the 3340 that we showed too, that is a factory reserviced machine. And what that means is, it got returned to the factory for some reason or another, and they completely go through them, make sure that they're brand new, just like new going out. And a lot of times they say on these factory reservice machines that's a lot of times they're better than new, because if there's any kind of little problem, they find them when they're doing the reservicing, and when you get it, it's already been fixed or tested, and they're great machines. So This is a factory service machine, but it's a great, great machine. I wouldn't hesitate for a second to buy one of these.
And that is so fantastic. That's the XR3340.
All right, Jane. Now another machine we have that it kind of in the same lineup is the CS6000i. Now that has been one of the most popular machines we've had in 2020. Oh my gosh, I can't even tell you how many of these machines we sold. But we got it on sale for $199. What a great, great machine this thing is. And on this machine, you are also going to get a free sewing mat with it. So if anybody out there, you get a free sew mat with it. And this thing, and basically on the sew mats, what we're going to do for everybody, we're going to let you have your choice of sew mat. You can either get whatever color you want and whatever size you want. You can get them. The only one that's not eligible is the Angela Wolf new sewing mat that we have for the Wolf Pack. That one's not going to be eligible for the free mats, but they have 9 other ones that are eligible, and so you can pick either whatever one of the 9 you want and the color you want. So there you go. Great, great price for this machine as well. And this machine has been a super, super popular machine. Jane, do you know a little bit about this machine as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got your 2-inch LCD display. You've got 9 sewing feet, 60 unique built-in stitches, and that includes decorative stitches, and 7 styles of auto-size buttonholes, which we love. You've also got that automatic needle threader and the drop-in bobbin. It has the hard case, the wide table, the sewing feet, the bobbins, LCD screen. I love this little machine. It is so handy and nifty. That is a fantastic price for this machine. Of course, you're getting the Brother quality computerized free arm sewing machine. Love it.
All right, so y'all have seen 3 machines, and Jane and I were going to talk a little bit about 2 more a little later that we have in this great lineup. But I want to remind everybody out there too, we have on chat helping out today too. We have Amy Pinnell. So if you're on Facebook and have any questions, Amy Pinnell is going to be on there. She's actually, you'll see Sewing Machines Plus as her screen name. She's going to answer any questions you have and try to help. If you're actually out on YouTube, we have Marina is on YouTube. She's answering questions and trying to help. And then we also have Deb Donovan. Deb is going to be, on back and forth between Facebook and YouTube and actually doing the chat, helping ask any, answer questions. So if y'all have questions in the chat, feel free to ask in there, and they're going to try to help answer them for you. And again, the machines you just saw, y'all can order those right now. Call 1-800-401-8151. You can visit SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can speak to one of our live chat agents, and you can call and talk to one of our sales agents. And if you can't get through this morning, since a lot of people are stuck at home in the snow, I'm sure shopping, our phones are going to be busy. If you can't get through, Kyle is going to be putting a link up in the chat that it's to Google Sheets. And all you have to do on that Google Sheet is just put your information, your name, what you're interested in, and a phone number. And it's updated real time in our call center. And as soon as they get off the phone, they'll give you a call, outbound call, and call you. So if you see an 800 number coming in, answer it this morning. If you fill out the Google Sheet.
Those are the people that you want to talk to. So yes, I love this idea of being able to fill into the Google link and then have someone call me right back, Blaine. That's genius. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we tried to do that. Because we know, a couple of shows we've done, the calls just came through, and we had so many calls coming through. Nobody could get through. It was busy all day. So we got to fix this. So Kyle came up with the idea of doing the Google Sheets, and it worked out pretty good. And also wanted to thank, David and Kyle this morning. They put a lot of work in the show, and I hope y'all love the set behind me. David came in this weekend and did this beautiful set with all the Brother machines and got the blue backlighting.
It always looks good there, Blaine. You guys
set the mood.
You did such a great job with the Brother Blue. That's perfect for today.
Oh yeah, it looks great, and we have our Brother Blue, sewing mat, and so it matches the Brother Blue exactly. So hey, and I wanted to mention everybody the sewing mats. We do have all these great sewing mats, and the colors that you see, especially 3 of them: the red, the blue, and the gold. those are actually the exact color codes from the manufacturers that I got when we got these. So the blue you see is actually Brothers Blue. The red you see is the red that Bernina uses, and the gold is the Baby Lock gold that they use. So we actually got the color codes to match those exact, so they'll match your machines perfectly. And then the other machine, colors we have, we just went out and picked some colors that we thought we would kind of highlight some of the other machines. So, but anyway, just to let you know. So, hey, Jane, guess who we got coming up next?
Oh my gosh, who do we not have coming up? We have such great people coming up.
We have Heather Banks coming up next, and is going to talk all about the scan and cut.
Are we moving into Heather right now, Blaine?
Well, is it time?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it might be time.
Yeah, I think it's 10:30. So 10:30 my time.
12:30
your time.
Is she ready to go? You tell me when, and I'll do the wind up. But I do want to tell you this: you were talking about getting creative and the time people spend that's healing and just doing a little bit of sewing and finding a new passion. And as we're moving into this day, as we're all getting interested in these new machines and these new products and getting inspired, I want everyone to watch and be sitting at your sewing machine and be creative and making and paying attention to the broadcast so we can all sort of be in this together. I love to do a little bit of sewing every single day. It just makes me happy. It just puts me in the right frame of mind. So today I'll be talking about sewing, and then I've got my machine right over there. So I might sew when Blaine's talking.
Well, Jane, hey, you know what? You're never short on enthusiasm, and that's why everybody absolutely loves you. Our customers absolutely love you.
Thank you.
And you're so good for this hobby and for sewing.
I get so excited when I've been sewing since I was 7, and I'm like not an expert at all, but I love to sew.
And so Jane, too, I want to tell everybody this is genuine too, because I met you and a couple years ago, and you were like that 24 hours a day. I mean, every time I would see you at the coffee line, you were enthusiastic.
Yeah, I do. I shut down. The only time I'm not enthusiastic is when I'm sleeping for my 8 hours a night. That's it. But I'm happy. But I'm happy because I spend a little bit of time being creative. I spend a little time to myself. I spend time being with others. But I'm just really thrilled to be here with you, Blaine, and with everybody that's watching. I mean, this is a real thrill and honor for me. I mean, I can't even imagine that I'd be able to talk about sewing all day long with so many like-minded people. So Blaine, thank you for having me here.
Hey, it's our pleasure. We're so happy you're here. And I know that, you're getting ready to talk to Heather a little bit about the scan and cut. And basically it's the, SDX 225F. And that F stands for fabric. So you are going to talk about some really cool things with that 225. So I'm ready for you to just keep going.
Okay, well, let me introduce our first guest. She is a sewing and embroidery specialist. She's a quilt pattern designer, and she's published her own line of quilt patterns. She's a highly sought after educator. This is what's really cool. She's now transitioned from traveling across the country and teaching in person to teaching online, which now gives everybody the opportunity to learn. She's originally from the West Coast, but she is joining us from her home in Tennessee. Please welcome educator Heather Banks. Heather, are you there? Hey, Heather.
I'm here, Jane. How are you?
I am so excited to have you here.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you for that introduction.
I'm a little bit obsessed with you. Just so you know, I follow you all the time, and I'm like, I want to know what Heather's doing. So how are you doing in this now that you're teaching online?
Oh my gosh, it has been such a transition. I loved seeing everyone in person.
I know.
Now, but you know what? I get to, in some ways, see so many more people than I ever got to see before.
And don't you feel like you've actually spent time with people, even though you're doing this like on a video screen?
Yep, absolutely.
And then before we get into the scan and cut, are you still raising chickens?
So the chickens are coming right now. And the bees are in full swing, and we have bees and we get honey, and it's fabulous here in Tennessee.
I love that. And then did I read somewhere that you have a degree in biology?
I do have a degree in biology. Such an odd transition, right?
Yeah. So biology, although, I mean, okay, we all did that in college, majored in something and then went off and did something else.
It's a little bit odd, but right, I enjoyed that for a while, but passion was always my sewing, or sewing was always my passion, so I'm back at it.
I think this is great. All right. So today you're going to talk to us about the SDX 225F Scan and Cut. I love this machine, Heather.
This is an awesome machine. As a matter of fact, I have something sitting here that I just made that was on the Scan and Cut. And you can see here, I don't know if everyone knows this, but the Scan and Cut has quilt patterns, 140 quilt patterns. And that's one of the Hawaiian patterns that's in there. And we're going to talk lots of things, but here's one of them. Here's another one. If you quilt like I do, then you might be interested to learn about something that you can do with your Scan and Cut, primarily cutting fabric just easily. But I don't want to worry you that you can't cut other things. So I'm going to take you over to the Scan and Cut, and I'm going to show you some things you can do with it, things you can cut with it, what you will get with this special. And I will be back in about an hour or so to talk to you about the other model, our Disney model. So if you're wondering what the differences are, you're gonna learn that here today. I'm very excited to show you that. I love everything Scan and Cut. I use it all the time for sewing. I use it for embroidery. I use it for making quilt blocks. And I have lots of things to share and answer questions about. So let me move you over to the Scan and Cut, and you can see exactly which model we're talking about today. So you may be able to see a little bit in the background. We got lots of snow in Tennessee, so I'm here for you today. This is the 225F. And like Blaine and Jane said, this is the fabric model. And there's a reason we call it the fabric model. This is the blue one. You still get the full color screen. You still get all of the fantastic features of the DX model. So you can see here it's going to open up, and we'll use it and show you how it goes. What do you get with with this particular brand or model? You are going to get, I'm going to back up a little bit so you can see, 2 mats. You're going to get the standard mat, and you're getting the brand new fabric mat, which is just amazing. This comes in the box, no need to purchase it separately. And this mat, fabric adheres to it like nothing you've ever seen. It is so sticky. And this is Brother's brand new product so that we can cut fabric easier. In addition to your mats, you are going to get, like we said, the focus is on fabric, and you are going to get a keychain kit, and it makes this adorable keychain, and it comes with step-by-step instructions, color photos. They leave nothing to chance. You can break out your Scan and Cut from the box, make your keychain, and get right to work cutting fabric using your fabric mat and the included fabric blade. Notice how it's the same color as the mat, the top, same color, and that is on purpose. They want you to know which blade to use. Now, this fabric blade is different than the standard blade that comes with it. This lovely black blade cuts everything, cork, vinyl, foam, everything you can think of. This blade has a specially produced tip on the blade just for cutting fabric. So you get these wonderful blades included, and then you are also going to get a pen set and pen holder. And one of my favorite things about this is that you get these erasable pens. This erases with air over time, and this is water erasable. And you can make your seam allowances on your quilt blocks. So I'd like to show you a little bit about that too. So everything you see here does come with it. There's a few extra little goodies in it, like accessories and spatulas, but we're just sort of hitting some of the high points, and you can compare this to what we will be getting with some of the other Scan and Cut machines. All right, so let me show you some of the things you can make, because I want you to know how valuable this machine is, not only to fabric, but many things. One of the biggest questions we get, can I cut felt? Yes, you can, very easily. You can also cut foam, craft foam. Okay, so here's a couple examples, and you can see how very detailed I can get with these blades. These blades have an automatic Depth recognition. So you no longer have to dial in a number when you are cutting things up to 3 millimeters. It cuts very, very thick items. So all you have to do is put the blade in and it will automatically determine how thick your material is and cut it for you. If you like to sew or use cork, okay, this machine is for you. Here's an example of a couple items built. This is just a built-in item. This is a fabric-backed cork from Brother. Cuts cork beautifully. No limits there. Marine vinyl, absolutely. Here's some glitter vinyl that I sewed with, and here's actually the example. So you can see this is marine vinyl, and this is the glitter vinyl I cut on the Scan and Cut. If you like heat transfer vinyl, here's some of those quilt blocks I was talking about that are included in the machine, 140, and here it is placed on fabric. So boy, I mean, I could keep going. I mean, we can go with more vinyl. There's so much to show you, but we really wanted to focus on fabric. The important thing was that you knew that yes, you can cut fabric and I'll show you how, but you are not limited to fabric with this machine. Here are a couple designs that were in the machine, over 1,400 designs. Excuse me, this is an applique that was separate, but this is in the machine. This is plain fabric. There is no adhesive on this at all. In this case, I have put an adhesive on the back so that I could iron it on. Both work equally well. I'd love you to notice that although this is a bit of a fine weave on this fabric, it's not torn, stretched, or frayed at all. Now, we do recommend stabilizing your fabric with starch, and you get these fantastic results. Here is an example of something else. Plain fabric, nothing on the back, and you can see here that I used it in an applique, and this design is in the Scan and Cut. So if you like this one, you can have it just by getting the Scan and Cut. One more example. This is in the Scan and Cut. Look how adorable that is. So, and I just used a satin stitch to outline this. So, oh my gosh, there are no limits with this machine. There is so much you can do. Now, I'd love to show you how you can cut. Oh, actually, let me go really quick up here because you haven't seen the machine up close and personal. And like I said, this machine has over 1,400 designs built in. You do not need a computer to make this work. So when you open up the Scan and Cut, you can choose pattern and you can start scrolling through all of the different designs that are included. And some of those, there was a giraffe, here's a bee. So whether you want to cut vinyl, fabric, you can do it. Now let me show you where we put the quilt blocks. Let me scroll, through to the next page. So you can see here quilt blocks. Remember the Hawaiian ones? Those are here. So you can see there's quite a few there to choose from. If you like applique, if you like sunbonnet Sue, if you like to do detailed hand embroidery, cut your fabric here and then do the details yourself. Needle turn applique. Wouldn't that be beautiful? And the accuracy you get while you're cutting. And make your block any size you want. You are not limited in size. Make it large, make it small, and it will automatically do the adjustments for you. You don't have to trace, which is one of my favorite things. Now, the quilt blocks I showed you, like I said, there are 140 in the machine. So I'm just kind of scrolling through quickly, I know, but I just want you to get an idea of what is here. There are so many designs to choose from. So I noticed that Renee just said that. Yes, Renee, there's so many. So over 1,400 built in, 140 different designs. So let me show you. And Jane, would you like to talk about the specials or should we cut a piece of fabric? You tell me.
I think Blaine might pop in and talk about the specials on this one, or I can do it as well. But Heather, I actually love this machine. You talk about it making the specialty keychain. I then, after I made my keychain, found my own fabric and made a very similar keychain on using the fabric cutter. But let's talk about the special. This is the SDX 225F. And this is you need to call in to 1-800-408-8151, or you can chat. We've got the live agents standing by. We're looking right here at the sale price of $5.99. And again, you can call in to the call center, which is 1-800-408-8151. And we've got some live agents standing by. So you can get this machine. I would love to see you cut fabric, Heather, because I'm obsessed with this machine.
It's pretty amazing. I use it all the time.
Yeah, and what you made there is really impressive. I mean, you're an educator, so of course it needs to be impressive. But for like everybody else, when we say, "Oh, can it really cut that smooth, and can it really, cut around these appliques that you're doing?"
Exactly. And that's a very good question. And when I used to get to travel in person, and now I see people ask these questions online. Excellent question. Brother has really worked hard to improve and bring customers what they want with these machines. You can easily pair these machines with your embroidery machine for applique, or like I said, hand, needle turn applique. But sticking them to the mat is, of course, the most important thing to get your good results. And so, yeah, that's what I'd love to show you.
Yeah, and I do, when we talk about the different fabrics that we want to stick to the mat, you showed us so many of them, and it adjusts automatically so that it cuts the depth of that fabric like a felt or something that's a little bit thicker.
It's pretty amazing, and I have no idea how it works technically, but I just trust the machine, and it seems to know what to do. But the engineers who developed this have explained, and this is the first machine that will do it, but when you put your blade into the machine, you can't see the blade, but the machine will measure the depth of your fabric, and it will automatically put out the amount of blade needed to cut felt to foam to a thin fabric. It knows how to do this on its own.
And is the fabric mat, because it's the fabric mat, it's different than the standard tack mat or the low tack mat. It's a little bit stickier. Does it pull any of the fibers from the fabric?
Oh, that's a good question. So it can, but what we recommend is to starch your fabric and it will stabilize it. So what I do before I put my fabric on, and here's just sort of a piece that I've done. So you can see this is still very malleable and I can still use this, but this has been starched in advance of using it. Because when I'm putting my fabric on the mat, it can go in any direction and I'm cutting around the edges. So definitely on the bias is pretty common to have happen when I'm cutting this. So I don't want to peel it up and have it stretch in the wrong direction. So adding a little bit of starch to your fabric, giving it a nice stiff feel, and it will of course wash out whenever I wash the quilt, will allow me to pull it off the mat without leaving any fibers or those rough edges that we've sometimes seen.
That is such a great top tip right there, because, we know that the fibers can go. And so I love the idea of starching it. And that's any fabric that we're putting on there.
Absolutely. Unless you're using a fabric that has an adhesive on the back, and that's a different kind of stabilization. So you can kind of see this shine here. And most people who use fabric are familiar with a double-sided iron-on adhesive. Yeah. Brother will include this in the box. So you get your own double-sided adhesive from Brother. It's my favorite kind because it works the best of any kind I've used. So if you want to use it, you're going to get it for free with your box. And then you'll be able to, in that case, you do not need to starch your fabric. You would have something to already give it a little bit of stability.
Perfect. Let's cut some fabric.
Let's do it. Okay. Right. Let's switch you over to the other camera. Okay, so what I have here is a really adorable little dog fabric, and I want to show you there's a hole here because I have cut out one of these. And if you like to fussy cut from your fabric, your scanning kit can do this. Notice there is nothing on the back. This is stabilized with some starch. So this isn't quite off the bolt kind of thin. Here's another example. I want you to see the incredible, I'm going to come back, the incredible detail that I got that my scanning cut did. I could not do this with scissors. I think I'm pretty good with scissors, but there's no way I could get this kind of fussy cut detail without it. So let me show you how that works. And this is going to kind of highlight why having a scanner makes the scan and cut so impressive. So I'm going to place my fabric mat. And by the way, this is my fabric mat that I've set it on. I'm going to load my mat and I'm going to place my fabric blade with the gold top that matches my mat into the carriage. That's it. It's ready to go. I don't have to make any other adjustments, and definitely no blade depth. I have adhered this, whatever you want to use, credit card, if you have this lovely tool, whatever you need to do to give that a good stick to the mat, ready to go. So now what we're going to do is push scan, and I'm going to come closer so you can see exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to push scan, direct cut. We want this material to be recognized by the machine, and then we're going to cut it out. And I'm going to push start. And we have a couple different levels for scanning. Let's give this a start. I'm going to back up again so you can see. As I said, this is computer independent. I am not using any kind of software to do this. I am letting the machine scan the background so that I can not only fussy cut, but also just cut my fabric out. I'm going to go back in a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going a little bit closer here. So I'm going to frame the image. So all we're going to do here is just choose a circle to cut. And I'm cropping the image, and everyone who's used a computer is familiar with cropping. So now I've gotten an approximate area. I'm going to get in there a little bit more so you can see that I'm going to cut. So go here. Sorry about this.
That's okay.
Okay. A little bit better, easier to see. Okay, so you can see that I have cropped a circle. That's what I want it to recognize. That's what I want it to cut out. So I'm going to press OK, and it's recognizing, and it's going to give me an outline. Give it a sec. Okay, there it is. Now, I said this is a 600 DPI scanner. You can use this for photos. So obviously, it's going to pick up every little detail. Well, it picked up some stuff that I don't want, and that's okay. You can see how it picked up some of the hearts because it's that good of a scanner. So I can do this a couple ways, but we're just going to kind of eliminate the extra pieces, say okay, and let's look at it here. Oh, sorry. Now I made it too big. Got to go smaller. All right, there we go. Made it a little too large. So now it's got a circle recognized, and I'm going to go ahead and say okay so you can see how it has found the circle? That's all we're going to cut. I'm going to back up and let you see that. I'm going to press cut. And I'm going to press start. So let me back up so you can watch it do the cutting, watch it do the magic on its own. All right, I'm going to press start. Okay, now watch it measure the depth of the mat itself. That's what it's doing. Now it's going to measure the depth of the fabric and start cutting. All right. That's it, guys. It's that simple. I'm going to take out this fabric so you can see exactly what it did. Make sure you can see that. Okay, peel this up. There it is. And I don't have my spatula, so I'm just going to use my hand here. And that's the circle.
Wow.
So not only can you cut fabric so easily without any backing, but you can fussy cut as well. And boy, I have to tell you, I use this all the time. I mean, how much more accurate can you get? I can cut a circle with scissors, but can I cut it this accurate? And then also, can I really get something like this accurate? And if you're not limited to fabric, you could do this on, for instance, if you had paper and it had a really cute design on it that you wanted to cut it out on paper. We didn't even talk about the fact that you can draw with the included pens, and every one of the 1,400 designs that are included, you can draw, you can cut, you can, if they're with a few additional accessories, you could foil. There's so many options. I love this machine. We could be here all day, Jane, talking about it. There's just no limits. Let me show you really quick because I'm here. This is an example of an applique that I did. So this is the finished applique that was done on an embroidery machine. But before I got to the embroidery machine, I wanted to cut out the applique. Here's the tie. And I was able to, this is just the placement stitch for an embroidery machine. I didn't even mention that this machine reads embroidery files from Brother. So if you have a Brother with a PES file, a Dream Machine, a Stellaire, a Luminaire, all of those applique files are readable. Just plug it into the machine and it'll pop right up and you can cut out your applique. You don't actually have to convert anything or make any changes. And so when it comes to applique, this is absolutely my go-to. There are no frayed edges. There are no pieces of fabric sticking out beyond the embroidery. It's perfection. The accuracy that you get with the machine lets you do so much.
You are such a total pro. I want to spend the entire afternoon in your studio and have you show me every single detail, because have you used all 1,400 of those designs?
Oh my gosh, I'm trying. There's just so many.
You really make it look so easy. So a lot of us, we love our scan and cuts. We're like, oh, should we get the one with the mat? The learning curve easy.
Yes, absolutely. And also Brother puts a lot of tutorials out, whether that's on their blog. There's a Brother Crafts USA blog where you can get tips on how to do the same things I showed you. And then they have a YouTube page as well. So you're able to get a lot of help. And then, of course, we do things like this. And every Thursday, we do even more online on YouTube. So we want you to be successful. And your dealer can also help you be equally successful because they know all these same tricks and they can show you as well. So the person that you buy for, the people that like Blaine, they're offering these sort of opportunities so that you can see exactly how to use them.
Yeah, and we literally just got a free class with you sitting here watching this. So that's like so amazing anyway. Anytime we can learn from the experts, it's just such a bonus. And you're right, Brother really does want you to be successful and to create all these beautiful projects. So there's a ton of great tutorials online. You're on YouTube, you're doing all these wonderful things. Heather, what a fantastic gig that you have. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I love my job. It is wonderful to connect with everyone about these products. So yes, as many opportunities as we can to share with you what Brother has, and so that you can be successful. That is our number one priority.
Yeah, and it's so much fun to just lose yourself in creativity and to see what you can come up with. I love the idea that the PES files are compatible with all of the Brother machines. Like that to me is it's just amazing.
It really is. That kind of technology, again, which I have no idea how it works, that kind of technology where all I have to do is plug my USB into the machine and it reads the embroidery file. I don't have to do anything. It's amazing.
Amazing. Heather, you're amazing. And Blaine is back. Hi, Blaine.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Heather, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I am doing so good. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I know that you're kind of in the middle of a snowstorm as well. And
it's amazing.
And so, hey, what better way to do? Just stay home all day and watch our show, right?
That's right. Absolutely. I'm here for the rest of the day to watch. Plus, I'm going to come back later and talk about the other scan and cut. So,
speaking of the scan and cuts, I wanted to just kind of tell everybody a little bit about the scan and cuts. We have great prices on our scan and cuts today. And we also, if you call the 800 number, we're actually got a little free gift that we're giving with every scan and cut purchase today. And I can't tell you what it is, but it will have you rolling down the aisles with your scan and cut. So you'll just, so make sure y'all call in and get that free special. But this price on this 225F is $5.99 shipped free right to your door. And make sure you call 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our sales agents, and they're going to be able to hook you up with a special on this scan and cut. And matter of fact, all three scan and cuts that we're going to have today. Heather, I know you're coming back a little later, and we're going to talk about the SDX 230D and the 230DX. And that has Disney. So all you Disney fans out there, stand by. She's going to show you some things, really cool things on that. So Heather, that was a great job on that. And, speaking of fabric, people, they don't realize how, awesome the scan and cut is for making quilts.
I know. I think that's one of the biggest secrets of the scan and cut, and was something that it's sort of become my personal mission to promote that for people, because you get such incredible accuracy when you cut. And they cut the dog ears off your triangles. I mean, that don't get me started, Blaine. I'll just talk too much about it. There's a lot that
You
we can
know,
talk about.
hey, Heather, we're going to have you back so everybody will know you're coming back on our Quilt Fest. You're going to be on it on March 15th through the 20th. You're going to be on there one day talking all about how you can use your scan and cut to make quilts, right?
Right. Absolutely. I can't wait.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. So thank you so much, Heather, for coming on today and sharing that. And we're going to see you again just in a little while with that 230DX, and we're looking forward to that.
Me too. Thank you. I'll be back here in just a bit.
We'll see you soon, Heather. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So, Jane, got to tell you, hey, this was a great demonstration on the scan and cut with the fabric. And, we got that great price on this thing. It's $5.99, and they are going to actually get a free special if they call in. So make sure y'all call in to get the free special, because, hey, and we're limited on these. We only have, Kyle told me we started the day out with how many, Kyle? We started the day out with 24 of these machines for the show, and we have already sold some. So we're already down the new number. So we're less than 20 of these left right now.
What?
So yeah, already. So if y'all want one of these scan and cuts, jump on board right now and get that free special that we're giving you with the purchase. So Jane, got to tell you something.
Yeah, tell me, please. I was going to say,
Right,
you mean to tell me that that's the great price, which
Yes.
is great price, and then we call in and we're getting a President's Day special.
Yes. I can't tell you what it is, though, because it's just a secret.
Right. But we just call in when we order, and then we get a free President's Day.
Well, all I can say is it'll have you rolling down the aisles. I mean, I'm telling you, you'll be rolling with this thing. So anyway, if they call in, they're going to get that special. But hey, did you by chance, you were on the show 2 weeks ago, and you and Angela Wolf came on, and
Yeah.
if you remember, I talked a little bit about a little project that I did for my wife with her. Remember, we did the quilt for
Yeah.
and
And it was for the handwriting, and then the center with her dad's face.
So so if you are new today and you're new to the show, or if you're you didn't catch last week's or 2 weeks ago, our regular show, we were talking about, quilting and doing different things, and Jane and I were. And so I actually, gave the story about my wife's father had passed away when she was younger, and she had, gathered up a lot of his clothes and things, and she had this big suitcase full of his shirts and things that she just, been carrying around with her. And we got married, and we were having now I'm having that suitcase, and we was always trying to find a place to put it. So I told her, why don't you just get rid of that thing? And she was like, I just can't do it. That's the only thing I got left of him. And so, I thought about that for a while. So when we moved out here to California, I came across that suitcase one day, and I was like, I need to do something with those shirts. So a friend of ours out here is a quilter, and just a great quilter, and her name's Marguerite, and she helped me with this. And so I told her, I said, look, I want to make a quilt out of his shirts. And she goes, oh, I can do that. So after we started the project, I got to thinking about, I want to really make it really special. And I remember, Brother had in their software, they had this called It's a Stitch. I think it was It's a Stitch or Stitch something, that you could actually stitch out photographs.
Oh.
Embroidery. You could embroidery photographs.
The photograph on there was embroidered?
Yeah, or it's photo stitch or something. Yes. So what I did is we were trying to figure out a picture. So I called her brother and I said, hey, do you have a picture of her dad that I can get? He sent me one. And then I said, hey, do you have his signature on anything? Well, on his marriage license, he had the signature. So we took that and I sent it to Cindy Hogan, which will be on the show today. Cindy digitized that photo and his signature. She had to do a lot of cleaning up of it. And then I had Laura and Deb and Lynn at our San Marcos store actually took the file and they embroidered a square for me of his picture and his signature. And then we put the born and death date on it. And then we had the little sayings that was on his headstone. And so we did all that. And then Marguerite put that in the quilt. So we told that story, last week, and I gave it to my wife, and it just blew her away. And but everybody's like, we want to see a picture of it.
Yes.
So I actually got pictures to show y'all today. So David, if you would, we're going to show you the overall quilt, and then we're going to show you a detail of the headshot. So there's the quilt.
Oh my.
And I actually put that in one of our spare bedrooms on the bed, and just told her, I said, hey, go in there and look at that spare bedroom, quilt. And she walked in, that's what she saw right there. And, immediately you're drawn to his picture and the signature. And, but then she started noticing the shirts, and she was like, oh my God, that's his shirts. Well, then and what's so funny, she had just told me, she said, I was just looking at a picture of him, like 2 or 3 days prior to this. And she was looking at some pictures and saw one of the shirts he was wearing in that picture was on the quilt. So, but look at that. That picture, it looks like a photograph. That is actually embroidery. Cindy Hogan digitized that shot for us, and we embroidered that out. And so that's the detail work on that. And so everybody was wanting to see the picture of it. So there it is. And I know, Jane, you said you'd love to see a picture of it. So there's that quilt. And that just shows you what you can do with all the things. And all those shirts are individually squared cut. So you could even, do all kinds of things like that on the scan and cut. You can do that on any of the machines, and sew those pieces together. So, but that just, I had a lot of help on this thing, and I tell you, they just did a wonderful job on it. So I can't thank Marguerite enough, and the store over at San Marcos that did all the embroidery and everything on it for us. So, but anyway, I want to share that with everybody so everybody could see that.
Blaine, that is just a great story, and I'm tearing up because it's so beautiful. But we're going to have to ask Cindy Hogan how she digitized the photo and was able to embroider that on, because the capabilities of these brother machines never ceases to amaze me. I feel like every time I turn around, there's something new that I'm learning, or some new capability that they can do. So what a great gift. What a great idea. And what a great tribute to her dad, really.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And instead of just, having all of his shirts in a suitcase packed away somewhere where we can't use them, now she can look at that anytime she wants. She can put that on one of the beds and look at it. And it's something that's usable now, for decoration or whatever you wanted to do. Or if she just wanted to use it to cover up on the sofa with, you got a part of him now with you all the time. So I just thought that would be a better way than having to haul a suitcase around and find a place to put, stuck some way in storage. So
yeah, and sometimes we're not ready to give away those items. Like, those are his shirts, and she carried them around, and you don't want to get rid of them, and that's okay. But now she can just, if she wants to even wrap herself in Dad's love, she can, because those are the shirts that he wore and she remembers. And I think that is such a beautiful story. I made a blanket similar, not as gorgeous as that. It was just, my mom had some cotton t-shirts that I made a blanket for, one for myself and one for my brother, for that very reason, because I couldn't give them away. Probably they had stains on them. And I didn't want to just have them in a bin like I was carrying them around. So I made a blanket and just gave one to my brother and said, when you need mommy the most, she's right here. And, it's just something you can put out. Yours is beautiful, something you can wrap yourself up in. But what a great idea and a great tribute. And, certainly if there are clothing items that you can donate for others to wear, I'm all for that. But when they're sentimental and you don't feel like you want to do that, and instead of them being in a bin or a bag or a suitcase, make something beautiful, because we can.
You're right. You're totally right. So, and that just kind of leads me into talking a little bit about, our Quilt Fest that's coming up. This thing is going to be so big. It's going to be March 15th through the March 20th. And, it's going to be 6 days, Jane, of nothing but talking about quilt machines and quilting. And I mean, we have, these famous celebrity quilters. We have Jenny Doan going to be on the show. We have Eleanor Burns going to be on the show. Eleanor's going to actually have 2 different trunk shows that she's going to do and show some quilts and talk a little bit about her techniques. And we're going to have a Q&A both days with her. We're going to have a Q&A with Jenny Doan. And she's going to talk a little bit about, how she got into quilting and things, and encourage people why to get into quilting. So we're looking forward to that. We've got some great pricing on quilt machines. And and all those things. And, by the way, I don't even know if you remember this, but, we have these ready to sew quilt kits.
Oh,
And,
I remember.
and, I got challenged on one of our shows
Yeah.
to make one of these table runners. And it was called Rejoice. And it was one during, like it kind of looked like a Christmas type theme. And so anyway, I got challenged to do it. So I did it. We made a video of me doing it. And it turned out, because I kept talking to everybody about how easy these ready to sew quilt kits are. And they were like, well, hey, put your money where your mouth is. So I actually did one. And it took me a little less than 4 hours, I think. I can't remember exactly the time, but I did it in 2 different days. I did came over one day to the store and did it. And then we shot some video. And then I came the second day and did it and finished it. But, I guess you could say I cheated a little bit. I did use a Pro Stitcher robotic system to do all the quilting on it because I really don't know how to free motion very well. And so I got everything ready, sewed all the pieces together, put it on the quilt machine with the Pro Stitcher and put a program in and let it do its thing. And it actually turned out really good. I was really proud of it.
You still have to put it all together before that.
Yeah. And I don't know if you remember this, me telling you this, but we actually had a challenge. So what we did is we had a
video online.
Yeah, professional quilter do the same table runner.
Yeah.
And we had both of them hung up side by side. And Kyle and then Lynn Schwank, it's in our store. They both went and looked at the quilt live on air, first time they saw it, and they told us, pick which one they thought they liked the best or which one they thought was the better job. Both of them picked mine, and they didn't know it was mine. And so I was really thrilled because I know who quilted the other one. And I thought they were just unbelievable quilter. But I think the reason, Kyle, I actually talked to him later and he said, well, the reason I picked yours is because of the backing, the inside of the quilt. I thought it looked nicer.
That's what he said. And your reaction during this video, and if you haven't seen it, I think you just can go to your YouTube channel and it's on there.
On YouTube.
When he said, well, the reason I picked yours was because the same color thread was used on the back and it was finished a little more. Your reaction was like, oh, I could, yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked, honestly. I was really shocked that it did. So, and we, that particular one, my mom, she was like, I just love that table runner. What are you going to do with it? And I said, well, I don't know. They'll probably do something around. She goes, well, can I have it? And I said, sure. So I sent it to her. And I went home right after Christmas to see her. And she's had it on her table decorated for Christmas. So I thought that made me feel pretty good that she thought it was nice enough to use.
And even if it wasn't nice enough to use, you're her son. So she's going to put it on her table for Christmas.
That's true. I guess it'd been kind of like, when you were little and you did this crappy artwork, put it on the refrigerator.
No, if you watch the video, you can't really tell the difference between the professional quilter and what you put together. And the fact that yours was the one that they chose. I mean, it's pretty spectacular, Blaine. So it shows what we put our mind to, we can do anything and accomplish it.
Well, you're totally right. And, we sell those ready to sew quilt kits. We've expanded them. We have a bunch of them. So I tell people, if you're interested in getting in quilting and want to try it, that is the easiest way to do it because all the work is pretty much done for you. We've picked the colors out for you. We've already got everything is pre-cut, all your pieces. All you have to do is just sew them together. And I guess the most challenging part of it would be once you get that top made is actually doing the quilting. Like if you want to do some free motion, but again, you can't really, I tell people you can't really make a mistake.
No.
I mean, you can just do whatever you want to do on it. And, it's still a quilt. Doesn't matter how, what the free motion looks like on it. It's still a quilt. And then just put your back.
Actually, if you just go into the free motion, like you're just going to have a great time doing this and you can't make a mistake, then just doing that free motion is actually really fun. It's kind of like driving for the first time. If you haven't done it, you just need to maybe slow down and you can speed up and you can get the feel for it. Like skiing almost too. Like if you're not used to skiing, you got to get used to what you're doing and then you're ready to go and you can do that free motion. But a lot of the things, I'm curious, I feel like a lot of people, and I could be totally wrong, but maybe it's just the people I know. We start off sewing and we keep sewing and we keep sewing and we keep sewing. And then we eventually start getting into the quilting. and doing more and more quilting. That's what's happened in my family. My mom, my aunts, my cousins, everybody was sewing garments and costumes and bags and all this stuff. And then slowly and surely, everybody just started to make quilts. And so I think I might be diving into that world. I haven't made a quilt, Blaine. I'm still waiting to make my kit. I got to make a kit.
You need to. You need to get that quilt kit done. And so I'm going to challenge you. So here's what we're going to do, Jane. I'm going to challenge you to get that quilt made, and then we're going to bring you back on the show
during quilt
and show everybody your quilt that you made.
Okay, I'll do before and after, and we'll capture it on video. But you said it only took you 4 hours?
It was a table runner, and it took me 4 hours. So, which, you know, I know the Pro Stitcher kind of, you know, speeded things up with the quilting. If I'd have done it free motion, it probably would have taken me a little longer. But you know, our professional quilter, she did hers in 2 hours.
Wow.
So, you know, I knew there was no way I could do it in 2 hours. But you know, my whole goal to start, I was just like, you know, my goal was 4 hours, and I actually, you know, beat my goal. So, because I knew it was going to be, you know, a lot of, you know, the biggest part too, you know, after I did that topper, you have to, you know, join your back and your batting, you know, between it, sandwich it between there.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you had to put the batting, or not the batting, but the border. What do you call it? I forgot what I called it.
Now you're making me forget. It's that trim that goes around the edge.
Somebody out there help me out. The binding. It's the binding. Jeez, I'm losing it. So yeah, you know, the binding was a little bit challenging.
Go get it.
But the binding, to keep it straight, that was the challenge. There you go. So it was a challenge just keeping that straight, and that took me a little while, because the professional quilters, they go very fast when they put the binding on. I had to go really slow to make sure I kept it straight and didn't sew my finger.
I love and the binding, you're putting that on the quilts. So it's an interesting thing. I think about the binding, and I think about the batting, and I think about the sewing. I could make a quilt, because I use all of those things in different areas of my sewing anyway. Now just put them all together. And one of my favorite things, really, and Heather touched on this, we talked about fussy cutting, talk about cutting out all of the squares, talk about cutting the corners. If your ScanNCut's cutting that for you, or if you have the kit and it's already pre-cut, then you're saving all that time from doing all that cutting. And with the kits, we can get right to the sewing, right to the part that I like.
All right, so hey, you know, we got supposed to have Lewis Carney coming up next, Jane, but he has been having some, I think, some technical issues getting on. He has been, I guess he's in the middle of this snowstorm, and he's been coming on, and we're losing him. So we don't know if we're going to get Lewis or not, but nobody worry too bad. He was going to talk about a machine today that is, you can only buy this machine in the retail stores. It's a 3600D machine, which is a great machine, and it's only available in the retail stores. But you can, if you're in Southern California, you can come by our stores. We can show it to you, give you the price, and show you all about it. If you want to know where you can purchase this thing, give us a call on the 800 number, and we can tell you about the 3600D, where to go get it. And but we'll tell you where you can go locally and buy it for yourself. But we're going to nobody worry. Lewis had a great demo for it. And but we're going to have it later in the show as well, and so you'll get to see it again, and hopefully, so we were afraid today we might have some technical issues because of the weather nationwide. A lot of people are without power in some places of the country, and I know the internets they're having a little bit of trouble. So I think Lewis is in a bad weather area, and he's having a lot of internet problems. So we probably are not going to get Lewis. Hopefully, if he gets back in, we'll bring him in, but we may lose him if we get him in. So, Jane, we may have to sit here and just tell jokes for the next 5 minutes.
We can do that too. I'm not sure anybody's going to be laughing, but it might be like, let's talk about some sewing machines. Let's put that back up on the screen, and I'll give you a couple of highlights for that machine, if you will, because we will talk about it, but it's the NQ3600D. The D means it's a licensed Disney embroidery machine. So that is so much fun. It's got 233 embroidery designs and 291 built-in stitches. It's got this beautifully large 6-inch by 10-inch embroidery area, so you can see that right there in the hoop. That's a 6x10. Of course, you get your Disney embroidery designs in there as well. It's got that automatic thread trimming system, and it's got the automatic height adjuster. It's got the large workspace. I mean, this is a really great embroidery machine. And again, folks that like to be able to do both sewing and embroidery, you can do that right there with this machine. And again, like you said, Blaine, this is give a call for this special, for the special price right there. So 1-800-408-8151. I think we were scrolling that along the bottom. But again, great price today on this machine. I'm so sorry we're not going to see Lewis though.
I know, we were looking forward to getting Lewis on here, and you know, this is the chance you take when you have live TV. You just never know, you know, your how your connections are going to be, and you know, everybody's experienced, you know, an outage with their internet at home. I promise you, you know, you'll be on there and you go, you know, shop somewhere, and you type in Sewing Machines Plus to go buy a new sewing machine, and your internet's not working.
Yeah. Well, that way you can call, right? That's what we can do. I want to ask this because this is a sewing and embroidery machine. And a lot of times it's like, I want to know what people, do you like to have them separate or do you like to have them combined? I think this is always, it's like a personal preference, right, Blaine? Have you talked to people that say, no, I like to have, you know, just embroidery only and sewing only, or do you like to have them combined? I like combined because I like the opportunity to be able to sew and then be able to embroider. However, I always do have my second sewing machine in case I am embroidering and need to run over and start sewing.
Well, you know, Jane, unless you're starting out, most people probably already have a sewing machine. So, you know, a lot of times people will get into the hobby, they'll get a sewing machine first and they'll start sewing, and well, then they'll go, you know, I'm kind of interested in embroidery. And so I'll just tell you, this machine is a great machine. I bought this machine for my wife for Valentine's Day. So she just got it Sunday. I gave it to her yesterday, and she was so thrilled. She's never sewn, doesn't know anything about sewing. You know, she sewed back in the day in home ec, but she has been wanting to learn how to sew on a machine. She's been wanting to learn how to embroidery. So, you know, it was probably a little bit advanced for a beginning machine, but I just kind of thought, you know, the Brother machines are so user-friendly. And if you're going to have a good machine, why not, and you want to do embroidery, why not go ahead and just step up into that 6x10 hoop size? And, you know, now you know, a lot of people start out with a 4x4 hoop size, and then they jump up to a 6x10. And then it depends on, you know, how much you can afford as well. But I just got to thinking about, you know, she's wanting to do this. I want to go ahead and get her a 6x10 that she can grow into, and we're not going to have to buy you know, another machine, you know, a year or two down the road. I want her to be able to just have a machine that's going to last her for a while. And so I bought this machine because I'm a big fan of this machine. I really think it's a great machine, especially for the price point that it is. And you know, like you said, that D stands for Disney. You know, has all the Disney designs. It has embroidery designs in it. And it has a ton of sewing stitches. And you know, she got that thing out last night and learned how to thread it. And she was already doing she hasn't embroidered yet, but she was doing some sewing stitches. And she actually found a stitch that had hearts on it, and she did some hearts. She found some stitches that had leaves, and she was experimenting with all kinds of different stitches on it, and just loves all the variety it has on it.
And one of the things I like too, of course, you talked about that large embroidery area. So you might as well go with the 6x10. I think I started with the 4x4. I had the 990D from, I don't know, several years ago. I'm not sure if you remember that one. It was really small. It's sewing embroidery, but it was my first one. And I was worried about having such a small embroidery hoop because I knew that I would want to make big things. So I quickly went into the bigger hoop, which would have been the 6x10. So I like this as a starting machine. And my favorite thing, you know, here is we have a lot of people answering, and it's split, Blaine. People say, I like them combined, I like them separate. So this is a really fun question for me because I'm always looking for somebody to talk to about it. But I think that it really and truly is split on whether people like to have them together. Somebody said, double my creative bubble. I love that. So Yeah, you can sew, you can quilt, you can embroider right here on this NQ3600D, and the D is for licensed Disney. We love that.
You are correct, and you're right, Jane. It's across the board. I mean, I know a lot of people that they have the two separate machines. I know a lot of people that have the really nice combo machines. But guess what? Lewis is back,
Oh,
and we have about 30 minutes, and that's going to work out perfect. So, how are you doing, Lewis? Uh-oh. Do we have him?
Let me
So, Lewis,
unmute myself. Hello.
hi,
Oh.
Liz.
Hi, Jane. Hi, Blaine. How was everybody? I'm like trying to get used to this new setup with our equipment here. So I'm looking behind me. So I apologize. Sorry for the confusion. We were having problems logging in. And, I am not in New York right now, thankfully, because it's cold, but I'm in Atlanta and we are having storms. And the internet has been kicking me off. Every time I get on with you guys, it kicks me off. So I think I finally have a stable connection.
Well, we hope it'll last for 30 minutes,
Yeah.
Lewis. That's all we need out of you.
I think this one is going to be good because a good connection, so we can share with you guys about our fantastic sewing embroidery quilting combination, the 3600D. I have been able to pick up bits and pieces with you guys, hearing that you've been talking about this fantastic machine. I have, of course, multiple machines. And if you have a top of the line machine, this is a fantastic machine to have as a machine to maybe take back and forth to classes, a secondary sewing embroidery machine. It's lightweight, it's portable, and it's feature packed. It has so much in it that I'm just so impressed by what it can do. So I wanted to share with you guys some of this stuff. So while I'm getting myself turned around and the camera zoomed in, I want you to be able to see the screen. So I'll zoom in so you guys can see. The machine in the lid does have all of the beautiful stitches right there. And we have our fantastic LCD display that will allow us to show and see and make all of our adjustments. So I'm going to just zoom in a little bit more on that so you guys can see and see what I'm touching and what I'm doing. So right now, I'm kind of on my home screen where I have my straight stitches selected, and I'm really ready to just actually start sewing. So I'm going to kind of move out of the way so that you guys can see. So on your screen, it does give us all the information pertaining to a particular stitch. If we want to get to our regular sewing stitches, we simply tap our categories and it shows us all the different categories. This machine has over 290 built-in stitches that are amazing and beautiful. It also is 8.3 inches in this space, so it's huge. So you've got a lot of work room. You have pivoting functions, so your needle will stop down when you're sewing, and you can just simply turn and go. I want to give you guys some examples of some of the things that you can do with this machine because I like to quilt, but I'm not necessarily a traditional quilter. So here I've done some raw edge applique. And this little bag, which I think is adorable, has been quilted. This is metallic thread. This machine sews metallic thread beautifully. So as you can see, this has got gorgeous decorative stitches. So here we've created a ribbon kind of effect out of thread. And this is my friend Jenny Haskins taught me this years ago, so I'll give her credit for that. And it has in it the metallic thread, your embroidery thread, but decorative stitches, and then raw edge applique because we can do free motion on this machine as well. Now, a lot of these little pieces have these beautiful decorative bands. So you could see all of the gorgeous stitches, and this machine handles metallic thread like you would not believe. It is amazing. Now, this was done by one of my friends on another machine, but look at how fun this bag was. Now, this could be done on this machine, start to finish. This is one of the bags that we had done on a different model, but this machine could sew this because you can put your zipper in. And this is the actual candy bag She made this for us, and it's just quilted. So that's just your straight sewing. And we also, like I said, have just so many gorgeous, gorgeous stitches. Look at how beautiful those stitches are. Well, I want to share with you how we get to those stitches and how you will be able to see them. So I'm going to simply tap on category 1, and that's going to put me in my utility stitches. Now I can use my arrow key to scroll over to select different stitches that are in that category. It tells me I have 5 or 6 pages, so I'm on page number 6, which would put me in my quilting and piecing area. So if you're a quilter, this is a great machine to have to be able to do all kinds of fun and neat things. Maybe when your big machine or your embroidery machine is going, this is a perfect machine for you to be able to sit and sew on. One of these other little pieces, this little sampler, it has all different kinds of techniques in it, including raw edge applique, twin needle quilting, which I'm going to share with you guys, sewing and decorative stitches, and then look at how beautiful. And it's so easy and so fast and just so many options. The machine also has built in on it what we call My Custom Stitch at Brother. My Custom Stitch allows us to edit the built-in stitches. So if you don't like a stitch or there's something about a stitch you'd like to change, you could simply edit the stitch right on the machine without software. You can then save that onto a USB, because this machine does have a USB adapter for you to plug in, and you can save that stitch onto the USB. So right now we're going to go ahead and look at something like that because it's so much fun. So we're back in our categories menu, and it asks, what do I want to do? You have your utility stitches, which are in the blue, and you'll notice, I'm going to point out before I go to the My Custom Stitch, is that this has sideways sewing. You can sew sideways on this machine. It is so amazing. So yes, you can do a patch and applique, all because you have the ability to sew left or right with the machine feeding that direction. And we'll show you that just briefly. We're going to go back and go to My Custom Stitch. Now on My Custom Stitch, this is a blank canvas. I can simply create a stitch right on the screen if I wanted to. So from here, I'm going to start and create a stitch. I'm going to change my orientation so it's horizontal because that looks a little easier for me. And I'm going to move my little pencil on the screen. You guys see that? And tell it where I want my next stitch. And then I'll come over and tell it I want my next stitch here. And then I'm going to actually go up at an angle and tell it to come back down at an angle and at that same position and do a set. And I'm going to come over. So we'll go back up one and come over and come here and set. We'll come back down. And then we'll set this. Now I want to see what my little stitch that I just created looks like. So I'm going to tell it to do a test. And there's a stitch that I just created right on the screen. Your machine comes with graph paper for you to be able to draw on. And in that graph paper, and I have it somewhere right close here. I thought I did anyway. I've hidden it from myself. That paper will let you draw on the screen so that you could plot your points. So when you're actually plotting the stitch points, you can tell it where exactly those stitches to go. Because you have a wide 7mm sewing field in your zigzag area, you can tell it to do beautiful wide stitches. Now this stitch is a single stitch. If I wanted this to be triple stitched, I could simply tell it to triple stitch, and notice how heavy that stitching has gotten because it will triple stitch those stitches for me. Now I'm going to go ahead and go back and do a whole complete fresh stitch because I want to edit one of the built-in stitches. So I'm going to go back to My Custom Stitch. Let's change the orientation. And it asks me, do I want to pick up a pattern? And I want to get a stitch pattern. So we'll scroll over. And I like this little house, but I don't understand why it has that little antenna on top. I don't like that antenna. Now, of course, this stitch is meant for something else, but you know, if you know Lewis, he'll use a stitch for something else than what it's meant for. Like in this particular tea towel. And I know the camera's focusing, so we'll give it a second to get focused again. And there we go. So now you could see these are some more stitches. So these are just beautiful decorative stitches that I've used to create this lovely little decorative tea towel. And so this is terry cloth. So this machine, so the terry cloth to silk. So this is silk decorative stitching with embroidery as well as metallic threads and to cotton. So all these different layers fed beautifully because the machine also has an automatic fabric sensor on it. So this machine will let you know, will detect the thickness of your fabric and it'll set itself. Well, let's go ahead and edit this stitch. I'm going to tap OK, and I'm going to scroll up to where I need to go in the pattern. So it's going to walk through the pattern. You see how it's walking? And I'm going to get it to the point where I don't want that stitch. So I'm going to hit point delete. When I tap point delete, ta-da, it's gone. Let's test this and see. I now have my little house, my little antenna's gone, and I have edited one of the built-in stitches, guys. That's amazing to be able to do on a machine at this level. That is simply just unbelievable that I can change the stitches just that simply. Well, I'm going to add something to it because I think I want to have a little garage next to my house. So we're going to step back down through the pattern and we'll make it come over one. And we'll add a little garage. So we'll go set and we'll come back up and we'll set and we'll come over. And then if you wanted a 2-car garage or a 1-car garage, it's up to you. I'm going to do it quick, fast, and simple. And we'll come back straight down and set. And then we'll move it over so that it can connect. And we'll have a little subdivision, right? Because we'll make a whole entire little town. So look at my little house now with the little garages in between them. How cute is this? You could even put your signature there, guys. And now this is in your sewing mode. This is not embroidery. I'm strictly talking about sewing. So what a great thing to put a decorative stitch on your border, on your cuff, on a sleeve, a collar, maybe in ribbon, something smaller that you don't necessarily need a hoop for. It is so fantastic. Now, I love this stitch and I want to save it, so I'm going to put it in my machine's memory. That way I can simply recall it, and it is now a built-in stitch in my machine. I think that that's just fantastic and amazing and unbelievable at this price point, guys. This is really fantastic. Well, I'm going to simply go back to my stitches. And it asks me again, where do I want to go? Because you do have 5 different built-in fonts on this machine. These are sewing fonts. So these, again, right now, through this pandemic and everything that's been going on, a lot of us have relatives or, parents or somebody that may have been in a nursing home or something, or even when you go to the hospital. Now, everything should be labeled. You don't want stuff to get lost. So these alphabets are the perfect size in order for you to put into that piece of ribbon so that you can do your label everything easily, quickly, fast, and let it just sew through the entire ribbon, the whole name. And so here we go. I'll put in my name and I'll scroll over to get the next one. And we'll come back. And this is how fast this is, guys. I'm telling you, it doesn't get any easier than this. Right now, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to sew. I can go in and see what it's going to look like. So it shows me. These are little jump stitches that I could trim. If the color's hard for you to see, you can change your color screen monitor to make the threads appear easy. You have a zoom so that you can see, oh, maybe I want to add a little more space in between these. It's just so amazing of what you can do. There are numbers, and then there are also special characters. So if you needed any of the special characters, they're built in on this machine as well. You have auto trim, auto locking, as well as pivot function. So these things are right there at your fingertips for you to change. You also have the ability to change your basic settings. So right now, with this particular stitch, it says, oh, your tension's at 3.6. So if I'm noticing that I'm using a specialty thread like the metallics, I might need to change my tension, but that's how simple it is, because the tension, again, is built in on the machine through your screen. Well, let's go back to our home screen. And what we're going to do now is I want to share with you guys how smooth, how quiet, how beautiful this machine sews. So I'm going to take a piece of, this is some silk dupioni I have, and I have a piece of stabilizer behind it. Anytime you sew decorative stitches, you want to always stabilize. You should always stabilize. So let's go ahead and get our machine set up. And I'm going to switch my camera really quick so you can see where I'm sewing at. So right now, this is the machine set up for the sewing mode. And I'm going to simply thread. Threading on the machine is so quick and fast and easy. Anyone who is familiar with Brother machines, you'll know that's one of the things we pride ourselves on, is the fact that our machines are so simple. So right now, I have my thread. This is just a cotton sewing thread. And I need to thread the needle, and ta-da, that's how fast it is. The needle's threaded, guys. That is when we talk about getting your needle threaded fast, that's how you do it. Oh my goodness, is that amazing? Well, let's go ahead and let's set ourselves up to do a satin stitch. So we're going to go to stitch number 10, and that's 1-10 in the zigzag. I do want it to cut and trim when I use my auto lock, so I'm going to turn those on. And I am going to change my tension because I'm going on a lighter weight fabric and I want the stitching to lock in. I also need to adjust my width. This width I want to be at a 3.0, and the length I need to be all the way down. So we're going to adjust it to a 0.4 so that it will sew right where we need it to go. I'm going to switch my presser foot because I am using the open toe foot. This is your J foot, the standard, and this little dot, that little black knob right back there, that little black knob is a leveling foot. So, you know, when you come to that hump in jeans or something like that, as it's sewing and that foot tips up, you want to lock that. And when you lock it, it'll make the foot go back level and sew perfectly over any of those kinds of seams. Well, I'm going to open my accessory tray so that I can show you some of the fabulous accessories. This machine, of course, is a free arm. So there's your free arm workspace. And look at all of these feet that come with this machine. Oh my goodness, everything is so nice, organized, laid out, just easy access. Everything's just ready for you to go and to sew with and make it quick, fast, and easy. So we're going to go ahead and switch our presser foot, and I'm going to just drop this on. Now, one of the things I love about this machine also is that this machine comes with the open toe foot standard. Don't have to purchase it. It comes as a standard foot. Of course, our feet snap on and off. 98%, I would say, of them are a snap on and off foot. And so there's my presser foot, and I'm going to line it up so that it's in line. Check it and make sure it's in the perfect place. Now, when you're doing your presser foot, you want to make sure to lock your screen so that you don't accidentally touch anything. So over here, we're going to tap our lock. So whenever you change the needle, you change your presser foot, this will keep you from accidentally doing something while you're changing. So now that my foot is changed and I have it set over here, I'm going to put my accessory tray back on. I don't need the free arm right now. And this machine has the ability to use your start, stop. Oh, we have to unlock it. The start, stop button, or you can use your foot control. I'm going to let my presser foot down, and I am going to use the start, stop button for this. So right now my settings are all set, and I'm ready to go. My light is turned green, and I'm going to set this at full speed. This machine will go 850 stitches per minute, guys. It's very fast. Look at how smooth and how quiet it is. It's so quiet. Look at that gorgeous stitch coming out from the rear. Now I'm going to simply go ahead and let this stop. And when I do, we will use our auto lock button. And so I'm going to use that one so that it's going to take some stitches and it's going to lock them for me. And it's going to cut the threads. Oh my goodness, it raised a foot. I'm ready to simply move on. And I want you to see how pretty that stitch. Now I use tone on tone because I like tone on tone. I know that might not show up good for you guys, but I'm trying to make something really pretty because this is kind of what we're doing. This is how you can create your own ribbon. So do you notice how that looks like ribbon woven inside of the little overlapping stitch? Well, it's actually thread. So you can make ribbon out of any color because thread comes in every color. And you know what? Ribbons don't. So it's really easy to create gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. And you'll see the little bling. Of course, the crystals are on here from my scan and cut. So if you have questions about that, well, you can always call the store or look on the Sewing Machines Plus website and they'll tell you about adding the bling to things because you can use your scan and cut, which is a separate machine to work with this. But notice how that looks like a piece of ribbon that's couched over, guys. Isn't that fantastic? And all of these are simply rows and rows and rows of decorative stitches. So that is something so fun you could do with a machine like this because you have so many capabilities. Now, my friend Carol designed this and I sewed it, but look at this, guys. Look at how you can make lace. Oh my goodness. This machine can make lace because now, this is just a lace insertion inside of a denim shirt. So this is a purchased shirt that we've zhuzhed up, if you will, to give it some kind of nice texture and to make it a little fancier. But look at how pretty that looks with all of the gorgeous decorative stitches because, again, you have over 290 built-in stitches. Well, right now, I'm going to switch my thread out because I need to use some metallic thread. Yes, metallic thread. I know you guys are like, oh my God, metallic threads are such a nightmare. And no. Metallic threads are not a nightmare. I'm going to give you a couple little tips and I'm going to find my metallic thread, which is falling on the floor. And we're going to thread our machine and I'm just going to thread the machine as normal. So I'm simply threading my machine as normal. I'll zoom out a little so you guys can see that I'm simply threading this as normal. And I think, there we go. There we go. So there I have my thread and I'm simply following the regular thread path. I am not doing anything special. Now, the machine, I just broke the thread, of course. If you have thread that you are, if you have thread and you're going to use your needle threader and it doesn't like to thread it with it, the tip is to not use the cutter. So you don't want to use your cutter and this is the cutter. So when I'm pulling the thread and I'm going to go cut, it's going to come under and over and it's going to cut. So now it's cut. Now, if this does not like to thread that way, let's see, we'll get it hooked. Then the tip is not to cut. And see, look, perfect cut, perfect thread. So there's my machine is nice and threaded. Now we're ready to go on to our next step. So we want our ribbon to look like it's couched down. So we're going to go choose a different stitch. So we'll tell it okay, and we'll go choose our stitch. We're going to go into our other categories and choose one of our overlapping stitches that gives it a ladder. I call it Jacob's ladder. So we're going to sew Jacob's ladder. Now remember, we had changed some things, so we have to make the stitches match. Because I'm stitching down to 2.6 on this one, and the width needs to match the width of the satin. That was a 3.0. So we'll let that width be the same. And then the length I'm going to bump up because I don't need it as tight. So right now, there's my stitch. I'm going to tell it okay. Now, when I'm in this menu, I've made these changes. If I want the machine to simply go back to its default setting, let me just change cameras. So if I want the machine to go back to its default settings, all I have to do is tap this button and it will reset the machine back. Now, if this is a particular stitch that you love and you want to use it, but you don't know where that little post-it is that you've written all these things down on, you could save an image of this screen onto a USB. So you put your USB in your machine, it would copy this and save it. And then once it's saved, then you could then pull it back up very simply and very easily. So we're going to take our length back up to 4, and we're going to take our tension back down to 2.6 because we hit the auto adjust back to default and tap OK. And so now we'll tap our scissors button. We're going to do that because we're going to sew. And we're going to go back to our presser over where our foot is. Now you'll want to line this up so that it's exactly in the same position. And this open toe foot has markings on it. So we're going to zoom in so you guys can see. And this one has all of the, let's see. Here's a camera. There we go. So it has these red markings. So you guys see the markings? Those markings are alignment tools. So they're going to help you to keep everything lined up nice and neat. So I'm going to simply go ahead, slow my machine down a little bit because this is one of the times you want it to be exact. You could use your foot control if you wanted to. I'm going to simply let mine sew right over the top of that satin stitch. So I'm simply letting it feed straight. And I'm going to pause for a second. Now notice when I pause, my presser foot raised so that if I needed to turn or pivot, I could. But also I am able to go ahead and adjust my fabric if necessary. I'm going to maybe move the camera so you guys can see that a little different. A little better. There we go. And so now I'm just going to hit start again. It lowers the presser foot automatically. I didn't have to do anything. And do you hear? Oh, it's so quiet. Look at how smooth it is. Look at how fast this machine is sewing your metallic thread. This is Brother Metallic Red, and I am using it as just regular. I'm not doing anything special, guys. I didn't do anything to make this work. So it locked the stitches, cut the thread. Look at how gorgeous this is. It's stitched right over my satin stitch so that now it looks like there's a piece of ribbon floating inside of there. But the metallic thread, when I tell you this machine handles metallic thread like a dream, it will even do it beautifully when you're doing free motion. Because yes, so some of us are quilters, right? Some of you guys like to quilt. So we're going to simply change and go to doing some quilting real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and change. I have my presser foot and all the feet again stored in my accessory tray. This is a standard foot. You do not have to purchase this. This is your open toe free motion foot. Now, this is one of the few feet that does screw on and off. So we'll go ahead and just loosen our holder. And I'm just taking the screw, the presser foot adapter that's holding my feet on and off. I'm loosening that screw. And then I will pop that out of the way and we'll put on our new foot. Now, they carry these in the stores and at Sewing Machines Plus, all their locations, and it is a wonderful tool. And I'm going to tell you guys to make sure to order one. And that is it's a special sheet that covers the bed of your machine when you're doing free motion so that everything glides beautifully. Now, when I say free motion, you don't get scared. Don't be terrorized. It doesn't have to be a scary thing. It can be fun. It could be easy. And you could just simply have a great time with it. So I want to show you a couple samples really quick of what that looks like. So let's get our foot nice and tight on there. You want to make sure your foot is nice and tight because this can jiggle off. So you don't want to do that when you're doing free motion. You need to make sure that it's on securely. So I have my little, that's here's my little screwdriver is attached to that little guy. So I'm gonna undo it. Now, this piece that matches your tape, the little towel, This is all free motion. So here I've cut out just fabric and I made it into the flower shape, but this is raw edge free motion. And then I've taken another batik to kind of match with that. And then I just simply stitched free motion to create this lovely little leaf pattern on my pillow top. So I have first pieced it. So I did all the piecing, and then this is silk with cottons. I like working with silk with cottons, but then all of the free motion in the metallic thread, guys, it comes out beautiful. And of course, to add a little something, you put a lovely trim on it. That way it makes it look really special. Okay, so that's just a pillow cover. So I'm going to again tell you guys to make sure to call the store and ask them about the little special cover so that you can glide easily when you are doing free motion. And so they make these per machine, and it really makes this fast and easy. And we are going to take some fabric. Now I have fabric with batting. This has got my fabric and batting. This is just a piece. And I'm just going to tell my machine that I want to do that. So we're going to go on our machine and go back to our screen. We need to go back to our regular utility stitch. And we're going to be center needle. And we're going to tell it that we're doing free motion. So in order to do so, you simply click on your more options icon. And then it says free motion. It even has a picture of the hoop with a little loop-de-loop. Your imaging capabilities. You have go back to the beginning of a stitch and a continuous stitch. So if you wanted to do just like a little dot, 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 dot of a stitch, you could tell the machine to only sew one and it would start and stop and lock the stitch accordingly. Well, right now I'm set up for free motion. Anytime an icon is active, when it becomes blue, it tells me to put on that particular foot. So I have my foot on. Now, this is a time when you can use your foot control or not. I have a tendency not to. But what I will tell you that I do use is hidden right now. I'm going to pull it out so you can see it. This machine also comes with a knee lift. Oh my God, I can raise and lower my foot with my knee. I cannot sew without it. I have to have that knee lift. And that's what I'm pushing now is my knee lift. And that's what's making the presser foot go up and down. So that's what you use to control it. So right now, and I'm sitting at an angle so that you guys can see and I don't block the camera, I have everything lined up. So I'm going to go ahead and start my machine. We're going to do this on probably the speed setting that you want for your machine, which is on the front. That should match your movement. So whatever your movement is, that's what your speed should be set at. And that gives you what's similar to like a stitch regulation because you're moving your fabric at the same pace that the machine is stitching. So I'm going to start over here in this corner. We need to bring our bobbin thread up. So we'll put that under our foot. And I'm going to use my needle up, needle down. I'm going to zoom out a little so you zoom in. Let's zoom out. There we go. So come up a little. Can I come up? There we go. So I'm going to take one stitch and you're going to hold your bobbin thread. So I'm holding that thread and we tap that. And now when we tap it again, it's going to let us pull up our bobbin tail. So you want those two threads separate. I know that's kind of, see those two threads? They're separate. So now I'm going to take some stitches to lock that in. So we'll make sure that's under our foot, back to the back, and we'll zoom back in so you guys can see because now we're not going to really tap anything else with the sewing other than our actual sewing. So now we'll take a couple stitches and let it lock and make sure your foot's down because that green button should be on and we'll hit start. And let it lock. See how slow it goes at first. And then you can cut your tails and get them out of the way. So we'll go ahead, trim our tails. But now we're going to go ahead. And so my speed is matching my movement so that my stitches come out nice and even. And I'm simply gliding my fabric along. I'm making this pattern up in my mind. You know, everybody has a pattern that they love. So this little flowery pattern, leafy pattern that I'm doing is so easy. And you know, I'm going to come back and I'm going to end that right there on that same point down at the bottom. So we'll hit the reinforce lock so it locks it for me. Cut my threads and ta-da, there's your little floral pattern, little leafy florally pattern in metallic thread, no breakage, no problems, no issues. It just stitches easy, fast, and wonderful, guys. I absolutely tell you, I love this machine. It is my next favorite machine to my top of the line machine. This machine is the end all be all machine. I tell you, it's just fantastic. Now, if I have a couple more minutes, I'm going to show you one more thing. Let's see. I know I'm running a little over because we got started late, but the one other thing I want to show you, and this is related to kind of my quilters. Now, we were doing free motion with a satin stitch. I'm sorry, a straight stitch. But behind my machine, you guys probably peeped the piece that I'm working on currently, and I'll grab it. And while I'm grabbing it, I want you guys to also note that there are tons of accessories for this machine. And you can, a lot of them come standard in there, and some are optional. You have a fantastic instruction manual as well as a quick reference guide. But built in on the machine is also your help. So anytime you need help, you'll tap the question mark with the machine and it says, what do you need help with? And if you're like, oh, I forgot which way the bobbin goes in, well, it tells me page 1 of 9, and all I do is play the screen and it shows me step by step what to do. I don't even have to think about it. I don't have to look for the manual. It's built in. You've got some of the information for the common things that you'll be doing are built in on the machine to play and show you. It cannot get any easier, guys. It really can't. So that's really cool and clever. I just love that that's built in for you. So, you know, if you want to exit, you'll return back to our main screen. I'm going to turn my free motion off because the next thing I want to show you is a different technique. Here's this beautiful panel I'm working on. And I'll see if I can zoom out so you guys can see it better. I'm going to cover up the machine real quick and get out of the way. And let's go back to this camera. And you notice my metallic threads. Oh my God. This is free motion satin stitching. So I'm going along and outlining all of these things that are printed on this panel. And I'll zoom it out so you guys can see it better. But it's these lovely cranes that I'm working on. And I have one of these already done in a purple. But look, it's so fast and easy. And this is a great way for you to get comfortable with free motion, is get something printed because it's a coloring book. You just follow the lines. So all I did was follow the lines. And instead of using a straight stitch for the free motion, I turned the zigzag on. And that's what gives it that heavier texture to make it create that beautiful effect. So I'm working on this piece now. I'll have to come back to you guys when it gets finished so you can see. Well, right now I'm going to make some changes really quick just to show you one last thing that's so cool on this machine that you can do, because not all machines can do this. You have to have a machine that has at least 7 millimeter stitch width. We're going to change our foot and our needle out real quick. While I'm doing that, I'm going to let Blaine come on and tell you some really cool things that makes this even a more perfect addition to your family. I'll get myself set up and I'll do one last stitch. I don't want to go without doing this last stitch, Blaine. And then I'll go.
I don't want you to go, Lewis. Yeah, we don't want you to go yet. I want to show that machine. So, guys, this machine, you know, we talked a little bit about it earlier. This is one of my favorite machines. And, you know, again, I want to emphasize to everybody, this machine is one of those that you can only buy at an actual brother dealer retail store. So if you're here in Southern California, you know, stop by one of our 2 locations. We have 2 superstores, one in San Diego, one in San Marcos, and they can show you this machine and show you all about it. But also, if you just want to know where you can buy it at locally to you, call our 1-800 number. It's 800-401-8151. Our sales agents are standing by, and they can tell you also. They can tell you where you can buy it and the price and all that. So anyway, make sure you give them a call today if you're interested in this machine. I'm telling you, I love this machine, and like I told you, I bought one of these for my wife for Valentine's Day, and just bought that for her. And she started, got it out of the box yesterday and started using it yesterday for the first time. And she has never sewn in her life on us. I mean, I think she did in home ec, but she has never sewn. Like really doesn't know much about it, and so she was able to follow, the directions on it. The threading is right on the machine. It tells you how to thread it, tells you how to wind a bobbin. It has a help menu on the screen itself, which is extremely easy. And if this is a combination machine, I know Lewis is only talking about the sewing part of it and the free motion part of it, but it also has an embroidery unit that comes with it, and it's in an embroidery machine with Disney. And it has built-in embroidery designs. It has built-in Disney designs. And so a little later this afternoon, we're actually going to talk a little bit about the embroidery side, and Jerry Granata is going to be on here, and he's going to talk all about how this thing will embroidery. So y'all need to stay tuned this afternoon and see that part of it. But this is one of, Lewis said it was his favorite machine besides his Luminaire. And Lewis, I think I've got to agree with you. This is, I got to use this machine back, one of the conventions at Brother Convention one time. And to me, I found it extremely easy to use. And, for the price, this thing is probably the best machine on the market, for the price point. You can step up and most naturally get a little bit more, higher end machine. But this machine pretty much does, so far as stitches and things, everything the higher end machines do, correct?
Yes, and that's what's so impressive about this is that this machine has all of which is why I love it, is because it has the features and the functions of a, $20,000 top of the line machine. It's just really so impressive and so simple. Now, you guys, I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying to block it because, yes, I am threading my needle manually, because this is the one time you do have to thread your needles manual. And that's on any machine. No machine in the marketplace has a needle threader that will thread for this next technique I'm going to share with you guys. But so I did thread it manual. That's what that was. But I have to show you. Oh my God. So can I come back and share with them, Blaine, a little something?
You sure can. It's all yours.
Well, I want to share with you guys how to create gorgeous, gorgeous, unbelievable drop dead texture. Is that not just the most stunning thing you've ever seen? This is quilting. Again, my very dear friend Jenny Haskins taught me this years ago. This is a little sampler piece that I've been working on that I'm getting ready to do. And it's done with a twin needle. So I have my open toe foot on, I have my twin needle, and I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys what I'm going to sew, how I got my stitch and setting. So we'll go ahead and I will get out of this screen and bring you back over here. So we're going to be in our menu and we're going to go to category 2. I'm using my arrow keys until I get to my serpentine stitch. And now on my serpentine stitch, I'm going to make some adjustments. So I'm going to take the stitch width all the way down to 3.5. The length is okay, but you also are going to, again, change your tension. So I'm going down to a 3.0. Now, this is one of the times when you don't want to use your automatic thread cutter or the locking, and that's simply because these needles that we're going to use, and this is what I was telling you guys, is that this is using a special twin needle, which is 6 millimeters wide. Not all machines can do that. That's what's so impressive. That's how you get this gorgeous texture. Oh my goodness. So let's go ahead and stitch a row. I'm going to stitch this on a 45-degree angle at a bias. And this time you might want to use your foot control because you are tricking your machine. You're telling your machine to do something it's not necessarily designed to do. So a thread can break and you want to stop immediately. Now it's going to create a puff inside of this foot. You want that puff. That's what gives it the texture. So let it create that. So as you can see, it's going along and it's doing the little serpentine stitch. And this one is a little tight, so this is my test piece. We're going to make it so that our pivot is off. We don't want the needle in our down. You'll go ahead and use your knee lift. So I'm using my knee lift to raise and lower. I love having a knee lift because once you start sewing with it, you can't stop. Look at how pretty my texture is. Can you guys see how beautiful that texture is? Oh my goodness. And it does it all automatically simply because I'm using the open toe foot. It has to be a 6mm wide twin needle. And again, we've made some changes to the stitch, but let's add our second row in here so you guys can just see. Now let my foot back down simply with my knee lift. And I'm lining my first row up with the edge of my plate. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed on the plate, do you see that grid? Those are all lined markings, both horizontally and vertically, so that you can line up exactly where you need to be. 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 5/8 inch. All of those markings are on here to line you up, to guide you when you're going to sew. So we'll go ahead, get ourselves adjusted, and let's sew again. And let's just go ahead and go along. Listen how smooth this is, guys. It's so smooth. I love this machine. I'm telling you, so far, like I said, I have several top-of-the-line machines that do everything. This, while those are over there embroidering or doing something, this is my sewing machine. This is the machine I use to sew because it has all of those features that you look for in a top-of-the-line machine. It has them here. Look at that texture. Is that stunning? And we can create a crosshatch, but quilting with a twin needle. That's something amazing, guys. And like I said, every machine can't do that. So that's what's really, really, really special about that. Well, I had to share that particular thing, the creating your own ribbon out of thread, the beautiful decorative stitches, my custom stitch, so that when we talk about all of the fantastic features, and I'll see if I can zoom back out to you guys real quick. And all of the cool things that you can do on this machine to create gorgeous works of art. Now this cushion again, and I'm looking at the camera upside down. There we go. This is all metallic thread. This is all raw edge, free motion, metallic thread. So here I've stitched all of this. Again, I pieced my background. So you do your 1/4 inch seam piecing. And then you just kind of cut out your shape. But these are not fussy cut. This is just trim. So see, I got a little thread there, and that's okay. That's from the edge of the fabric because it's raw edge. It'll just peel away. But all of this stitching is with metallic thread. Look at how this machine handles metallic thread. It does a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous job. That's all thread. Anywhere you see that sparkle, that's a thread. Well, of course, besides the beautiful trim, because, adding a little trim gives it a little oomph. And when we went and talked about that twin needle, talked about the ribbon stitch that we did with the decorative stitches, again, look at that. Is that stunning? That looks like ribbon. That is simply a satin stitch. And then we couched over it with that metallic thread to create that and combined it with a twin needle piece to create a stunning piece. This machine has over 290 stitches, guys. There's not a stitch here that you couldn't need for all of your everyday sewing. You've got a beautiful widescreen to help guide you so you can see and access things easy. Your onboard help. You even have all these adjustments that you can make and control in the machine and tell it, do you want the fabric sensor on or not? Do you want to adjust the fabric height? What speed should it be sewing or embroidering? You're in complete control of the machine. And that's what's so phenomenal, is that it gives you so many controls at this price point. You normally do not see this until you go higher in the line on something. So we'll zoom back in. Yes, go in. Sorry, I know I'm covering the screen. I'm trying to zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing. And there you have your wonderful stitch pattern. Now, as Blaine said, this is a sewing, embroidery, and quilting machine. It does more than just what I'm showing you so far as on the sewing side. It does it in embroidery, and you can quilt in the hoop on this machine. So if you're thinking about a new machine, guys, this is the machine that you want. Right,
Lewis,
Blaine?
you are 100% right. That is a awesome, awesome machine. And Lewis, great job, man. I know that everybody, that gets everybody excited just seeing the capabilities. And I know you only scratched the surface of what that machine shows. But hey, again, we're sorry you had technical difficulties getting on, but we're proud you made it on. I know everybody was looking forward to seeing you. And thanks so much. And again, maybe we can have you on again another time, and we can go in a little bit more depth on these machines and show them a little bit more stuff.
Well, I would love that, and I'm trying to zoom the camera back out again. Here we go with this technical stuff. So I'm trying to just get myself zoomed in or out so you guys can see me, so I can simply say, and I'll come down to the camera, which I'm almost tipping over.
There you
So
go.
I just want to say bye to you guys. See, this is why we need camera people.
I'm telling you.
Thanks for joining us. And I hope that this was exciting. I hope that you guys love this machine as much as I do. It is my favorite sewing and embroidery machine when I need my, like I said, my top of the line is over on the side going. This is the machine that I use.
Well, hey,
Thank
Lewis,
you much,
I
guys.
totally agree with you 100%. And thanks for coming on today. And guys, coming up next, we have got, Heather Banks coming right back. And we're going to talk about the SDX 230DX and the 230D scan and cut. And we talked a little bit, Heather, if you're just joining in, Heather talked about the SDX 225F, the 225F earlier, and showed us how you can cut fabric and all those things. Now she's going to come in and she's going to actually talk about the 230D and the 230DX, which has Disney. So Heather, are you excited and ready to talk and share everything about this scan and cut?
I am so excited, Blaine. Yes, to be back. Thank you. So now, like you said, we're going to go switch gears and we're going to go towards Disney. And we're going to be talking about, you actually have two of the machines. So we have the 230D and the 230DX. And there are some slight differences between the two, but they are both equally fabulous. You cannot go wrong if you purchase either one. I truly believe that. I've used and have had both of them. The DX is our newest model. So there are a few new things thrown into the mix with the DX. And I'd love to take a chance to just give you an explanation of how they're different. What is the D? What is the DX? And what do they both do? What are you going to get no matter what? And of course, the whole D part stands for Disney. And I'm going to show you some things you can do with that. So let me switch over to my machine and start off with one of the really amazing features that come with this machine. There's no added or extra purchase to get the roll feeder. And we talk about the roll feeder all the time with the Disney machine. And this is included in the box. I have put in a roll of vinyl. Now this is adhesive vinyl, and you can see here, it's a 6-foot roll. So you can actually cut things up to 6 feet long with the roll feeder. And whether you get the D or the DX, you are definitely going to be able to use the roll feeder. Just as a reminder, if you have the 225F, you can still purchase the roll feeder and it will work just fine. So if that's something you're interested in, there is that option. So I wanted to make sure you saw it, that you saw that it was set up and that it is a separate piece. And I'm just going to pull it off so you can see that you actually get a box that includes these 3 pieces. And I'm going to take it off so that you can see very basically how that would work. This is just the roll of vinyl, and this lifts off the end of the machine. So if that's something you've seen or had and it seemed totally foreign, that's all it is. This, of course, is the Disney 230D DX. I say both because they look identical. So don't be confused if you're wondering which one you have. You can see here that mine says D, but they will both look exactly the same. I have a little note sitting up there, and that's going to be something I wanted to let you know about. But thank you, Sharon. The roll feeder is really awesome. And before we leave, I'll show you something that I made with it. But now you can see we've switched from the blue cover to the white cover, and we're talking Disney. What do you get with it? Okay, good question. Because we have two machines we're talking about, I don't want to confuse anyone, but there are a few differences. Because with the D, you're going to get something a little different. Now, what you can see here is that I have two mats. I have the low tack mat and I have the standard mat. If you were with me a little while ago, I had the fabric mat out. Okay, this is a difference. If you get the 230D, the fabric mat does not come with it. You can buy it separately though. That's no problem. I know Blaine has them, and you can just add it to them and you would then have three. One of the improvements was when Brother came out with the DX, they added in the fabric mat. So if you get the DX, you are going to get all three mats: the standard, the fabric, and the low tack. And their low tack was not in the 225F. So consider whether you'd like to have the fabric mat come with it or whether you'd like it to be separate. If you get the 230D, it comes with this amazing, and I really mean it, this really amazing toolkit. And this comes with the 230D. So although you didn't get the fabric mat, you get all of these amazing tools. And let me just tell you, I use the weeding tool to take vinyl off all the time. So this, in my opinion, is worth it in itself. But you have all these tools right here. And these come exclusively with the 230D. If you decide to go with the DX, you're going to get something else pretty cool. You're going to get the Disney Vinyl Blade Kit. And that comes with, it comes with 55 designs. 21 of them are our everyday collection, and 34 of them are extra Disney that no one but you have. And what comes else with it? The vinyl blade. So this is Brother's newest blade, and this blade has been specially designed to cut intricate vinyl shapes. So if you love to cut vinyl, it doesn't matter if it's adhesive or if it's heat transfer, then you will love the vinyl blade. If you buy the D and it doesn't come with this kit, don't worry, just buy it separately. It's not a problem. So you will not be shorted, and you can definitely still get this kit even if you get the D. It would just be separate. Okay, what can you do with this machine? Oh my gosh. Okay, I have to show you some things so that you're excited. You can cut large designs. This is glitter heat transfer design that is built into the machine. Here you can see that this again is another design built into the machine. And this time I cut it in fabric using the fabric mat and the fabric blade, and it's built into the machine. I just extended it along the bottom. Regardless of whether you get which machine, you will get a trial rhinestone kit with rhinestone designs like this. So you get the chance to try out rhinestones, plus you'll see them in the machine. You can see here that I used some heat transfer vinyl to create some really cute designs, and I was just trying out different ones. All of these are built into the machine, as are these Disney designs and the shape. I didn't have to buy anything, and as we mentioned with the 225F, this is all independent of a computer. These are a part of the over 1,400 designs and 150 Disney designs that are built into the machine. Here is Minnie's bow, and I love this. Again, heat transfer glitter vinyl. This font is one of the 17 fonts that are built into the machine. So you could create this entire thing on a pre-purchased bib just using some heat transfer vinyl. And again, I use some more glitter and what is built into your machine, which is really exciting. Now, part of those special collections that I just mentioned are part of the vinyl blade collection that you get. This is one of them, and I love this one. This has been placed on a glass cutting board. Do you see the intricacy of the design? This is all part of the special new vinyl blade that comes in that kit. And this was just so much fun. So think about all the gifts you could make, even if you just put them on a cutting board. Here is another Disney design that is that is part of that special Disney vinyl blade collection. And this is just adhesive vinyl in this design. And these are all in the machine. And this is another one that's part of the Disney kit. And I love these. They're so cute. A pre-purchased notebook with the glitter already there. All I did was add black adhesive vinyl. And I will show you just two more things. And that is because part of the vinyl kit that we talked about are just what we call the everyday collection. Here's one right here, just adhesive vinyl, cut and put on a chalkboard. And here's another one, which of course I love because I'm a beekeeper. And whether or not you were into Disney, there are so many choices of things to go to. All right, so we talked about what's in it. Let me show you the Disney designs that you can expect to see. Excuse me, I'm a little bit bumpy there. Built into your machine. Okay, I wanted to show you because the roll feeder, let me go back. So this is our home screen. And what you'll see in the Disney machine, if I go one page over and push roll feeder, I'm going to choose from the Disney designs that are built into the machine. There are 5 categories, and they have the cutest Disney designs that you can choose from already built in. Let's look at some of the other designs. So this is Peter Pan. Oops, let me keep going. There's Frozen, and these can be cut at up to 6 feet long and then put on a child's wall. Don't forget that there's Woody and Buzz Lightyear. And so these are exclusive to the Disney machine. You wouldn't be able to find these in the 225F. And additionally, you'll see there's a Disney category now. So if we push Disney and we scroll through so many different designs that are available to you from the Disney side, these can be cut in fabric, paper, vinyl, cork. I mean, there's just so many. So let me go back, and I was going to show you one. I'd love to show you how we cut vinyl. So let me choose the Cinderella shoe. And again, you can size the Disney designs. If you're familiar with our embroidery designs, you're not able to do that. But with our scan and cut designs, you can size them. And that's one of the really great features we have. Now, you may notice that next to my machine, I have put a Post-it note. And that is one of my favorite ways to remind myself what I'm doing before I begin cutting vinyl. So one of the really great features of the DX is that it has a half cut option. So if you're used to cutting vinyl, you know that you don't want to cut through both layers. Let me pull this back and show you what I mean. So right here, you can see, if I come down, that I have 2 pieces of vinyl. One is heat transfer, and one is adhesive. So the adhesive has a paper back and the heat transfer has an iron-on type. They're both cut slightly different, but they can both be cut equally well using the vinyl blade. Now, if you do not have a vinyl blade, like I said, you can absolutely buy this kit separately. And it will, as we mentioned with the 225F, these blades automatically detect the thickness of your fabric, or excuse me, your fabric, your vinyl, anything like that. But we still have the option to change pressure on the cutting as we want. Now I will, let's see, before we continue, I wanted to ask, Blaine, do you want to jump in with any of the specials, or should I go ahead and cut?
Hey, why don't you just go ahead and cut, Heather?
All right, you betcha. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and use my standard mat. I'm going to move the fabric aside, and I'm going to move the low tack aside. So when you're cutting when you're cutting vinyl, your standard mat is usually, it's always your go-to for your heat transfer. If you are cutting adhesive vinyl, it has a paper backing. So you're going to want to either cut this on your, if your mat's brand new, go with the low tack mat because it won't rip away your paper. Let's start with, this is a very sticky new standard mat. I am putting this right side down. This is my shiny good side. So I'm going to place my heat transfer vinyl face down, and I'm looking at the wrong side of it. And I'm just going to make sure that's on there, which it is. And then I'm going to load it into my machine, and we are going to pay attention to my little note to myself about half cuts or mirror image. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to be using the vinyl blade. So you can see that I have that right there, the blue top. I'm going to put that into the machine. All right, I've brought up my Cinderella shoe. And I need to know if it's going to fit on my vinyl. I'd like it to take up as much space as possible on my vinyl. So I'm going to push the scan button. And we didn't do that last time. So this button right here allows me to scan my background. Push that and press start. And let's watch that happen. So you can see that the vinyl is moving in and out. So because the Scan and Cut has the scanning capability, we will be able to see this piece of this material on our screen and know exactly where to place our shoe. Okay, so I'm going to come up here, and you should probably be able to see that I have the shoe up here, and I'm going to drag it down over my heat transfer vinyl. Now, my two questions to myself are, do I need to turn on the half cut, and do I need to mirror this? And yes, I do. So because if I cut the shoe out this way, because I place my fabric right side down, it'll be backwards. So I'm going to say, okay. Now, actually, let's make it a little bit bigger. Go to Edit, Object Edit, make this a little bit larger. So now we can see that it's filling up our whole screen. And I'm going to go back to Edit and push, excuse me, I should have stayed there. Push the mirror image. Let me move my hand out of the way. So this is the mirror image button. So I'm going to choose mirror image, and it just changed to the different, so that it's the opposite direction. Say, okay, okay. Now what I want to do is tell it that we're going to cut. And I want to check to see if the half cut is on. It is, because I turned it on for a different purpose, but we simply go here to turn it on and off. And I have increased the pressure a little bit. This is a thick vinyl, and we're going to press start. All right, let's let the vinyl blade measure the mat and measure the depth of the material. Let me find my weeding tool. So many tools here. Here it is. So if you haven't heard the term weeding before, that is what we would want to do next. So I'm going to take my vinyl off the mat. Well, maybe. There we go. Okay. Now you can't really tell that it's been cut. It's not easy. But actually, because this, I should just be able to pull this away and demonstrate for you, if I do it gently, how this cut. And I will come here. And there you go. you can see that now when I turn it around, the shoe is facing the correct direction to be ironed onto the surface of what I'm doing. So in this case, I needed to mirror image and I needed to half cut so that I was able to leave the carrier sheet, which allows me to take this over and iron it directly onto whatever I'm making. So again, I think I had mentioned, and it looks like somebody is asking about half cut and less pressure. So half cut is what allows me to not cut all the way through my heat transfer vinyl and not cut through my carrier sheet, just what I'm going to be ironing on. And that pressure can be altered just a little bit more or less depending on how thick your material is. So I love this red too, Elaine. This is fun. And you can also put this on fabric. So you can definitely make this into a quilt block. You can put this on, obviously, clothing as well. So we have a lot of fun things you can do with the Disney. And let me go back here, and the half cut. So if you're like me, you might want to put, say, a tag or something on your machine to remind yourself, do I want a half cut? Do I want to mirror image? I have to tell you that little note has come in handy many a time, because if you're like me, you cut it backwards sometimes, or you cut straight through it because you didn't turn the half cut on. Brother has made it very easy to access those buttons. We just have to remember to access them. So that's what I have to do.
Hey, Heather, that was an awesome demonstration. I love that. And you made it look so easy.
It kind of is. It's not too hard. You just got to get the basics in it and you go for it.
So I love the way you explained the half cut too. So, just so everybody will understand that when you're cutting vinyl, if you don't use the half cut, it'll actually cut through the paper backing, and then you can't weed what you're trying to get off. So it makes it hard. So the way you did it, with the half cut, it just cuts through the vinyl and doesn't cut through the paper backing. So great demonstration.
Absolutely, yes. So like I said, that was one of the improvements Brothers made. And here's another one where we weeded it, but this was adhesive vinyl. So now I'm ready to peel off my design and put this design onto a cutting board, similar to the Disney one I showed you. So in this case, this was with a paper backed, unlike this one, which had the plastic. And I know those are a lot of little details, and you don't have to remember them. There are lots of videos and people who can help you understand how to do that. But we want you to know that the machine has the capability. Here's another example. This is adorable. It's built into the machine, a wedding ring ready to be ironed down. So lots of options with these machines. And of course, Disney makes this one very special. And I will show you really quick. Here's an example of one of the roll feeder designs. So the roll feeder that we started out with, and I showed you the designs that are built in. This one I had to make portable so I could take it with me when I show people, but you certainly could use them from cars to walls. I can see so many different rooms of my house being decorated with even just the everyday designs. Brothers made a lot of those very tasteful and beautiful. So many things you can do with this machine.
Man, there sure is. And you made it so easy. So Heather, thank you so much for coming on our show today and showing us all about the scan and cut. And man, we're going to have to do this again and make it a longer segment so you can do a lot more demonstrations on it.
I would love to do that. Please have me back, Blaine, and have a wonderful day. This is so fun.
You too. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, so we're going to bring Jane back in, and we're going to talk a little bit about the pricing. And Jane, these two machines, I thought Heather did an excellent job of explaining those two machines. One is the SDX 230D, and the other one is the STX 230DX. And everybody's always asking, what's the differences between these two machines? And I thought Heather did a great job, explaining the differences between it. But I've got to tell you the pricing right now. So $799 for the D model and $899 for the DX. And the DX has a few more Disney designs built in it as well. But we're also giving, if you call right now, while we still have quantities on hand, we are going to give a free gift, Jane. If you call in, you get a free gift. And I can't tell everybody what it is, but it'll have them rolling down the aisle. I'm telling you, it will.
with their new machine. So all you need to do is call 800-408-8151. Let's remember a recap here. The 230D pricing is $799. The 230DX is $899. You see the price right there with that machine. Heather did a magnificent job of explaining the difference. She said, start with the basics, start with the foundation, and build your way up from there. You'll learn, you'll grow. These machines are amazing. And Blaine, you got to call in to get your free gift. And what will it have you doing?
It's going to have you rolling down the aisles, Jane. Brother has, and I just want to explain people out there, Brother has a MAP program, which it's the minimum advertised price. And so when they have a price on something, you can't advertise it cheaper and you can't give free items and free gifts away. We can't advertise doing that. But if somebody calls in, we can, actually over the phone, we can tell them that we'll do other things. So we want you to call in today if you're interested in a scan and cut. And hey, the 225s are almost sold out already. So the 230Ds and the 230DXs, they're going quick. And so we only had limited quantities of all the scan and cuts for today's show. And they're going quick. And by the way, Kyle just gave me an update. The sewing machines that we showed earlier, you and I, the first ones.
Yeah.
We're selling a bunch of those too. So they're going very quickly as well. And I know that you and I are going to talk a little bit about some more machines a little later. We got a couple really nice machines as well that kind of complement the, one's it's just like the 3600, but it's kind of the entry level of that type of machine. And it's the 1900. And we're going to talk a little bit about that 1900 earlier. But hey, coming up next, I know you've got a great guest coming up next. It's going to have some really cool stuff to show us.
This has been such a great day. And I'll tell you what, if Lewis didn't sell me that machine, I don't know who did. Like, I am so all about the machine that Lewis was showing and Heather and everybody else. So let's
I got to tell you something funny real quick. I got a text message from my wife. She's watching the show from home. And she said, oh my gosh, I'm so happy with my machine because Lewis is so awesome. And she was so excited about seeing all the things that Lewis was doing on the machine I got her.
I'm going to go hang out with Lewis. That was fantastic. I mean, I'm like sitting here taking notes on all these things because they're just, these educators are so amazing with the demos. And by the way, Blaine, you're craftier than crafty, if you know what I mean, with all of your special deals and fun things when you want to call for the prize.
Well, you got to figure a way to do it. So I want to really have a great day today. I want our customers to get some great value. And, if they call us on these machines, they're going to get a really good value on these scan and cuts today. So, hey, but coming up next, we got a great, great machine and a great Brother ambassador. Who we got coming up?
I love her. Okay, our next guest bought her first embroidery machine in 1996, and she never looked back. Soon she became a training specialist for the Brother software programs. And so as a former teacher, she found a way to combine the best of two worlds, her love of software and her love of teaching, which I believe is the reason for her motto, knowing is sewing. I love that. Please welcome to the show, Brother Sew's national educator, Cindy Hogan. Hi, Cindy.
Hey, Jane. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Absolutely marvelous, with the exception of this lovely weather we have going on today.
Are you in Georgia?
I'm in Tennessee, and we are having us a nice little ice storm.
You're having an ice storm. We're having a snowstorm. I'm like shivering over here. But listen, what a great day to spend our time inside looking at all of these amazing machines.
As long as the power holds on, I'm with you on that.
Right, the power and the internet. That's what we all need today, right?
Exactly.
But you know what? Everybody can still call if they want to order something. So at least our phones will work. Well, Cindy, you're going to talk to us. I love this machine that you're going to show us. It's the Persona PRS 100.
It is a sweet little machine, Jane, especially if you're trying to do, you know how on our flatbed machines, you get in there and you're holding your mouth just right, or you're twisting up this way and down that way and trying to get everything in there, and you're like, you can't leave it. You've got to watch it. You've got to get your hand out, and you may stow your finger or two. It's not real fun. Been there, done that, got that t-shirt. Yep. So this one's a nice alternative. It gives you a bigger space. It gives you the free arm embroidery. It gives you the capability of doing hats without, once again, holding your mouth just right and listen to the machine just thump up and down and praying that it comes out right. And you've got it spread out. You know, it's just, It is a sweet little machine. It's
You're
got over 400
fabulous.
designs in it.
Yeah.
It's got built-in fonts in it. It's got editing on it. It's got frames on it. It's got decorative font designs on it. It's just a sweet little machine.
I love it. Can you show us a little bit more details on it?
I sure can. I'm going to bring you up on I'm going to change cameras here so you can see what we've got. And then I'm going to show you how to actually hoop a cap and put the cap driver on so that it takes that little mystery out. So built in, you just touch the screen just like every Brother machine. And I love that. You just touch it and it brings up what you're looking at. You touch a category, you touch the design, it shows you what colors you're going to do. Now this one is a single needle machine. It has 4 thread spool holders, but you still use it one needle at a time. So it is super simple to thread, just like every Brother machine. It has an automatic needle threader. And I can't go to a machine that doesn't have that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to bring a design on screen and you want to combine it with text, you just choose the design you want, touch set, and then choose that magic add button. When you touch add, you can select from any of the fonts that are built into the machine. As I said, there are 20 different ones built in. You have small fonts on the second page, and your regular size fonts are on the first page. Pick a font, and then just simply type in your text by touching the screen. So let's say we wanted to type in Lucky. You've got uppercase letters on the first screen. Touch the lowercase and you can finish your word. If you wanted it all caps, of course you could do all caps, but you know, CKY, if I can spell today. Now you'll notice I didn't adjust the size here. You could have, but I like to show you one other thing that you can do. So if you change your mind midstream, that's okay. You can still go back and change it. I've got my Lucky here. I'm going to touch size. It is completely resizable, and you can move it wherever you want to on your screen. You can touch OK. You can say array and arc it over the top of your text. If you touch the center button, it moves it to the center, and you can use your arrows to adjust it. And when you're ready to embroider, you just touch OK. Now, if you want to change your color here, you can, or you can just make up your mind when you're going. But let's say you wanted that to be green as well. There you go. Oh, I've got 2 C's in there. I'm really lucky today. So I'd have to go back and actually delete that text and redo it. But that's not a big deal, obviously. When you're ready to go, you touch embroidery and you're ready to go. Now, it knows I have my cap driver on here. So notice what it did. It rotated my design and put it in upside down so that I wouldn't accidentally make a mistake. Now, is that not awesome? It just, it totally takes over and does that for you. You do not have to think about it. It makes sure that you don't make the mistake. So without further ado, let me go over to our cap frame. Wrong one. There we go. And let's look and hoop a cap. I needed to actually get far away from you guys. Sorry about the adjustment there.
That's okay. We love all of this. It's live TV, so now we get to see it all happen. And the double C is just for extra luck. That's it.
Yeah, we're real lucky today.
An extra C for that extra Cindy.
Extra C for effort there. All right, so on my cap driver, I put a piece of stabilizer, and that's one of the first things that you want to do. This is actually 2 parts, and this allows you to set up your cap on it. We'll see if I can drop everything. And you simply put this on here, and then we're going to hoop our cap on top of it. Let's see here if I can get it on there right. There we go. My thumbs are my best friends. You take your piece of stabilizer, and there are little hooks on there, but I like to slide mine underneath there just simply because I find it easier to do that. Take your sweatband and move it out of the way, and then slide it up in here. Now, I usually put this down on top because there's a little red mark on the center of that, and then I snap that into place to where it's lined up with the center of my cap. Actually, I got to get this over first. I'm thinking of my other cap driver. I've got 2. Actually, I have 3. different ones that we can use. And the new one that we've got is pretty cool. So now I've got it in the center, and I've got my little hat band across the top, and we're going to take this and we're going to hook it down here and latch it. Easy for me to say today. There we go. Now, you want to make sure you're even on both sides before you snap this into place and that it's in your center, and I am, so I'm going to snap that into place. And I'm going to take my little clippies and clip them down on there. That helps you smooth your cap, so when you take it off and you put it on the driver, that you're good to go. Once you're done with that, there's these little 2 thumb spots and little hands. Just pop them. And you're ready to put it into the machine. So I'm going to flip over to a different camera angle, which is right there, so you can see me put this in the machine. This is my cap driver. So this is what tells the machine what hoop you've got on your machine. And this is my cap. This is the cap hoop driver. So you slide it in underneath that needle, you turn it and rotate it. And then just like you snapped it in, I snapped it into position on my little frame, I'm going to use my thumb and hold the back with my other fingers and snap it into place. And it's that easy to get on there. Do I have any questions over there, Jane?
I mean, I've got lots of everyone's dream machine. That was cool. Is that the regular or flat brim cap frame?
This is the regular one. The flat brim one, I have over here if you'd like me to pull that out and show you what it looks like.
Sure.
It's not set up for this machine.
That's okay. If it's handy, we can look at it.
It is handy and we can look at it. So let's see here. Let's go back to the big wide angle here. Okay, so this is the flat brim. And you'll notice it doesn't have that little guy that goes over the top of it. It has a little lock mechanism in the back that allows you to just slide it on and off. This is probably my new favorite toy in the whole wide world because it does make hooping a hat so much easier. You simply take your cap. I can almost do this in the air. You take your cap, you squeeze it, and you lay this down over the top, and there's a little notch in the center here. I said almost do this in the air, right? There's your little notch in the center, and it allows you to get closer to the brim than the other one does. Once you've got that in there, you take it and you slide it down in here. It is also on one of those little gidgets, guys. They're just 2 different gidgets. And if you don't know what a gidget is, that's that little driver thing that it's the staging area for your cap. I don't technically know what its name is.
But gidget is such a great alternative to
I thought so.
driver, I think. A question there is, how close can you get to the brim? So we see you're hooping that. Can you get the design?
I can get within 3 millimeters of the brim.
That's great.
Pretty much. I think that's the number. It may be 3 centimeters. It's not 3 centimeters. It may be a centimeter.
But it doesn't. You don't have to have that design too high up on the hat.
No, this allows you to get much closer than the previous one does.
Oh, okay.
And it is the same embroidery field as that one.
Very good. Okay.
It's just easier to use, easier to manipulate, and like I said, my cap's hooped, and I did this in the air.
You did it in the air with your eyes closed.
Well, not necessarily with my eyes closed, but I did do it in the air.
Oh, come on. Let's just say your eyes closed. This is people are just like continuing to want to see the demo because they just think they're just in awe of it, and so am I.
So, all right, so let's go back to seeing what's on the machine itself. I'm going to actually take off. Well, I'll leave that alone. It may not let me do anything else because I have a cap driver on. But let's see. Oh, you want to see what's on here? We have quilting designs built in. So if you are a quilter, there are quilting designs built into this machine. I would like to show you smaller items also. You have frame designs built in. And once again, you touch one, you touch set, you can add to it. If you want to do text, OLD. I'm cold today, so we'll put that in there. I'm going to go ahead and set that. We can size it. I love on-screen editing. Any machine that has on-screen editing makes life simpler. Because if you are not a computer person, this is a really much easier way to go. It also has our repeat border function. So if you wanted to do multiple items at one time, we could do that. So let's touch the home button here. Wrong one. And I hid my stylus on myself.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. All right. So let's see here. I want to build a pattern. So let's say we come in here and we want to have a hoop full of these crowns.
And Cindy, what I love about the touch screen there is that if you're familiar with the Brother touch screens on any of the other machines, it's all very similar. You know, it's all the functions and the, all of the, making it bigger or smaller, adding to it, and the home screen. It's all common. It's all the same.
Oh, yes. If you are used to having one of our other Brother machines, the transition to this is super simple. And truly, it is not a hard machine to use. You can shrink these. This is your build a border feature. And you can build an entire design right here on your screen just by doing the multiples.
Wow.
The other thing, let's go look at it a little bit closer so that they can understand what's different about this machine besides, having a little bit bigger space. It has that tubular frame as we were talking about. And what makes that special? So what makes this special is that things that are hard to hoop, like your bags, they just slide on. And in the next segment that I do, you'll see me play. There's an arm that actually goes on here. But you'll notice I didn't have to take that apart. I can just slide it on. It makes it much more simple. This has an 8x8 embroidery field. You change the bobbin out down here. One of the things I did forget to tell you, though, about your hats, when you do that, you do want to make sure there is one tip I can give you that is especially important. There's this little spacer guy, and it comes with a machine. You just snap it into place, and that keeps that hat from popping. Do I have any questions out there?
People are just loving this machine, which is fun. Someone said, how large is the quilting area?
8x8 is a single frame hoop. Now, the next section, I've got a little bit more thing to tell them about that expands that area a bit. But for your basic hoop is an 8x8 frame.
That's great. And I love the idea, like you said, we're not fighting with it to fit it in there, to pull it under, or even have to take something apart like your bag or your shirt. It just fits right in and then slides right in. So the ease of use is there as well.
It is hugely, it really does make your world, once you go to a tubular machine, it does make your world much, much easier to deal with those unmanageable items, the small onesies, the small children's teeny tiny shirt, the socks. This one comes with some very small frames that make doing socks and things like that easy. You can, there's just a world of things that this expands you to.
And then a lot of times too, with our flat embroidery machines, we think, well, how am I going to get this in there? And what am I going to do to make that happen? And then all of a sudden you go, oh, I need to have the tubular one to be able to get those under. Now that's a single needle.
This is a single needle. And if they would like to see it, what you do is just like a serger, you tie it off and you pull it through.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it looks intimidating. I say these things look like drill presses, but they're really not. And its footprint is actually less than my Luminaire. So you just take it and tie it off, and I'll do that. It actually has a thread cutter right here on the machine itself. Take that, take your thread, tie it to the next color. There we go. Well, you do have to remember which one you're doing. There you go. I want to go to the green. You just tie your little knot, pull it down through, and then I'm going to take you up close and personal. You touch this little button right here.
Oh.
And you can see you take it underneath that little guide, up around there, over the top, and then touch that button that you touched before, and you are threaded and ready to rock and roll.
Wow. That's so easy.
It is super simple, and it is pretty much a never fail auto threader unless you don't get your needle in appropriately. You know, operator error, I can't help, but I can show.
Yeah. Well, we learned. So somebody's asking, can you put something large in there like a blanket?
Yes, you certainly can.
Maybe they're thinking of like thicker or something.
Oh, yes, you certainly can. It could do a horse blanket because it's got much more space and torque than a regular flatbed machine.
I love that. Very good.
If I were doing something like that, I would either have the flat table on it or the tubular frame support that I'll be showing in the next segment.
Oh, Cindy, you have so much more to show us in the next segment. And I
do.
I think Blaine is going to hop on and we're going to talk through some of the pricing on this one. I know that there is a choice of some free gifts, so we'll let Blaine jump on and do the pricing on it. Is there anything else you want to walk us through before we do that?
No, there's nothing else I really want to walk you through, but I do want you to realize that this is a great machine to add as a secondary machine if you want to do hats. Instead of having to take away from your other machines, this is a super duper machine. Blaine calls it the hat maker. And hats, if you're thinking about doing it as a business, that's a huge profit margin.
I was just going to say that, Cindy. And we're talking all about the side hustle, and brother powers up your passion for a side hustle. And having this Persona PRS 100, this hat machine, as Blaine calls it, would it be a great addition to, what you already have if you are building that side hustle, if you're going to do that for a side hustle.
It truly, and it will make it much easier. So, I mean, it's all about time and what you want to accomplish. The less time you have to spend doing something, the more you can accomplish.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Blaine, how are you today?
I am awesome. So are you all snowed in?
I am iced in, yes. We have freezing rain, sleet, ice. We haven't gotten the snow yet.
Well, I know it's the ice. I'd a whole lot rather have the snow than I would the ice. Jane has got, 10 feet of snow at her place, and down in the, 10 degrees with 10 feet of snow. And it's some bad weather across the U.S. today. And we were just telling everybody this morning, what a better day just to stay in and watch the Brother Showcase all day.
It sure is. I can think of a lot. I truly, my walk with the dog this morning was quite the experience.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, you got to be careful on that ice because you could be, fall and get hurt pretty quick.
I did face plant it yesterday. So This has been going on for 2 days. We had freezing fog the last 2 days.
Oh my gosh. Well, y'all hit on a great point. I've always called this the premier hat machine in America. And hey, we are selling these machines. We are really selling a lot of these machines. And we've got, I think Kyle just gave me an update. We've got 8. Is that right, Kyle, or 6? We've got 6 left right now of these machines. And so if you want one, now's the time to get it. The price is $49.99 shipped right to your door. And we are also giving you a choice. You can either get a free stand, you can get the free cap equipment, or you can get the free motion kit. And so we're going to show you a little demonstration of the free motion kit today. Jerry Granada's going to, and then I know you're going to show us how you can do the split design a little later, Cindy, on that machine with that Durkee hoop, and do a split design where you can increase that embroidery area from 8x8 to an 8x14. So I know everybody's going to be super excited to see that, but what a great machine this is.
It really is. I love this little machine. And if you are thinking about starting a business, this is one of those machines that I would consider upping my game to.
And are there any? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Are there any tricks of the trade when we're putting it on the hat? Like it's sometimes I'm like, oh, is it going to be able to go through that because it's a hat? And for me, unfamiliar with embroidering on hats, and I'm always embroidering on fabric, I think, is that really going to go in? This one, it's different than your home market machine. So you don't have to get extra special heavy duty needle. You don't have to work it out. It's got enough torque to go through a hat without even the seams, without any extra oomph. I use a 7511 on it 9 out of 10 times. Oh, very good. That you answered my question exactly. It was about the needle, and I just couldn't get the words out. So thank you. The torque is what's allowing it to do the work. So that's fantastic.
Yes.
So, this machine's been an extremely popular machine for us. We have sold hundreds of these things. And one of the questions I get asked a lot, Cindy, is how hard is it to switch the thread, out? Because I know it has the 4 spools that you can hold the thread, but it's a 1 needle. So if they're wanting to switch colors, how hard, how easy is that to do, and what's a good technique to do it?
Well, I just showed that, but I'll show it one more time. You just take your thread and use the little cutter that's on the machine there, and then you go pick the thread color you want, tie it to it. Let's see if I can hold on to it. Doing this on camera is much more challenging than doing it when you're in front of the machine. All right, so I've got it tied in a knot, just your basic slip knot type thing. And then you pull the thread through the area. You don't go through the needle. You punch this little button right here. And I'm going to take you up close again. Go under that little guy, go up and over, and then you touch the same needle threading button, and you are threaded.
That's amazing. And you're just pulling it through with that knot, that really small knot on it, correct?
Yes, really small knot, just like you would a serger. You just tie it and pull it through.
Yeah. And then I also know, because I do this all the time with my serger, as I'm changing the thread, I clip those little strings very small so that it does come all the way through and it doesn't have any hiccups as it's going through the machine or coming through the needle.
Don't even have to worry about that, Jane.
Oh,
you just tie it together, pull it through. It's fine. Because everything's up here on top. You don't have. It's not going through any hidden compartments or anything. You just tie it and pull it through.
Best day ever. I love it.
You just don't go through the needle. You let the needle thredder do its job.
I got to call and order one right now, Blaine. Hold on a second. You guys do your show.
I get that commission, right?
Hey, so here it is. I'm gonna call the call center real quick and tell them to put one on reserve for Jane, and then give Hogan the commission.
I like this machine enough that I personally purchased this one, if that tells you anything. So, a lot of machines are sent my way. This one I own. It is my baby. So,
that says a lot, Cindy, and I get it because we have our favorite machines, and you're like, this is the one that I want. This is mine, and I'm going to put it here. So that's a great story. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys. I'm assuming Jerry might want to come on.
Well, it's not Jerry's turn yet, but we got another special ambassador coming up right after you, and Cindy, we got Angela Wolf coming up next.
Oh, well, darn! I'm going to miss her.
Well, I know, just barely. We will make sure we tell her you said hi, though.
Yeah.
Yes, please do.
All right. Well, Cindy, stand by, because we're going to have you back here in just a little bit. And we're going to get to show everybody, exactly some more things on the persona. You're going to show that split design with the Durkee hoop, and I know everybody can't wait to see that. So don't go too far.
I won't. I'll see you in a few.
All right.
Bye, guys.
All right. So remind everybody again at home. This thing, this is the Persona PRS 100. It's $49.99, free shipping right to your door. And right now you have your choice of a free item. If you order today, you get the choice of the stand. You can get the stand, or you can get the cap equipment that Cindy just showed, or you can get the free motion table. And Jerry Granata is going to demonstrate that later this afternoon and show you how that free motion is. So you can actually do quilting on this machine as well, and not only embroidery, but some free motion. So really great things on there. And Jane, so I know we've got a really great guest coming up next, and you and Angela are pretty good buddies, and she's going to tell us all about some Marvel.
Yes, Angela is going to tell us all about the Marvel comics, right?
Exactly.
I love it. Is she ready to go?
Comic. Oh, she's ready. She's got her comic book all out, and she's going to read us a story. And just kidding.
Dressed in costume?
She's dressed up as the Captain America.
Yeah. And then
Angela would have to be Wonder Woman. And I don't even know if that's Marvel, but I know she just have to be Marvel, Wonder Woman. I think that's DC.
A very strong female Marvel character. We'll think of her by the end of this demo, I'm sure.
Hey, Angela. She must be on mute. So take your mute off, Angela.
I was on mute, so you didn't hear anything bad that I was working on earlier. How's it going? I'm making I wasn't sure if I was going to piece these together as a bathing suit or a game, but there's a lot of snow out there, so I'm thinking that these might be earmuffs.
So I hear that you're buried in snow as well.
Oh yeah, and it's still snowing. It's all right.
So
I'm getting used to it.
Angela and I are 90 miles. A lake separates us, Lake Michigan. So if I go to the lakefront, I can look across and see Angela's house. And I know we're getting lake effect, and you're getting the other side of the lake effect.
Oh yeah, it's insane.
I know. I know it. I know it.
So I have something special for you guys. I have been playing with the Star Wars machine, and I know you have the Marvel one, which I'm kind of jealous because that has some great designs too. And I don't know how many people watched the last time I was on here. I showed all the embroidery, like the Darth Vader, these little fun things. These are really cute. But I thought this time I would focus a little bit on the sewing side and talk about the embroidery. But because I don't have the Marvel designs, you're going to have to show that yourself though, right? All right, so let me just take you over here. Do you guys want to see some of the sewing?
Yeah, go ahead and leave her on.
All right. Hold on one second. I'm assuming, unless I hear from you, that you can see this okay. All right, so this is what's really cool. The only difference between this machine and the Marvel is, check this out, these face plates come off. So this one says Star Wars, and you can take all of these off. This one's been on so long, it might not come off. Oh yeah, it'll come off. And then they go back on. And the Marvel one are just as cool. But what I want to show you on this machine, though, is the screen. I know you saw a few things going on here, but first off, this machine not only does embroidery, it does sewing. So if I go back here, I'm just going to go back here and show you some of the designs that I have. Actually, I'm sewing right now, so I was getting a little sidetracked before I came on live. I was doing some decorative stitches. So this little machine actually has all of these settings here. And I'll bring you just a wee bit closer. I think you can see that pretty good. It's all touchscreen, just like Jane was talking about. When you get into these machines, once you get used to the touchscreen, it's really hard to go back. So you have quite a few stitches here to choose from. Again, it's all touchscreen. You can go back. Oh, that's actually, those are settings for your machine. Let me go back here. Here's some more stitches. It has the blind hem stitch, the blanket stitch, all of these fun ones. And then there's pages and pages in here. Look at these decorative stitches. These are so cute. There are so many stitches in here. In fact, I didn't even realize how many stitches were in here until I was playing today, because usually I use it for embroidery. There's buttonholes. Here's some decorative stitches. Now this is kind of a cool thing, which you might not know about. You can click on a stitch, it'll become a decorative stitch, and there are other settings for that decorative stitch. You can do one decorative stitch, a whole bunch of those in a row, or mix it up a little bit. So if I click this, this means that you can have one decorative stitch. See how it shows just one here? Or you can have multiple ones, and that just means it's going to keep stitching over and over and over. So if I go to one, and then I click this icon here, then I can go back and add other stitches to it. Do you see what's happening? Everything I click on here, it's actually adding, I'm creating my own stitch. Very cool. Let's see if I go to here. You can reverse it. You can, again, make that over and over and over. So I had 4 things pieced together, and now I created my own stitch that'll stitch over and over. So just taking a look real quick at the machine, making sure you can see that okay. I had to put you at a clean angle today. I've been sewing jeans all day today. My goodness, I've been very busy. All right, so when I stitch, I have a few different options. I have this set up for sewing right now. And right now I have the panel pulled away from here. This is the little panel that you can stick all of your little goodies in that can just slide on while you're sewing. And I'm using the foot pedal to sew, but you can also use, if I get my arm out of the way, let me just cut the thread here. See this green button? I can use that to start sewing. So there's 2 ways to stitch. There's an automatic threader here, If I click stop, here's an automatic cutter, which that we all love. It really saves on thread too. See, isn't that fun? All right, there's also for sewing, we have a speed control. So let's just start sewing something. The decorative stitches, and up here, let me just get you a little bit higher here. No Dramamine today, right? And it can, this is a decorative stitch, so I'm going to stop for a second and change it to just a straight stitch, and then you'll get to see the speed control a little bit, which is kind of nice, especially if you're a beginner or maybe you're working on a tricky project. All right, so let's go back here. Just go to straight stitch. It always asks you, do you want to cancel what you're doing? Yeah, I do. But at least you know. Okay, so I can still stitch either with the foot pedal or with the green button. Now I'm just doing a straight stitch here, and I go faster. Faster. And again, it'll cut your thread. And that's how easy it is to sew on this. So let's take a look at a few more things on the screen here. I'll bring you a little bit closer. So, whoops, there you go. Okay, check out these. Here are some more decorative stitches. See all of these? And you still have all of the options to go in, and you can create just one of those. See how it shows just one? And then add on other designs. Again, just similar to what we just did, except this is a whole different category. I'm going to go, let's see if I can, here you go. It even gives you a little screen here where if you click on the plus sign, it will magnify and show you what your stitch is going to look like before you do it. That's always helpful. And I'm going to go back home. Check out these. These are things that, I mean, you forget that a small machine like this can have all of these decorative stitches. You could do decorative stitches nonstop and not run out. Let's see, I'm just going to clear my, I've got all these little designs here. I'm just going to clear all of this and start over. And you can see how easy it is to navigate through here. All right, that's really fun. Again, you can go in here, change it to just one. It gives you all these different options, make it thicker, thinner. You also have the reverse, mirror image, I should say. You can, let's just say you came up with a really cool design. So I'm just going to add a few more things to this. Let's just add this. And how about that? Okay, if I click on here, I can see this is what my stitch is going to look like. Magnify it if I want it to be bigger. And then you can just scroll through to see it. Click OK. And then let's just say you love that stitch and you're worried that you're going to forget what was in it and you're going to sew this like a week later. You can save it to your machine. You can save it to your machine or a USB stick. So let's just save it to the machine. All right. Now I'm actually going to just turn this off for a second, and I'm going to bring you out. No, not in, out. You're going to think the snow's gotten to my brain. All right. Here's the little container that you have to put this in. And then this is your embroidery unit, just a little one. And if you look at the bottom here, there's a little handle. Just gently slide this in. And that's how simple it is to turn it into embroidery. It just takes a second to reboot. I'll bring you just a little bit closer here. You're getting to see the messy side of my sewing room. All right, let me just touch the home screen. Now, in the embroidery section, there are so many settings here. So again, I'm just going to bring you just a little bit closer to the screen so you can see. There you go. All right, look at these beautiful letters. Aren't these gorgeous? These actually remind me of letters that are on my Luminaire. They're just beautiful. So you can just click set. You'll have options to rotate, change the size. See how you can change this just a little bit? You have all the settings right here on the screen. If you look closely, here is one that I finished a little while back. This is Star Wars. Now, of course, the Star Wars, I believe, is out of stock right now, but the Marvel is in stock. You could always wait for the Star Wars. But both of the machines are exactly the same, except they just have different embroidery. So this is a really nice feature. So this is just, you can see, here's the hoop. I'll show you how to hoop that in just a second. It also comes with this great little guide. So if you're trying to place something in a specific place, there you go. So again, back here, you have options where you can also see this on the screen. Maybe you're adding other things to it. It shows it in the hoop. And I'm just going to go back. Click OK. I want to get rid of that. I want to show you a few more things in here. So how I did these little guys. Aren't these cute? So this just has fleece on the back. I did these kind of like in the hoop projects. So first I embroidered this. And then if I turn this inside out, this is just 2 pieces of fleece that I laid on top of each other. And then it's sewed around in the circle. And right here, see these beautiful frames? That's how easy it was. I just picked a circle. Let's see. And scroll through all the different pages. See how fun that is? Click set. You can change the size. And that's as large as you can get. Looks wonderful, right? So there's a frame. And why don't we just add another design? Let's see, I can, well, if I rotate that, that's really not going to matter at all. So I could embroider that. And now let's go back in. I'm going to go back here. Click OK. Let's go look at these beautiful designs. Is that cute or what? Oh my gosh, that is adorable. I don't know how I missed that one, by the way. I had to stop for a second. I love cats. Cats and squirrels. Hey, Blaine, I forgot to ask you, by the way, how Valentine's was. And I told Wynn the idea about the credit card, and it didn't work out very well.
Well, you know, my Valentine's Day was pretty good. And I got a $200 Harbor Freight gift card.
That place is great. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my gosh. I'm so confused what to buy. I told Michelle, said, all you got to do to get me, you know, the best present ever is a Home Depot card or a Harbor Freight card. Either one, I'm in heaven. And, you know, I don't know if you knew this. I think I told you I was going to do this, but I actually bought Michelle the 3600D for Valentine's Day.
No.
Yes. So she got on it yesterday, and she was super, super excited about it. And she's been playing on it a little bit. So she already sent a text message to my sister Kippy and said, Kippy, will you come from Dallas out here and you know, sit with me and teach me a bunch of stuff? So.
That's awesome. Well, I did now. So then I have to send Michelle the little lips that we did, because I did do that. Yeah. And I had the little zippered bag, and I put little notes in there. And when opened it, I put little things in it, and it said, today you get a foot massage. And it was like, I don't know, 8 o'clock at night. And I was like, yeah, you get that tomorrow. So I don't think I did a very good job, but I'll send her the file because it's a great in the hoop project. So very fun.
Yeah, she's going to be, she's already got a plan. She says, I'm going to learn all about the sewing first. And then she wants to get into embroidery, because she's got, I think it's 22 nieces and nephews, and now they're all starting to have some kids. And so she's wanting to start making some little projects that she can just send to them and do stuff. So I think the embroidery is going to be coming on pretty soon.
That's very cool. It gets very addictive, especially when you can have Star Wars and Marvel and all these fun things that all the kids love. Well, adults do too,
you know, and then that 3600 has the Disney, so she's going to be set. So, you know, speaking of Star Wars and Marvel, now these two machines are identical, as you said, and they both have the 4x4 hoop size for the embroidery, and they're great little sewing machines. So we've sold out of the Star Wars. I mean, that machine has been a really popular machine all year, and so is the Marvel. And they're identical other than the overlays and the design that's in the machine. But right now, Angela, we've got a great price on this thing. We're selling this machine for $4.99, shipped free to your door. And if you order today for President's Day, our sale, you get a free sewing mat, and you can get any size of sewing mat that you want, and in any color. The only one that's not available for the free is yours. which we don't even have in stock yet, but we are pre-ordering the Angela Wolf Pack hot pink sewing mat that we're getting. And we're taking pre-orders on Angela's mat, but it is not free with this sewing machine. So there's a look at the Marvel machine. Y'all can see it. It has the overlay. Now, Angela, as you know, people, if they're not a big fan of the Marvel or the Star Wars look, they don't have to put the overlays on there, and they just have a regular LB 5000 sewing machine, but it still will have those designs inside. So that's the great thing about it. You can customize the face plates to wherever you want.
Yeah, and you know what, Blaine? I just want to show them real quick how to. Sometimes it's intimidating when you go from sewing to embroidery. So here's the hoop, and I showed that earlier, and I just want to show you how easy it is to hoop this. There's this little section here. You can see there's 2 little knobs, and now right now I have a sewing foot on here, so ignore that part. Okay, you wouldn't be using the sewing foot. At least you shouldn't. You just slide this under. This lifts up and pops in place. That's how simple it is to get it in the hoop. And then to get it out, you just lift up. This is always a weird angled way I'm standing here, but it just pops out the same way. That's how simple it is to set up for embroidery. And then the machine also comes with, which I didn't mention this, it also comes with all of these different feet. I have them laying all over because I was kind of playing with some things. You've got a buttonhole foot. You've got the embroidery foot. It has a whole bunch of other things in here. A lot of these are in my little case here too. There's a zipper foot. This is a great place to hold all your stuff. Extra bobbins, needles, all of this comes in the machine, which is so nice and handy. So that's another thing. But I know a lot of people say, well, I don't know about embroidery. That's going to be tricky to get that in there. So, and look at how beautiful the designs turned out. This is just on denim. I thought I'd use this as a patch. And then these little things here, which are really easy to do. I did this for a tic-tac-toe game, and then I did a different icon for the other ones. The boys loved these. And then, of course, Darth Vader. Now, I don't have any of the Marvel designs here to show you, but Blaine, I'm sure you have them on there, or they can go check it out on the machine itself.
Yeah, we do. I think on the product page, you can actually see some examples of it as well. And but it's a great little machine. And hey, Angela, we're going to bring Jane back in here with us real quick. And Jane may have some questions, and we'll see if she has any questions. But while we're getting her on, I want to remind everybody too, if you have any questions about anything you're seeing, if you're in chat, you can go ahead and chat, ask questions in there. We actually have Amy is in Facebook chatting, and she's trying to answer questions. Amy is a brother expert. We have Marina is on YouTube. She's chatting. She is a scan and cut expert. And we have Deb Donovan, who is also, she's kind of going back and forth from both. She's monitoring both YouTube and Facebook, and she's able to answer your questions as well. So we have plenty of people helping answer questions. And again, if y'all have any other questions, you can call 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our sales reps. And if you're on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can actually speak to one of our live chat agents. So they're all very knowledgeable about the brother products as well. So a lot of ways we can answer your questions. So, hey, Jane, I'm sure, do you have any questions for Angela? I know you love that machine as well.
I love the machine, and I think it's such a great price for that machine, especially when you're getting the Marvel designs that are already built into the machine. Angela, question for you. Watching you put the hoop in and take the hoop out, and I know that there are different hoops for different machines. If somebody has a machine about the same size with that type of hooping system, are the hoops interchangeable as long as it fits the sizing of the machine?
You know, Jane, I cannot say for sure because I haven't. Usually these machines, whatever hoop comes with it is the machine that you have to use. I'm used to using like the Luminaire and things like that where they have a set of hoops and some of them are interchangeable. But this one is whatever hoop comes with this machine, which is the 4x4, that's the hoop you should use for this machine.
And the reason I ask you this question, Angela, is I think I have a 4x4, 4x6, and the hooping system is the same. And I know with the Luminaire, it's a little bit different, but that click in and click out, I was just curious if that would fit in, if I could hoop 2 things at one time, because my designs in my mind are going crazy. But I love the ability of what you've done is you're taking the border stitch or the frame stitch, and then you're adding the embroidery in the center. And for that, you're using the same, not the regular presser foot, but just the embroidery.
Yeah, use the embroidery foot for that. And you could also just sew a circle as well. I mean, did you see all those decorative stitches on there? That was insane. And so for the embroidery, what I did for the one design is I embroidered the outside circle. And then I went back and chose one of the designs, which I chose Star Wars, but you could pick any design. I like that cat. That was pretty cool.
Cat.
And then embroidered that in there.
Cat.
Yeah. And so you just need one hooping for that.
That was so cute. The cat design where you were like, I love cats. I'm like, so do I. But, I was like off the stage and like screaming at you at that time. But so, yeah, so you did too, or you could sew that and then bring that in. Yeah.
And Jane, what you mentioned, if you have another brother machine that has the exact same hooping, then you're fine. But this machine only goes up to the 4x4 for the designs. So that's why I mentioned that I would just to be safe, especially for somebody who's a beginner, I would just use the hoop that came in there.
Yeah, I would too. But sometimes, you know how our craft rooms get, or our sewing rooms get all over the place. You're like, does this hoop go with this? Or does this go with this? And
the best part of brother machines is if you put the wrong hoop in the wrong machine and you even try it, it'll tell you it isn't going to work.
It will tell you. And you said in your demo, it's that ease of use, and that you were scrolling through all of these designs and you were showing us how it works. And again, that's across the board with all the brother machines.
Absolutely. And once you get a hang of it, even if you upgrade to a newer machine or a little more expensive, it's still a similar layout, just a few more things added to it. So once you get the hang of it, you're good to go. I mean, I can think of just even back from the Dream Machine all the way up to the Luminaire now, so many similarities that as you get rolling, once you get used to it, you can add more machines to your sewing room, and it's all so simple.
Yeah, the other thing I love to do is if you add the machines today to your sewing room, maybe the machines that are already in your sewing room, you can re-gift those. You can then make those hand-me-downs or hand-me-overs and get somebody else interested in sewing.
Yeah, I have both my sisters keep asking, please send me the Star Wars machine. And every time I'm ready to do it, I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. I need it for something.
I got one more thing I need to do. Yeah, I love the little playing things you made for your game.
Oh, isn't that fun for tic-tac-toe? It's so cute.
It's so cute. You never cease to amaze me. You have your mind is constantly thinking of brand new things to make. And do you sleep?
A little bit. Today is all about sewing jeans. So I'm thinking that would be kind of cute on the back pocket of a jean too.
So cute on the back pocket of a jean. I love that.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. So let's talk about the pricing on this one more time for everybody, because this is a fantastic price on this Marvel machine, and you're getting all of those Marvel designs on, and I love it. It is great price, $4.99 out the door, right to you, ready to ship. There you have it. If you call today, you'll get a free sewing mat. Now, remember, there's 5 ways that you guys can order today. You can visit SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can call 800-408 8151. It's right there on your screen. You can chat. We've got live agents standing by, experts right there to answer all of your questions. If for some reason you can't get through, you can fill out a Google sheet. There's a link. You can fill out the link. You can fill out the sheet, and somebody from the call center will call you back. Or if you just happen to be in Southern California, in sunny Southern California, I think that's the only place in the world that's sunny right now, you can visit one of the superstores in San Diego or San Marcos. So many ways for you guys to achieve all of your creative needs today with this brother showcase. And again, Angela, LB 5000M, that's for Marvel sewing and embroidery machine. And doesn't the faceplates pop off too?
Hey, you're right, Jane, they do. And so, hey, great job on the machine for Angela. We always love have her on the show. And but Jane, you're right. That you can have the LB 5000. You cannot, if you don't like to decorate it with Marvel or Star Wars, you can just choose just not to put the overlays on it and leave those off. Or if you like Marvel or Star Wars, either one, you can put either one on. But right now, we are actually sold out of the Star Wars. You can do a pre-order if you want one of the Star Wars machines. But Marvel, we have them in stock, ready to ship. And again, hey, it's $4.99, shipped right to your door for free. And you're getting your choice of a sewing mat that comes with it today. You can get one of those sewing mats absolutely free. It's a $50 value. And the only one that you can't get is the Angela Wolf Pack. We're not letting that go. But hey, Angela, Jane.
Yeah.
I wanted to also welcome. Angela has a big group of people, and they call themselves the Wolf Pack. And so I want to welcome all the Wolf Pack members that are here today. And because I know a lot of them come over anytime she's on our show, we have a ton of the Wolf Pack always come on. And the other thing, I don't know if you know who Carly Bell is, but Carly Bell is one of our customers, and we've kind of started working with her. And I asked her one day on one of the shows, I said, Carly, do you have a name for your group that follow you? And she's like, no, we don't. Well, she since told me that they've made a name for themselves, and now her group is called the Stitch and Sip Crew. So anyway, the Stitch and Stitch Crew, welcome to the show today if you are on board. We'd even talked about Carly about coming on the show today, but I think she told me she was going to Florida on a family vacation. So going down to, I think she predicted that it was going to be ice and snow in Louisiana, so she got out of town.
Yeah, probably the only two places. I said California, but probably Florida, some sun there, and that's about it in this country of ours today because it's so cold. I love it. I feel like I want to have maybe I have to think of a name if I have any friends.
Hey, I just saw that I actually misspoke. It's not the Stitch and Sip Crew. It's the Stip and Stitch Squad.
Oh, Stitch and Stitch Squad. Stip and Stitch Squad. I love it.
And Stitch Squad. There it is. Yes, I got it on. So thanks, Deanna, for correcting me on that. I couldn't remember. I knew Carly had texted me that and said they got a name, and so I thought that was awesome that they got their own name now. And she told me they made an embroidery design that they can all use and design, embroidery it out. So I thought that was pretty cool.
So the SSS, I'm curious. So does the Wolfpack have do they have a call or I feel like they should have sort of like a hand motion or a call. So there's Wolfpack Fashion Sewing Club, but I feel like
they have a howl.
The howl, yeah. Do they have a howl? Is actually what I'm curious about.
It's a wolf howl. So, but it's the Wolf Pack, and they've got their own logo as well. So it's pretty cool. And so they helped, Angela design the new sewing mat that we have for her, and we've actually got it on our website. It's for sale, pre-order right now. They're actually on the way. And I don't know if we're sold out yet or not, but we had 45 of each size made. And I know we had a bunch of people already pre-ordered that thing. So we'll have another shipment of those coming, real soon too. But this first shipment's probably going to be close to being sold out. But they did a great job on it. They actually got the Wolfpack logo. It has Angela's signature on it and her logo. It's really neat looking.
And it's hot pink?
It's hot pink.
Love it. I love it. All right, we got Blaine's Gang.
Hey, during Christmas, I was called Santa Blaine.
Yeah.
And so there's no telling what kind of nicknames they have for me. My buddies that I fly airplanes with call me Airplane Blaine. So I've been named everything. And my dad used to call me Dad Blaine.
Why?
Dad Blaine.
So. Blaine, your airplane guys, what did the feet people call you? Because you know a lot about everything. So there's all these things that we find out about Blaine.
Well, I'm just a jack of all trades, I guess, Jane. That's what happens when you grow up on a farm. You have to learn how to do everything. So
that's another thing we could talk about someday. Every time I talk to you, I learn something new. I knew about you used to work in the world of feet and gym shoes and fitting shoes. Santa Blaine, I knew, but we'll have to talk about the farm.
Oh, I know. It's that's what, when you grow up, it's a pretty simple life, and you learn a lot of things. And my wife's all the time telling me, "It's like, man, you know how to do everything." And I was like, "Well, when you grew up the way I did, I had a father that was, kind of a jack of all trades as well, and the MacGyver type, as they call it, and he could just, fix anything. It was crazy. So you kind of learn a lot of things.
Can you fix?
Oh, there it is. Dang, blame it. Dang, blame it.
Dang, blame it.
Blame it. Dang, blame it.
Dang, blame it. Yeah, and the other thing too, I was thinking about the name of the show, Blaine and Jane Brother Showcase, which I absolutely love because when I met you, I was like, Blaine, I'm Jane. The only other name.
If you remember this is the name was inspired by you because the first time we met, I don't know if you remember this, 2 years ago, we met at a convention and you immediately came up, and they were doing a Facebook Live or something, and you walk up, and you just said, "Oh, the Blaine and Jane show," and I was sold on it from that day.
It was in the stars. I thought yesterday I was thinking about this. The only other thing would be fine if my name was Blair. You'd be like Blaine and Blair. That's like brothers and sister. Blaine and Blair.
Well, I kind of like the Jane because it rhymes pretty good,
Yeah. I think you're right. Blaine and Jane, it's got the ending is just, it works perfectly on each other.
Oh, it's perfect. It is perfect. Because, it's kind of like that TV show, Dick and Jane. So it kind of reminds you of that a little bit. So Blaine and Jane, we might have our own series before long.
It's the updated version of Dick and Jane, actually. Thank you very much.
All right. So we are going to, we got some really cool things coming up right now. Again, we got Cindy Hogan back, don't we?
Oh, yeah. Let me see.
I think we got
Cindy coming back.
That split design and the persona. So if everybody's ready, why don't you go ahead and you and Cindy, get on board and introduce Cindy again.
Well, Cindy Hogan, she is a Brother Sew's national educator, and Cindy, where are my notes on Cindy? I just introduced Cindy, but Cindy, what I love is that teacher learned the software, started teaching software at dealers while teaching in school, and then said, you know what? I am going to switch my career, and now I'm going to teach everybody about this software and design and embroidery. We love her. Cindy, come on back in and say hi to us. I know we're talking more. There she is. Oh, look at what you got there. Hi, Cindy. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you again?
I'm really good. And I see that you've added to the machine this time, which I love. We're all thinking about spring. And we're talking about the Persona PRS 100 machine.
Yes, we are. So, yes, I stitched this up last night so that I had a sample of what we were doing. And since it was sleeting outside, freezing rain, this was where I went. So I'm going to show you how I did this today with a machine that has basically an 8x8 inch hoop as its maximum field. And it's done through what's called a split hoop design. So this hoop is rotatable that I'm going to show. And you can barely, so you sew one half and then you rotate the hoop in and you sew the other half. And I'm going to show you that process, and I will actually show you how to split the hoop in PE design in a second. Before I start, though, I do want you to know that when you're using this hoop, it does need a support. So I'm using the Brother tubular frame table, and I absolutely love this thing. It is so easy to put on and store. But you pull the lever down and just slide it over the tubular arm, let go, and pull it out to the length that you need. So I'm going to show you how it works here on the machine first. You saw me earlier with a hat frame. This is my A arm, which holds all of the rest of the hoops that come, my 4x4 and my 8x8 hoop. And then there's smaller hoops that come with it as well, but they go on a different accessory. So let's go up close and personal here. And you were talking with Angela about the built-in frames and stuff. Those are on this machine as well. I didn't even get to those. And sometimes we forget about those simply because they've been on every machine that I've had. And that is absolutely amazing. All right, so I have saved my design to a USB drive, and I'm going to touch the USB icon. So there's many ways that you can get your design in. And if you look here, I can save things to the machine. I can grab it from USB, or if I'm direct connected to my computer, I could bring it in that way. I'm going to go USB, as I said. And this is my overall design. When I touch that design, it splits it into two halves. So you're going to touch the first half, and it brings that design up on screen. And you'll notice it fills basically the entire hoop. We're going to touch set. Very important thing. Take that design and use the up arrow and move it all the way to the top till it won't go any further. And then you embroider the first half. Now this last color you notice is red. It throws in red regardless. It doesn't matter what color you stitch it in. But what that is a basting stitch to help you line up the next part. So I'm going to fast forward my design. And if you all didn't know this, we have fast forward in our machines. You go to the plus minus button, and I'm going to back up to the last color, and then I'm going to take it to the last stitch. And there are, up here it tells, oops, It tells me how many stitches there are on my design. See if I can spit that out. And there are 19,475. I'm at 440. So I'm going to go up to the very last stitch. So there we go. I'm at the last stitch. I'm going to touch OK, and I'm going to touch lock and go. And it's going to just take that last stitch for me. You would have actually stitched the entire design at this point. I'm just fast forwarding so we can show you how to connect up. The next thing it says is it's embroidered this. Is it okay to embroider the next section? And I want to say yes, because it's going to bring up my screen to bring in the next part of the design, which is the BA. Now we're going to touch set. And you'll notice it's oriented in the wrong direction if I were planning on embroidering this, because now I have to rotate my hoop. So we're going to take this, turn it around, and put it back in. If you all have short arms, I don't know if you've ever tried to do anything sideways, but that's rather challenging. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is touch embroidery, and then we want to rotate this design twice. So we want to rotate 90 degrees twice. It doesn't matter which direction, it's going to end up the same direction. So now I'm rotated, and what I need to do is I need to match up my lines. So this red, the first thing that's going to stitch, you'll notice is that red color again. That's my basting stitch, and it's super simple to do. You touch this button right here. This is your needle drop position. And this machine has something special on it that allows you to easily line things up. And I'm about to show you what that is. It has this little LED drop light. And once that LED drop light is where my tie-off was for my previous thing, then I know I'm lined up. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my screen here. We're going to touch OK. Isn't that LED drop light cool? And we are going to adjust our design. And you'll notice I was above, so I need to scoot it down. Your coordinates are right here. So if you did this multiple times, once you've done it the first time, if you write your coordinates down, it makes it super simple to get it back into that position. So I think I need to be at 2.9. And I need to move it over to the right a little bit. And we're going to try that position right there. How do I check, Jane? I touch this little button on my screen right here, and it will drop my needle down. But you do have to touch the lock key. We're going to touch lock and drop that needle down and look and see if it's in the correct position when I touch it again. And you know what? Let me show you all.
Oh, it's
We're
perfect.
spot on.
Yeah.
So once I've done that, I know that I'm good to go, and all I do is I fast forward to the next color. What? Because there's no sense, you don't need to sew that basting stitch the next time. You can if you want to, but I just go ahead and fast forward to the next color by touching the plus spool. Touch OK, and it tells me I need to put in lime green, which is what I happen to have on here ready to go. So we're going to say lock and go, and it's going to start embroidering the second half of this design for me. And this machine stitches, it's kind of hard to talk over. It stitches 1,000 stitches a minute. It has built-in frames, as I said before, but let me show you another one. This one did not quite make it into pillow form because Cindy sewed the border on it with a piece of fabric that she didn't have enough of.
Oh.
So I can't match the back of it to the front. It was going to be a pillow, but now it's going to become a wall hanging or something. So just so you know, you can do different things. You'll notice this one is all lines, and it has a decorative fill in the background to where it matches up spot on. I'm always amazed by how this touches up together. So Jane, if you'll take me off for a minute, I'll go share my screen and show them how they can put it, how they create the design to put it on there.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the idea of the light that lines everything up, and then you just flip it around because it makes it so easy, Cindy.
Well, hey, Jane,
Hey,
I want to
Blaine.
remind everybody the price of this machine while Cindy's switching views. They can get this machine shipped right to their door for free for $49.99. And what we're doing right now, President's Day today, if you want one of these machines, you can actually get your choice of a free gift. It's either the stand that it sits on, you can get the cap equipment that Cindy's shown earlier, or you can actually get the free motion table, which Jerry Granata is coming up next, and he's going to demonstrate that free motion kit and table for this machine. So you can get your choice of those things, $49.99 shipped free right to your door. And again, Jane, there's 5 ways to order.
There are 5 ways to order, Blaine. You can visit SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can always call the 800 number. It's 800-408-8151. It's right there on your screen. And of course, you can chat with the live agents. They are standing by waiting to talk to you. And guess what? If you're having trouble getting through to somebody, you can click on the link and go to the Google Sheets and fill out your information, and it will update to the call center in real time, and they will call you back. And of course, if you are in Southern California, you can visit one of the 2 superstores in San Diego or San Marcos. The more and more I learn about this machine, the more and more I love it and I need it and I want it, because you've got embroidery, you're doing caps with it, and now you're telling me you can do free motion as well.
Yes, you can indeed do free motion, and Jerry he's an excellent demonstrator of that activity.
And are you going to show us some of the design, the software now?
I'm going to show you how to split it in PE Design. There are other software programs that can do it, but Brother supports it with the PE Design. So I figured I'd show you how to do that real quick.
Yeah,
because it is super simple.
Can I ask you really quick before you show this? So you got interested in the design software. What was it about the design software that just really captured you?
Well, I wanted to create my own stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do just what was built into my machine. And back then, our access to designs was so limited. If you were going to buy one single embroidery design from an embroidery house, they were like $50. So, it just made sense for me to learn how to do it myself. And I wanted to. That was where my creative process went. In the process, I had in between, I had to learn how to use a machine, obviously. So I'm very good with my machines, but the software always intrigued me. And I wanted to see what I could make it do.
Yeah, and I feel sometimes like, we love what's in the machines, but like you said, you wanted to create your own, and the PE software design allows you to do that. Did you feel like it was easy to use? A lot of people might be intimidated to say, wait, what, now you want me to go over here and try this? Is this going to be intimidating?
You have to learn how to touch the buttons and be freed from that fear of computerism. The worst thing that can happen is that you have to reinstall the program, is what I tell people. So touch every button and you will be happy that you did. Just simply because that's how you discover, and you learn more from your mistakes than you do from your successes. So I truly have learned what not to do as well as what to do by doing that.
I love that. Learning from your mistakes. Okay, so take us through how to actually turn this on the design. This is so interesting.
Okay, so as I said, this one is super simple, and I have shared my screen if they will pop it up for us. I've got a share screen up here, guys, if you would hit that.
I'm sure they're working to find that, Cindy. Okay, so as we can just recap what we're talking about. We're talking about go ahead.
It's just a matter of setting up the hoop in a custom hoop that's the correct size, and you put your design in there. You don't actually have to create the design yourself. You can just combine elements of things that you have already, and it automatically adds that basting stitch in there for you once you've set up that custom hoop. You don't see it on your screen, but when you save it, it's there magic. It magically appears.
So let's talk about the basting stitch, because you did the basting stitch the first time around because that's our line. That's where we're lining it up. The second time you skipped it because you said, hey, we use the laser, we're on there, and it's already going to be lined up.
Yeah, we were in a multi-position hoop, basically a rotatable hoop. So I didn't have to stitch that second one. What the custom hoop is set up to do is if you only had an 8x8 frame and you were doing 2 8x8s, then you would stitch both basting stitches so that you could rehoop the second one in the correct position.
Exactly, which makes a lot of sense. Okay, so as I think they're trying to find if we can share your screen, maybe just talk us through it a little bit.
So what you do is you choose your design settings, which is the hoop, or if you go up to the file pull down menu, you choose design. Hold on, let me see what it's actually called. It is the design settings. I was correct. Sometimes I forget the name of things. So design settings. And instead of a hoop size, you choose custom size. And you choose the section size, which is what size hoop are you planning on using. And there we go. So, all right, I've got to stop my share and do one last thing because evidently it's not sharing my pop-up. So hold on. Let me stop my share.
And then it'll be
let me share it again. And I got to pick I've got to pick my whole first screen.
Okay. Well, now we know how to share your screen. And the funny thing is, folks, as we're watching this and you guys are paying attention to all the presenters and all the educators and experts and they show us, I get really close so I can see what's going on in the share screen.
Okay, so you choose to, let me go through the whole process again. So you have a quick access toolbar down here on your screen, and it has a hoop on it, and that's usually what I hit. So design settings, and then instead of hoop settings here, hoop size, you choose custom size. Down at the bottom section, you choose section size for hoop. Your 8x8 frame would be the 190 by 190. It takes away 10 millimeters to allow for that basting stitch to meet things up. So your custom size, and I can give you this number, it's never going to change if you're doing the 8x14 inch hoop. It's 190 by 370 in metric. Do this in metric, not in inches, because you get your entire hoop. And if you do it in inches, you don't. Click OK. And there's your split hoop. And you'll notice that those red dashed lines, that's where it's splitting the design. So I'm going to pop in a design here, and I do want to show a magic button on this software because I just love this magic button, Jane.
If you love it, I love it.
So I'm going to touch the background fill button. On our luminaires and stuff, we have 42 decorative fills. When I'm in P design, I have 50-something, plus I can make my own, which is awesome. So I picked this little fill right here. Which one did I go with? I think I just did this square. I did, because it made it look like a crosshatch. Click OK. And then I said, I want you to be 60, just because. Can't do it the same size that it actually comes in, just because. It automatically puts it on and around, and then I changed my angle to, I think it was like 135. Don't remember exactly, but I wanted a little angle, and it may have been less. I think I was looking for the same angle that my think was on, but my design's ready. All I did at that point was I sent it to a USB stick. I went to send, and I had a USB stick in my computer. I don't right now. And it saved it to the USB. I was ready to go. It is that simple.
Wow. It is that simple. So it sends it then in two different files, right? The first.
It actually saves it as the whole thumbnail.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the machine, let's go back over there. Let me switch back over to that camera. When you go, just so I can kind of refresh your mind on that.
Okay. So it saves it as one big file, and then you bring your USB stick to the PRS and you put it in there, and then
I put it in here, right here.
Right.
And so I'm going to go ahead and touch home again.
Okay.
So you touch the USB drive, and let's go to the up close. Here's the entire thumbnail.
Yep.
And then you touch the first half, and you stitch the first half. Remember, I said you want to take that all the way to the top of the hoop for the first half, and then touch embroidery. Taking that all the way to the top of the hoop is really important. I can't stress that enough.
Wow.
And ask me how I know.
Because you've done it plenty of times the wrong way.
I have done it the incorrect way, and I forgot that I had started stitching this, so I can't rotate my hoop here.
Well, it makes it so much clear. You know, we watched you do the first demo, which made sense, but now it's seeing it from the computer onto the screen really, really kind of makes it all clear how you save it as one and then it picks it up as two. And then you just.
It does make it make more sense. That's why I wanted to make sure I showed that computer portion of it, because you have to split the design first before it can come over here.
And now if we weren't using the designs on the computer, we can still design right there with what's on the machine and then embroider that.
You would embroider a half and a half.
Oh, a half and a half. Okay.
So you would design a half and a half. It would not be a connected design.
Correct. But we could still do that right there on that machine.
You sure could.
Because its creativity is unlimited with this machine.
It truly is. I mean, it really is a lovely machine, and it is a nice complement to any sewing room.
I think so too. And I mean, it's like you were showing us the cap earlier, and now you're showing us the embroidery. Later, Jerry's going to show us the free motion. It really is it's versatile. It does a lot of things.
It truly does a whole lot of stuff. So, I mean, and the price point on it's really a nice price point.
Yeah, it really is a great price point. And we talked about this earlier too. If you make the investment in the machine, you can get your investment back if you're making a business out of it. Listen, you don't have to make a business out of it. You can do it for fun and do it for your own creative. I love that. But you can make your money back as you're working this into your side hustle or whatever your ideas in business may be.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are not ready to go to a 6 needle or a 10 needle, but they do want that tubular frame. And if you think about it, in a business, you're either the most profitable things that you can do are chest logos and caps.
Yeah.
So that 8x8 field is a really nice field. And bags, basically customizing bags. One thing I didn't show that I will show do we have a few minutes? We have maybe less than a minute. I think Blaine needs to come back on, doesn't he?
Yeah, Blaine's going to come back on. We're going to recap, but let's show us, Cindy. Show us.
There are built-in decorative alphabets on here as well. So monogramming in the South is huge. I realize not everybody in the world likes to monogram, but monogramming here in the South is huge. So slap somebody's initial on a bag and you're good to go. You pick what you're passionate about. You know, as I said, as you told people that I started this wanting to know more about the software, and that's how I started learning. That was where I turned to. That was my passion. So I think everybody finds their niche, their passion, and what they want to go with. If your niche and your passion is doing horse blankets, go for horse blankets. I had a lady that did parakeet leashes. Never heard of it before, but she did parakeet leashes.
Parakeet leashes. What is that?
Parakeet leashes.
Oh my gosh. Well, Cindy, thank you so much for this amazing demonstration and a little bit more information about the PRS 100. You are awesome. Thank you for coming on the show today. And Blaine, I think I'll bring you back up. We can kind of recap the pricing on this one, yeah? Uh-oh. I think Blaine is on mute.
Sell out today. What's wrong? Oh,
you were on mute for just a little bit.
Oh, I was muted.
I actually thought I was like, oh no, what happened to my hearing?
Man, I just told the most incredible thing you'll ever hear in your life, and now I can't remember what it was.
It's gone. It was the biggest giveaway you've ever done, right?
Anyway, what I was saying is I want to thank Cindy Hogan for coming on. She is so awesome. We sure do appreciate her. And the other thing I wanted to tell everybody about this machine, this is a great price on the machine, $49.99 shipped right to your door. We're giving you a choice of the free item that comes with it today. You can either get the stand that it sits on, you can get that cap equipment that Cindy demonstrated earlier today, and you're going to get a choice of the free motion table and that free motion kit. And actually Jerry Granata is coming up next and he's going to show us that. But Jane, I wanted to tell everybody too about this machine. this has been such a popular machine. We have been struggling to get the numbers that we need every month. We sell out of it as soon as we get it in. And, in 2020, we sold, hundreds of them. And we've already started this year out. Everything that Brother has sent us, we've sold them out. And we started we had a bunch of these machines we thought allocated for the show, but they actually ended up getting put online, and we sold a bunch this weekend. So we only had 10 machines going into today, and we got 2 left right now. And so we have 2 left. If anybody wants to get one of these machines, get them. But don't worry, if it comes up on the website, pre-order now. Go ahead and pre-order it if they sell out while we're talking. And we'll get somebody from our call center. We'll give you a call and can maybe tell you the heads up on it. But I know we do have hundreds of these things on order with Brother. And as soon as they get some in, they're shipping them to us. So just be patient. And I know, Carly Bell, her embroidery club is, they've been buying a bunch of them as well. And I know, they've been extremely patient and, taking 2 or 3 weeks to get them at sometimes. And so we ask, if you want one of these things, hey, it's worth the wait. Just be patient. We will get you one as soon as we can. But they're going fast, Jane.
Blaine, this machine to me screams a whole lot of fun. There's so many things that you can do with it. I can't believe there's only 2 left.
I know, I can't either. It's just crazy. Kyle was telling me, he's like, we don't need any help selling these when we go to this show because we sell out every week anyway. I said, well, I know, but I said, I want to tell everybody about how great this machine is. And the thing about it, it doesn't have a really big footprint.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take up a ton of room in your sewing room, and it's so versatile. So you can not only do, all the hats, you can do embroidery on it. Now we're getting ready to show you how you can do free motion on it.
I love, you throw that in and I'm like, free motion. Wait a minute. When we're talking about embroidery, we're talking about hats, and now we're saying we can do free motion on it, which I think is amazing. I love that it's a small footprint. I love that you're able to do all this embroidery without having to take the bag apart or the shirt apart or the hat apart. But if we're going to talk about free motion, we will just time to bring in our next guest. He is a multi-talented creative artist. He was watching his mom and his sister sew at a very young age, and this is how he started getting interested in sewing and quilting. He is a retired naval veteran. He's a musician. He's a painter. He's an educator. He's an award-winning quilter. His love for color and composition can be seen through his art quilts. He is a Brother Sews quilt expert and always makes us smile. Please say hello to Jerry Granata. Hi, Jerry.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, Jerry, you're so excited to be here. We're excited to have you.
Oh, completely. Jane, I was kind of looking up your story too. You're originally from the Midwest. I was born in Chicago and raised in Palos Heights. So we have Blaine and Jane and Jerry. So
Blaine and Jerry. Jerry, I grew up in Orland Park.
I went to Carl Sandburg High School.
I went to Andrew, District 230.
I won't hold that against you. That's
all right. I know. We were the Eagles and the Thunderbolts were not friends, right?
No, I know. That's all right. But we're going to be friends today because
we're absolutely friends. I was reading all about you, and I'm so impressed. You're so creative in everything that you do, and I love the idea that you were doing oil painting. And tell me if this is true or not, but you were an oil painter.
Yeah.
And then you said the only way that I could play more with my medium is through fabrics. And that's why you got into quilting.
Exactly. That's exactly true. I wanted more texture. I wanted to have more tactile ability. I'm the kind of person, I don't really use like computerized software. I find it wonderful, but I'm the kind of person that I think you have to get your passion. You have to understand your foundation. For me, I love to grab a pen and rulers and graph paper and just start drawing and going at it. So for me, grabbing fabric and feeling the texture. And I come from a costuming background as well. So you'll find a lot of very unusual fabrics you would normally find in my quilts.
So Jerry, you and I are going to get along just great because I also love interesting fabrics. I'm sort of a throw it in there and let's see what happens kind of girl. Like
absolutely.
The south side of Chicago, I'm telling you what, when you and I were both there sewing and throwing fabrics and making our costumes, it was it's crazy.
Yeah, I was also a member of the National Marionette Company when I was in high school, and they were out of Chicago as well. They've since closed, but that's okay. I had a wonderful time. They were wonderful people. Learned a lot. Did a lot of costuming for them. So that's where a lot of these unusual fabrics come in. So it's sort of, you know, the cliche of weaving the fabric of your life, but it really is for me.
You're really doing it. And so do you use interesting fabrics in your quilts?
All the time. When I teach classes, I tell people, I do classes on unusual fabrics. I tell them, we're going to go down the aisles you don't normally go down in a fabric store. So I use satins and lamaze and silks and even aluminum foil. So you name it, I throw it in there.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. That was just me in my head saying, I can't wait to go take one of your classes and walk down the aisles of a fabric store with you. But let's talk about the PRS 100. You're going to talk about the free motion arm. This is insane.
Yeah, I know. It just, when I first heard about this machine, when I first came to Brother, I was like, what? And how can an embroidery machine free motion? But it's an amazing machine. So think about this from a standpoint. You buy the machine, you can do your caps, you can do your larger embroideries. Then when you're done, you can free motion around them. How exciting is that? And how unbelievable is that? An embroidery machine in industrials, this is part of the semi-industrial line of Brother. So you're getting the same very strong internal parts that the 6 and 10 needle have, but now you're able to do free motion. And this is the only machine in this line that you can machine stitch and embroider Disney with. Yes, you can import Disney designs to this machine and do Disney designs. It's the only one. So it's really exciting. So for me, this is one of, I like to say controversial things sometimes. And for me, like with Brother, because their machines are so amazing, this is one of the most versatile machines in the Brother line, I think, because like I said, you could do caps, embroidery, and free motion quilt. And so that's what I want to delve into now, is the fact that your embroidery machine can free motion quilt. And I'm telling you, Blaine, these two, after this demo, those two are going to be gone. Trust me, because this is absolutely amazing what this machine will do. So I'm going to switch over my camera, and I'm going to go over to the machine. So Jane, if you want to just kind of pop in.
Sure, absolutely. You know, like you said, it's like what the embroidery machine can free motion, which I always say free motion is sort of like learning, you know, when you first start, it can be scary and a little bit wobbly, but once you start, it's kind of, you're free and you're flowing, and it's like driving a car or skiing. And once you get it, you know, you get used to it, I think that you can do a better job. But on this embroidery machine, this to me just makes it take the cake. So you're right. These two machines are not going to last long.
Absolutely. And what's amazing about this as well is how few parts there are to do the free motion quilting. It's so, you know, Brother, one of the things I love about Brother is they try to make things as simple and easy as possible. I know one person's easy is another person's complicated, but really Brother takes that into heart, and they really try to make things as simple as they can for you, because it's got to be fun. If it's not fun, you're not going to do it. So that's why they try to keep things simple. So let me show you all the parts that there are. And Blaine was talking earlier about the table. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is this table right here. If you own this machine and you don't have a table and you've wanted one, get the free motion quilting kit for the Persona, because the table comes with it. So if you want the table, just it's the price point is not that much higher, and you get the table and all the free motion quilting parts. So let me show you the table. I'm just going to grab my camera, try to do this as slow as we can so we don't have a Titanic Dramamine moment here. So look at the size of this table. This table's huge.
Huge.
This table is huge. This is awesome when you are doing your quilts. You have all of that stability, and you have all of that room to be able to get your things ready to be able to quilt. So the next part of this is called a finger guard. And this is a little plastic part here that guards your fingers. And this part on the side will slide into the machine. And I'm going to show that in just a little bit. The next thing that you're going to have, this is a sensor guard. This will go on the back of the arm, right back there. And I'll show you how that goes. This covers the sensor so that your machine automatically goes into free motion mode, and it knows not to panic. You are doing what you want it to do. Another thing that it comes with is this wonderful free motion ring. Some people don't like wearing gloves. Some people are allergic to some of the things in the gloves. This allows you to take your project and your quilt, go around the needle, and be able to free motion quilt using this little ring. And on the underside of this, there is rubber. So this grips your quilts and your projects very, very, very well. Now, the great thing about free motion is just not for quilting. You can also do garments. You can free motion, I won't necessarily say quilting, but you can free motion on your garments. So let's say you have a jacket that needs a little bit of updating. Throw some metallic threads in here and do some free motion embroidery, if you will, on your garments. Maybe jazz those up a little bit. So it's not just for quilting. So you can see how the creativity of this machine really expands. And did I say metallic thread? Yes, I did. This machine will take metallic threads extremely, extremely well. Just like other people have said with other machines, this brother machine falls right in line with that. You can absolutely use metallic thread. I will say very quickly, if you hear snoring in the background, we adopted an English bulldog about 3 months ago from a rescue, and he is my Velcro dog. He's still a little intimidated, so he's sticking right by me, but he's a snorer. So if you talk to Angela Wolf when I'm on her show, Hercules is very popular. They all want to know where he's at. So
well, it's nice that we can hear him snoring because it just makes everything so cozy. Like we just want to hear about what you're making, and it's very comfortable. It's comforting, if you will.
I just need a backdrop of a fireplace and we'll be all set. All right, so let's go up to, first off, let's go up to the screen. So let me pop you right up here, and I'm going to move this just a little closer. Do this, sorry. And what I want you to see is look how simple our screen is laid out. I think Cindy brought this up as well. This is it. This is it, folks. I mean, it can't get any easier. You want fonts? There they are. You want frames? There they are. You want basic embroidery designs? There they are. And these are all categories. So it's not just what you see is what you get. You open them up, and there are all sorts of embroidery categories in there as well. But what I want to show you is this little icon right up here, which is grayed out. If you notice, it's got a little bit of a thread with a needle. This is your free motion embroidery icon. But if you notice, it's grayed out. The reason why is we don't have the finger guard on. If I were to touch that icon, it's going to ding ding and send me a warning to attach the free motion guard, the finger guard. So and it gives you a little sad face too. So in case you weren't sure. So let's go down to the machine. And all I'm going to do is take the finger guard and watch how easy this is. I'm going to push that right in, clicks into place. It cannot get much easier than that. That's all there is. Now, if we go back to the screen, and I'll do this slowly. Now my icon is blue, which means it is now usable. It's now active. So let's go ahead and press that icon. The carriage is going to move back. And there is my free motion mode, as it says. So let me walk you through what some of these icons are. These two right here are your needle up and down. So you can choose if you want your needle up and down when you finish. Over here, you have some different hovering modes that you can use. And I'll show you what those look like. If you remember earlier, Cindy mentioned the little, like the little laser pointer. That is available here as well. So we'll turn it on. And you also have different modes of stitches per minute. So if you're a fast stitcher, you can go 1,000 stitches per minute. If you're a slow stitcher, you can go 70 stitches per minute. I kind of like to stick between the 450, 500 mark. That's what's good for me. But the beautiful thing is you can adjust it for how you stitch. Now, I also have the multifunction foot controller attached to this. Yes, you can use that on this machine. So if you have another brother machine that uses the multifunction foot controller, you can use that here too. And if you notice, you can set each of the little feet for whatever you like. I mean, you can totally customize this foot. You have needle up and down for the small foot. So for now, if you rock back on this foot, that's going to take the needle up and down. If I rock back, I can do a single stitch. So this is amazing. So you can use this. This is a very incredibly versatile screen right here. So let me go ahead and we're going to just keep that right there. And I'm going to show you right below as well. And there's my, if you see right in there, and I will get a little piece of fabric here. There is my little laser right inside. Mm-hmm. So what that does is now I have the ability to get an exact pinpoint for where my free motion is going to start. So it's not just for your embroidery, it's also wonderful for free motion because you can move your project around and wherever that laser is pointing, that's exactly where your needle is going to drop. So talk about accuracy. So if you really need it accurate, that's what you're going to do. So let me bring the camera down just a bit again, because I want to show you the last part of this. We're going to take this little sensor, and very simply, all we're going to do is just slide it right back onto the sensor guard. Just slides right in. It's hard to do one-handed, so let me do it two-handed. There we go. Slides right on. And that's all it is. So those components. So you've got the finger guard, you've got the sensor guard, you've got your little ring and your table, and you are ready to go. You've got everything set on your screen here. You're going to use your needle up, down if you wish, your cutter. This has a needle threader as well. So let's go ahead over and let's get started. Now I'm going to show you some teasers first, because I want you to see what capabilities there are for this machine. So let me show you some of the samples that I brought. Now here you go, Jane. We were talking about unusual fabrics. This is dancewear spandex. This is spandex that I've added some fusible interfacing to on the back to stiffen it up and take out all the stretch. And then you put it together just like a quilt sandwich. And I've done some samples, just some sample things here, just playing. I always tell people to do a test to make sure that you are playing around, and you want to experiment first, because nobody hates ripping out stitches more than I do. Trust me. So you want to play first, then go to your project. Don't play on your project. Otherwise, you got to rip it all out. So that's dancewear spandex. This is some metallic thread that I was doing. It's a feather study. I was playing around just doing some different feathers. These are metallic threads. Again, takes it beautifully. Neons are some of my favorite threads when you go under black light. So those of you who go clubbing, this will be great underneath the black lights. So you'll be able to show off all your stitching there. We have got two more. This next one this is satin. This is a burgundy satin that I used all metallic thread for the feathers, and I blinged it up with some crystals. And the last one is some more spandex, dancewear spandex, but this is gold. I wanted this to look like hammered metal. So I did a feather study, and then did very teeny tiny circles in black thread in there. So it looks kind of like hammered metal. So don't be afraid to use these unusual fabrics, folks, and don't be afraid to use free motion. Again, this won't be a free motion class, but I am going to show you how to do it on this machine so that you have an idea and you can see just how amazing this is. So this works just like your regular machine or a quilting machine. You're going to hold the top thread. You're going to drop the needle. Now see, remember, do you see where I talked about hovering? It didn't go all the way down. Now, using this along with the laser, you can still move your fabric, and you can pinpoint exactly where you want to start, which I love, because I'm all about accuracy when I do this, and I need things to be in a certain place. So now I'm going to drop my needle, and I'm going to raise it back up, because I want access to the bobbin thread. I'm going to pull my project forward, and hopefully you can see, there is my bobbin thread right there. So I'm going to pull this out. And why am I doing this? Because I do not want to get a little thread nest underneath. Remember, if I leave the bobbin thread under there, once I go under my quilt, I could get the potential for a really nasty thread nest. So this prevents that. So always make sure you do that. Now, because we have the laser and we have the little hover tool, I'm going to bring my project back to where that bobbin thread came out. I'm going to hold my bobbin thread, and I'm going to hold my top thread, drop my needle. There's my hovering again. Bring it down, and I'm going to wait. I'm just going to take a breath, and before I get started, just to make sure that all the stress of the day is gone. And now I'm free to start. So I have my foot pedal hooked up to the back of my machine. There's a little plug on the back, very simple. You could use the multifunction foot. You can use the regular brother foot, and off you go. I mean, I'm going to do just a couple little locking stitches, and now I'm ready to go. Now, when you free motion, you just want to keep everything nice and consistent. You want to keep it very even. I'm just going to do a little bit of stippling here. Maybe hard to see, but I'll take it out in just a second so you can see. But yes, this is all free motion. And just to explain what that means, this is not the machine stitching this out. This is me moving the fabric, creating the design. So these are not built-in designs. These are all out of my head. And this is me creating the pattern. That's what free motion means. So I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to do a little bit of feathers. And listen how quiet this is. It just purrs right along. I think this is just one of the most amazing things about this machine is that you have the ability. How many embroidery machines do you know that can do free motion?
None.
It's absolutely amazing. So let me stop here. I'm going to cut my thread because this is just a demo. Now remember, I could have done some lock stitches there, and then I just cut it. Remember, I did lock stitching at the beginning.
Wow.
And there we go.
Wow.
So this is all done in free motion. I mean, it's really that simple to set up your machine. Now, if I wanted to go back to embroidery, I would just take off the guard. I would take off that little piece in the back and reset my screen, and I'm done. And I'm right back into embroidery. And I could leave the table on. I would just need to add my embroidery arm in the back, whichever A or B frame that I need, and then start embroidering. And then what you could do is, because we can do Disney, we can do, and this is my teaser for my next segment. So here's the nice big Mickey. So if you want to know how to do this Mickey, catch me in the next segment. I'm going to show you how to do this. But now you've got Mickey. So now you could take Mickey, grab my top thread. Again, look at the laser right here. I have pinpoint accuracy. So let's say I want to start right in the little crook of where his body meets his face. So I'm going to bring my needle down. I'm going to hover just to make sure. Remember, I can still move here. So I'm going to hover, bring my needle down, back up, bring my project forward, grab my bobbin thread, and then off I go. It's maybe hard to see because it's white on white, but that's my business. And I'll show you what the texture is like. So again, just some stippling or whatever you like. You're in free motion. So let me go ahead and cut my thread. Cuts your thread and gets it all, puts it together for you. And there's some texture right around Mickey. And on the back, a lot of people want to see the back. The back is just as nice. And I'll show you the back of my previous sample. There's the front. Here's the back. So stitching on the front and back is just as beautiful as the front. Isn't this absolutely amazing? It really is that simple, folks. I just can't make it any easier about how wonderful this is to do.
Jerry, it's just so amazing. When do you think that somebody will get comfortable with the free motion? You make it look so easy, and your designs are just like so perfect. But somebody that's buying this machine today, they want this for the free motion. What's that comfortable level? I mean, and does it have to be a perfect leaf like you do?
Oh, no. It took me a while to learn. I mean, it's just like anything. I always like to equate it to, were you born learn how to drive? Of course not. It's a skill that you had to build and a skill you had to acquire. You didn't learn it all at once. You saw all the pedals and you saw the handles and you saw the gear shift. And, some people had even more things than that in their cars. But it's an acquired skill and it just takes time. I always say in my classes, give me 10 minutes a day for a week and you're going to see big improvements. So what I suggest is create, do like a sample sandwich like I just did. So just a little simple sample sandwich, have a couple of those by your machine, and then make a grid. Like use a marker or a pen or pencil and grid it off and put a date in each of those boxes. Then do a little bit, do 10 minutes in that box, go to the next square, make it the next date, and do a little bit in there. That way you can kind of keep track of yourself and you can see, and it's a confidence builder, and you can see, wow, I'm really making some progress here. So yeah, there's a lot you can do. There's a lot of things you can challenge yourself on, but the basics don't take long. Just remember your stitches, you're trying to make them so it looks like your machine is making a straight stitch. Your regular sewing machine is making a straight stitch. So whatever, like 3.0, 2.5 millimeter, do some straight stitching. And then right next to that, take that sandwich over to your machine and try to emulate that with your free motion. Because then at least you have something to go by as a guide.
Right. And I love the idea of like watching your progress, 10 minutes every day to see how you've improved over time. And like I've been saying, and I've only done free motion a few times when I've been doing other segments at other people's homes that have a free motion machine and they let me jump on. But it's once you can get the feel and you kind of know where you want to go with it, then you'll get better and better. I love the idea of having that nice big table too.
It's wonderful. It's great to have, if you're doing a large quilt, can you do a large quilt on this? Yes, you get 13.5 inches from the needle to the back of the machine. So that's a lot of room. So you can do large quilts on this if you want to. I've done king size quilts on this.
And that was, somebody asked, can you do a king size quilt? And you say yes.
Yep, I just saw that too. I just finished one for our bed. So yeah, I just finished a king size quilt.
So we've got free motion, we've got embroidery on there. We can have the cap on there. This machine is just like the best thing ever.
Well, the thing it needs to be now is in your home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, probably not after you, Jerry. How many are left, Blaine?
Well, when we started the broadcast with Jerry, there was still those 2 left, but I got a feeling they're probably gone. But anyway, don't worry, people. If y'all want one of these things, go ahead and call in and order one, and we'll put you on the waiting list. We're getting these things in weekly, and so sometimes the waiting list kind of builds up. But hey, great job, Jerry. Again, I'm so happy to see how that free motion kit works, and so our viewers can kind of see how that. So hey, what a great machine. Not only can you get, to me, I've always called this machine the premier hat machine in America. But now you can buy a machine that you can do all kinds of onesies and bags and everything you can think of, shoes on this thing, hats on it. Now you can do free motion quilting. And so what a versatile machine. And I'm telling you, this thing, oh my gosh, it's bulletproof as well. We have no problems with these machines at all. They really hold up well. And I've used these machines I used to do these really large events. And I don't remember if Jerry had ever been to one of my huge events I used to do, but we used these big events, and I actually had 50 of these, and we would put in these events, and we never had any problems out of the Persona. And they did, some of them went the whole event season, and before we sold them, we would use them in the events and never had a problem. So those things are, they're bulletproof machines. They're great machines. Again, I'll remind everybody, it's $49.99 shipped right to your door, and you're going to get your choice of the cap equipment like you saw Cindy demonstrate earlier. You're going to get your choice of the stand that it sits on, or you're going to get your choice of that free motion kit that you just saw Jerry demonstrate. So your choice of either one of those, and if you wanted all of it, you can just purchase the other 2. And then they also it has that free arm table that you can get. So you saw Cindy doing that with when she was doing the split design. Now we can't sell that online, but you can actually give us a call. And if you're locally, you can go into the store, buy one of those. And if you give us a call, we'll tell you where your closest retailer are to you to get one of those tubular arm tables for if you want to do the free motion split design, or the split design with the PE design. So we also have the PE design, Jane, for $9.99 with that Durkee hoop. So it's a pretty good combination, and great price on it. And I'm sure we're going to have 0 left after this show today.
Probably 0 left after you introduce our next guest, actually.
I tell you, and you know what? I want to thank Jerry for coming on today, and we're going to have Jerry coming up right after Colleen. Colleen Sweatman's next. We're going to have Jerry come up right after Colleen, and he's going to go over that 3600D again, and he's going to show you all the embroidery functions of it. So we got some great stuff still to show y'all, and so hope everybody's staying tuned. And next up, oh my gosh, Colleen Sweatman. I have worked with Colleen for many years, and she has been to a lot of my events. Colleen is just an embroidery expert, sewing expert, and she is a Brother National educator. And so Colleen, welcome to our show. And we are so happy. And this is the first time you've been on my Facebook Live show. So welcome.
Is. Thank you. This is fun. I'm excited. So I'm getting to show something that goes along with their persona that they're going to buy. Because their persona doesn't sew, it only embroiders. So you got to have a sewing machine.
You sure do. So that's why we had this sewing machine, the sewing only machine for everybody. And this is that NS80. And so if you could tell everybody about how great this NS80 is.
I'm not only going to tell them, but I'm going to show them a few things too. This is the NS80E. E is for electronic, and it is just a phenomenal machine. It is actually the machine that I recommend for a lot of my friends when they're looking for a machine. So let's switch to the beauty of the machine. And I've laid out the feet there. Let's go look at the whole machine first. There we go. And I've laid out the feet. It comes with 7 feet. I mean, isn't that nice? It comes with all the feet that you're really, really going to need. So it comes with, and I'm going to just take them out of the way because we don't need them. But I had to show you this because this is pretty cool. You know, do you love sewing on buttons? No, you don't. I know better than that. But look at this. It comes with a specialty foot, and you just put the button in. You put the foot on, and it sews the button on for you. Now, is that exciting? It was to me. So buttonholes are always a challenge, but not with this machine because you just put the button in the buttonhole foot. It measures it, and it makes the perfect buttonhole to fit your button. No thinking required. It just does it for you. Now, I like a machine that helps me with no thinking required. And then, of course, it has your sewing feet, your decorative stitching feet, your zipper foot, your overcasting for all those hemming things. I know you all just love to do those fun things. And then this one is an actual, this one is actually the overcasting foot, and this one is a hemming foot. So you get all these feet, and you'll learn how to use them because it's pretty easy. Comes with a manual that teaches you, but I think you get free lessons too, if you could make it into the store maybe. So let's get started with the kinds of things that it can do. And I'm going to go to this view so that you can see it's got the stitches right here. So they're here, of course, on the machine, but if you want them in big lifestyle size, they're right up here on the card. And it's just a simple matter to dial in the stitch that you want. And the machine actually tells you, I don't know if I can make that screen big enough for you to see, but it does tell you right on the screen, if you're going to use this stitch, this is the foot that you need to have. And it actually just displays it for you right here at the top of the screen, which of course is a huge benefit if you're learning. So this is a great machine if you're just starting to learn to stitch, or if you know you're going to do something. This guy's really heavy duty, not a heavy machine, but heavy duty. So about 6.5 inches across and a good 4 inches tall. So plenty of space to work in. I was playing with it yesterday because I hadn't played with it in a while. Let me see if I can get my, there we go. This is a little cell phone holder that I made for my neighbor. Her kids are always wanting to reach into her purse and grab our cell phone, and she needs something pretty heavy duty. So I put a few little decorative stitches on it and a nice big heavy handle, and that's what they have to grab that cell phone out of. So one of the things that's always a challenge with the machine is, can it handle denim? Can it handle the heavy stuff? Most any machine can handle the lightweight stuff. It's the heavy stuff that gets you down. And the answer to that is yes. This one is 4 layers of denim folded, and then another layer of denim, and then a layer of lining, and it just stitched through it. It didn't bother it at all. So that's pretty good. Now, some other things that it can do, because I know a lot of people just want a machine so they can hem their own pants. So let's take a look at this. Let me see if I can get this up close enough. Can you see? There we go. I'm directionally challenged. Sorry about that. Can you see the little tiny blue dots? So if I was actually using this for hemming, I would use white thread. But I didn't because I wanted you to see what the hem looks like on the front. And this is what they use when you go to get your pants hemmed. Well, you could be doing your pants yourself. Now, wouldn't that be nice? Now, another thing that we can do, let's do this. If you've ever had to hem a pair of jeans or do something with a pair of jeans, they have that nice heavy stitch. Well, it's just a stitch on the machine. It happens to be stitch number 5, and you just choose that one, and it'll do this nice, big, heavy-duty stitch. So it has all the features that you really love in a machine. Drop-in, quick-set, jam-proof bobbin with a picture, so you never, ever have to worry about, did I do it right? Because the picture shows you how to do it, and you're going to get it right every time. And then it threads its own needle. So it's got a real pretty picture right here to show you how to thread. And then when you get down here, you're just going to put the presser foot down that keeps the thread from unwinding, and come over here and cut it. And you just let the needle threader thread it. And I think if I go here, there, you can see that it made a nice little loop. And you just grab a hold of that loop and pull it through, and that machine is threaded and ready to go. Now, I always appreciate that in the machine, that it is threaded and ready to go. So I love that it has the pictures right here. Like I said, it's lightweight enough that you can just take it anywhere you want to go, and it's heavy duty enough to do whatever you need it to do. So those are really important things in my world. Now, I was playing with some decorative stitching the other day. Let's see if I can figure out. There we go. Just a couple of little decorative stitches. And this is an electronic machine, so those are real easy to adjust. You can make them larger or smaller. This is a ladder stitching that I think Lewis was talking about earlier, where he did a satin and then he did the ladder stitching over it to give it a completely different look of reflection. And that's right here on this machine too. So this is, no matter what machine, there's some of my buttonholes. No matter which machine you have, if you've gotten that the PRS 100 or one of the other embroidery only machines, you still need to be able to stitch, because that's what we really, really like to do. So here we see it. It's got a nice space. Let's do a little stitching here. And we're going to choose, let's see, let's just choose a plain old straight stitch. And I don't know that you can see the changing of the numbers because of the lighting in the room. But we're just going to pick up that presser foot and slide it under. And oh, did I mention that this is the bottom of a pair of jeans? So it's really heavy, and then you know how that flat fell seam makes about 5 or 6 layers of denim in there, which makes it kind of a challenge for some machines, but it's not for this guy. And this guy has a foot controller, so you can control it with your foot if you'd like to, but it also has speed controller right up here. Let's switch up there. Right up here, you have speed control. So if you're teaching someone or someone is just learning, they always have that kind of afraid feeling. You can just unplug the foot controller and slide it down here to nothingness. And then I'm going to tell it to back tack. So it's going to do a back stitch. And, oh, I can't press on the foot controller. There we go. Here we go. See that? That's so that you can learn and be comfortable. Now, once you've learned and you get a little braver, you can just go right up the seam here. Now you see there's more arrows, and the faster the arrows, the closer they are together, the faster you're gonna sew. Oh wait, did you just see it jump right over that big seamed hoop right there? And I'm gonna tell it I'm finished so it can do a knot. And there we go, needle up, and we are ready. So there is, boy, I wish I wasn't challenged with cameras. There we go. Isn't that a pretty little seam that it did? And like I said, that is 5 layers of denim. And then it didn't even bat an eye, did it? It didn't slow down. It didn't have any hiccups. It just traveled right over it. Now, I'm not getting to see the questions, so I hope that if you have questions, you're asking them. This is a pretty straightforward machine with 80 stitches. It is electronic, so it can shift and go faster and slower. It has its pictures right here. Is it a free arm? Yes, it is. This just simply pulls off, and then you do have the free arm sleeve, free arm for your sleeves and things like that. It actually comes with a cover, and with this dust cover, I can actually just cover the whole thing up, even with the stitch card. The stitch card will peek right out the top. Of course, you can take that stitch card off if you want to. It isn't firmly attached. You can remove it and put it back in place however you want it to be. I like it because it shows the stitches really big. But if you like it, if you don't like it, then you can just put it away. And then, of course, in here with our little free arm piece, then we can keep track of all of our extra feet. And with those feet, it's really, really nice to have them handy. Like I said, the sewing on buttons, a lot of you probably spend this much money in just getting your buttons sewn on and your pants hemmed, and all of those specialty feet fit right in there. They do actually come in a special little bag. There are additional tools that are included with it. So let's slide that big into place. So it has a whole little bag of extra stuff. So typically with Brother, what they'll do is the machine is going to come what I call good to go out of the box. So what you're going to get is a machine a manual that's really usable. You're going to get all of the fun things that you need to be happy starting to sew. So I just have loved this machine. It is light enough of weight, and it does have a handle on it. Let me see if I can see if I can do that this way. It does have a handle on it, so you can just simply pick it right up and set it right back down. Easy to transport. Very, very useful machine, very straightforward, beautiful decorative stitches. Again, I was playing with decorative stitches the other day and just stitched a few of them out. Actually, there's a ladder stitch I did. Look at that. And a buttonhole and, like I said, all these heavy layers of denim, and it just stitched right through it without any issues or problems at all. So I was really impressed. That fun? Great machine to have to take. Even if you have one of the bigger machines, it's always nice to have a machine that you can take with you. And this is absolutely the perfect size. Heavy duty enough to do the heavy stuff, lightweight enough to take with you. So I think this is just a super machine to be able to add. I did show you the needle threader. I didn't show you the pop on, pop off feet. So if you just release the button and they pop right off, and then I keep them here in this little bin so I can grab the next one that I want and pop it into place. And it's ready to go. Pretty exciting machine, isn't it? With all those features. Now, I don't know what the price point is on it, but it's worth quite a bit of money. So that would make, like I said, a pretty telling statement about a machine. This does have the longer feed dogs. I think I might have mentioned that earlier, which give you more control for straight sewing and fast, even feeding. So it makes you look good even when you're a beginner. And we all like to look good even when we're a beginner. So this is a great machine to get started with. Let's just pop that on. There we go. And all you have to do is just drop it down and it lifts on. I see somebody said their granddaughter would love this machine, and it is a great machine, not only for kids, but a wonderful wedding graduation gift as we're coming into that season of that kind of, new things are happening. It's a super gift. I know that I would have loved to have gotten a sewing machine for any occasion, because sewing is such a wonderful thing to know, to be able to know how to do and to be able to carry that with you. So let's see what else we can do here. I did hem those pants for you, but I didn't start sewing any of my decorative stitches. So let's pick a decorative stitch. We're going to go back here for just a minute, and we're going to pick a decorative stitch. And then right here or right up on the big card, I think I'm going to go to the big card just because it's a little easier for me to see. And we're going to dial this over to number 53. And even once we get to it, here we go. It is going to tell me the foot it wants. Oh, it wants the end foot, so I better give it to it. It likes that end foot for more stitching space so that it can get a cleaner stitch in the bigger area. So let's just give it that guy. And I always just pop mine right back in here. And you just slide it on and pop it into place. You could hear it snap, I'm sure. Now, on this, I can still change the sizes. So I think I might like it just a little bit. What's as wide as it'll go, but I might like it a little closer together. So I'm going to just closen mine up just a little bit. And I drew some chalk lines on some fabric earlier so that you could hear it, but I bet you can't hear it because it's really a quiet machine. Can you hear it? It's really quiet, isn't it? And you can see it just dancing around. The foot is dancing back and forth. And it's going to do us a beautiful stitch. I drew just little white chalk lines on here so I would have something to help me guide. This machine can do so many wonderful things. It has a quilting stitch. It has blind hemming stitches. It has all of this stuff that you really need in a machine are on this machine. And like I said, it would be a wonderful companion to take with you. I have a big, wonderful sewing and embroidery machine, but it isn't a good choice for me if I'm going away for the weekend. This one would be a great choice for me because I can't go anywhere without a machine. That would just be devastating. So we're almost to the end here. And I'll show you another little trick that it has at the end. We're nearly to the end. And with these decorative stitches, I do want to finish them off so that they aren't going to unravel, because that's pretty important, because this is going to be another one of those little phone holders, I think. Or it might just be a really, really cute jean pocket, because that would be fun too. And I'm not going to put it, I'll put it on a jacket. That's where I'll put it. So we're almost to the end. Now we have some choices. I'm going to touch this button right here. And it kept going a few stitches after I touched that button, didn't it? It showed a green light and it kept stitching. Well, what it did is it finished the pattern. Now I could have made it stop by touching another button, but by touching that button, it said, okay, she gave me permission to finish my pattern before I stop. So that's pretty exciting, isn't it? And then we're just going to lift our needle and let's see if I can get this close enough for you to see. There we go. Isn't that cute? All the detail on that, it's really a pretty little stitch. It's a fun, fun, fun machine. Great for travel. Like I said, it is the free arm. You just pull that right off and set it aside and pull it back on when you're ready. Slides in and off very easily. It does have the bobbin drop on the back side of the machine. It has directions all over here. Has a wonderful warranty, 2 years part and labor. It has 25 years on the chassis. So it's got a really, really good warranty on it. And I'm going to go back now and I'm going to choose that heavy jean stitch, which we talked about earlier. It's stitch number 5. And it does want the regular stitch. It doesn't want quite as much room. So we're going to take off that foot and we're going to put back on our regular foot. And there we go. And I'm going to just start this little fella stitching, and he's stitching through 4 layers. And this is the heavy denim. This is the good stuff. This is the stuff real jeans are made out of. So I'm doing 4 layers here. And I'm just going to pop it right under the foot. And there's a little line on the foot so that I know where it's going to stitch. And I think I'll just move that over just a little bit. I use the width to move my needle over so that it's a little closer to the edge of the seam. And then I'm just going to tell it that it can go ahead and stitch. And it's done the knot because I told it ahead of time I wanted to. And you can see it's doing a backward and forward stitch. Actually, I probably made it a little too close, because there we go. When that backward and forward stitches, you get so many stitches in that needle hole that it can clog up just a little bit. So I'm going to space those stitches a little bit further out. And that's how you do with the stitches on denim. You're going to space them a little bit further apart. And as we reach the end, I'm going to tell it to go ahead and tie a knot and cut that thread. And I think I did this in, oh, I did do it in red so you can see it. Well, someday I'll learn how to do opposite so that the camera can see what I'm doing. There we go, finally. Can you see that nice stitch? It's a nice heavy stitch. It's the same stitch that you would get if you bought a pair of denim jeans. It would have this nice heavy stitch on it. So that, and so if you do this, I think in some brands it would be yellow thread, but you do this, then it looks like you hemmed it or was done from the company, and that it still looks great. So pretty impressive. I think this is really a fun machine to have, and certainly one that I enjoy having, but I think most people would. Easy enough for someone who's beginning strong enough for them to live with it and grow with it. So it's got the features that you really, really need for sewing your decorative stitches, your buttonholes, your blind hemming, your overcasting. So you have plenty of decorative stitches to play with. You have plenty of work stitches to play with. It really, really is a super machine to be able to take with you. As I said, it doesn't weigh a lot, so it's very easy to pick it up. I can actually pick it up with my left hand, which says a lot. Drop-in quick-set jam-proof bobbin, and they have pictures right here on the screen. Right here is how to put the bobbin in, and it shows you the right way. And then right over here, you have the absolutely correct way to do the needle thread. And of course, that's all in the manual too, but it is kind of nice to just have it right here where you're not having to look for it. The foot controller is included, but you don't have to use it. That's really, really an advantage for some people who get nervous about thinking what their foot's going to do, or they may not be able to reach. I know for children, sometimes my granddaughter couldn't reach the floor. So it was nice to be able to control it here and to be able to set the speed right on the front of the machine and go fast or slow or whatever you needed to do. So this is a super, super machine. I think it's something that everybody would enjoy having. I think it's a fun machine to be able to take with you, to use at home, to quilt with, because it's got a large enough space here with the 6.5 by almost 4 inches, or a good 4 inches, I guess. So you notice it has plenty of lighting, so you can really see what you're doing. It actually has a work light that is focused right down here where you're looking as you go into your sewing. And I think that's really a neat feature, because as we get older, our eyes have a little more challenging time seeing. And so it's really nice to have this right here and all set and ready to go. So let's see. Let's see. There you are. Hello, Blaine.
Hey, Colleen, you made that look so easy, all those demonstrations and all the stitches. Oh my gosh. Now this machine, this is a great machine. And, it's not only just for beginners, is it? This is a machine that, even advanced sewers could use because of all the stitches it has.
Well, and I like it because it does have all the stitches and the ability to adjust them. And it is a strong and powerful machine. And that's really where I like to be. I like a machine that's going to go through a pair of blue jeans. If it won't do that, I'm done. I'm out.
All right. Well, how's your weather today? Are you snowed in as well?
Well, we have been for 3 days. So today we're starting to see. We haven't been out of the house in 3 days.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, hey.
My dog weighs 100 pounds and the snow is well up past his knees.
That's crazy. Well, hey, we want you to stay safe up there. And thank you so much for coming on our show today. Hey, we're going to have you back soon, because this is your first time on the show with me. And I haven't got to work with you in a while. And I think the last time I even got to see you was at one of the brother conventions. And that was probably 2 years ago, wasn't it?
It probably was. And I would love to work with you, because we had so much fun when we worked together.
Oh my gosh. We have done so many events together, and it seems like, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden we haven't done anything. So, but anyway, thank you so much, Colleen. Look, I always look forward to seeing you, and we're going to have you again real soon. And anyway, stay safe up there, all that snow. Okay.
Thank you. And thanks for letting me come on.
Oh, our pleasure. All right, guys, y'all saw Colleen there for that great machine. I want to bring Jane back up, and Jane and I are going to talk a little bit about the price, because I know everybody's out there wanting to know what the price is of this machine. So, Jane, what can everybody buy this machine for right now?
Well, first of all, Blaine, as I'm sitting here in the peanut gallery watching along with everybody else, I love this machine because I love the idea of how it sews on all of those layers of denim. How many times are we trying to hem our pants? And we're like, oh, it doesn't really go through this. Well, this machine does. And I love the idea that you put the button in the press foot and it sews your button for you. Love that. So thank you so much to Colleen. This is a fantastic price on this machine. It's the NS80E. You're going to get this machine for $499. Oh, and guess what? If you call in today, you can receive that wonderful President's Day gift. But you got to call in to receive the gift. Of course, that number is 1-800-408-8151, and a great price on this machine. You know, Colleen showed you all of the amazing things that it can do, and it's a nice little machine to have in your sewing room. So again, you got to call 1-800-401-8151. I am sold. It's so much fun. We talk about these big machines that are embroidering and free motioning, and I love those. Then we get to a machine that does our basics. We want these stitches. We want to sew buttons. We want to sew our hems. This is the machine that you need to do that.
You know, Jane, it is a great machine. And I mean, we have seen some tons of good machines today. And I know you and I are going to cover a couple, you know, do a little recap after our next presenter and talk a little bit about all the machines we got to see today and some of the pricing. But, you know, everybody needs a good sewing machine. And, you know, we had that little talk earlier this morning when we were talking about, you know, we were asking everybody out there, hey, would you want a combo machine or do you want your embroidery and your sewing machine separate? Well, for all those people out there that want that really good sewing machine that's separate, this is it.
Yeah.
This is the machine.
Yeah.
And hey, you know what? You said the price was $4.99. It's free shipping right to your door. Hey, and if they act today, President's Day sale, like you said, they get that little gift that we're giving away. And you have to call to find out what it is, but it's going to be worth that call, isn't it, Jane?
It sure is going to be worth that call, Blaine. We're still calling you Santa Blaine is what we're still calling you. You know, the other thing too that I love that Colleen said was to be able to get to the free motion and to make the quilts and to do all this stuff, you still have to sew. And so she said, so let me show you some stitches. Let me show you the machine that you can do that with. And that's all of a sudden when it dawned on me and I said, you know what? I love this machine. I love this machine. It's basic. It's easy. It's got everything that I need. So going back to, we can think of all these great things, but basically we're sewing.
You're exactly right. And, you know, and that's what I tell, you know, people ask me all the time, you know, what machine to get. And, you know, there's so many machines out on the market and it can be confusing, you know, and that's the thing that, you know, we try to, you know, all of our salespeople try to really concentrate on hard is finding out exactly what you're going to use with, you know, what you're wanting to do. You know, if you're wanting to, you know, buy a machine to embroidery with, and you automatically say, I want to get into the jean jacket business and I want to do custom jean jackets or I want to do the backs of jean jackets. Well, I'm not going to sell you, you know, the Star Wars or Marvel embroidery machine. Right. I'm going to say, you know, hey, you need to get something that's going to have a bigger hoop size that, you know, something like the Persona that we talked about and go, or at least like the machine we're getting ready to, show, you know, Jerry's coming back. I'm going to show that 3600D with that big 6x10 embroidery field. So that would be a machine, you know, based on what somebody's telling me. So if somebody says, hey, I just want a great sewing machine that's going to complement my, you know, my Persona that I already have, bam, this NS80E is the one. I mean, it is a great machine. And for $4.99, what a great price, shipped free to your door, and you get that free gift that we've been talking about. So they got to give us a call. Jane, how can they get it ordered?
Well, there's 5 ways that you can actually get anything ordered that you've seen on the show today, friends. You can go and visit SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can always call the toll-free number, 800-408-8151, or you can chat. We've got live agents standing by to answer all of your questions and help steer you in the right direction of which machine should I get, or machines, I should plural that. Or you can, and if you're chatting and it's full and you can't get through, you can go to the link and you could fill out the Google Sheets with all your information and somebody will call you back. It's just that simple. Or if you're in Southern California, you can visit one of the 2 superstores in San Diego or San Marcos. So 5 ways to order today. Certainly, if you have questions, they've got live agents standing by, and you can also call the 800 number, 408-8151. And again, with this last machine that Colleen just demonstrated, that would be the NS80E. If you call, you can also get that free President's Day gift, and what a great machine to have there. And I think if we are ready, Blaine, I'll introduce our next guest, which is Jerry. We'll have him come back to talk more about embroidery. So let me introduce him. If we can, oh, there he is. Jerry, my South Side of Chicago friend. I'm so happy to have you. Oh, I think you're just on mute. That's okay.
I knew that. I was testing you.
Yes, I was reading your work.
Back.
You're back. Here he is back. So, Jerry, you're an award-winning quilter, but you're an artist. You're a painter. You're a fine artist. Like, you can draw.
Right.
You can sing. You play music. You were in rock bands when you were in the Navy.
Yeah. I was the Journey singer. I was the Steve Perry of the Navy.
Did you have your arm up and sing really high notes?
Oh yeah. I still kind of can.
Oh, we got to get some videotape of that for the next time we're on. Oh, yes, we do. And then another question I have, because we know that you're a fabulous costume designer. You had a nightclub.
Yeah, that's true. At a nightclub in Florida for 10 years. Put a lot of my artistic stuff to use. I was a set designer. I ran kind of the back of the house. So I lined up all the entertainment, did all the set design. So it was fun. It was really fun.
And then did you also spend a year in a motorhome traveling the country?
Yeah, we did. Once we sold the nightclub, we were kind of looking for a place to land. So we bought a motorhome, traveled the country. And I always say, if anybody has a chance to do that, it was an unbelievable experience. RVers are just the sweetest, nicest people. It was so much fun to meet people from all over and to see amazing places.
And, that could very well happen these days when people are working remotely. All you need is a movable house. You can work anywhere you want.
So true. Just a house that rolls down the street. And I was quilting on our dining room table, and I was working on a show quilt that was, I want to say 5.5 feet by about 6.5 feet. So it was huge. It was a big quilt, but I did it. I did it in the motorhome. So I don't want to hear anybody say they don't have space to quilt.
That's funny. I was going to ask you, did you bring a sewing machine with you in the motorhome?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was a small one, but I was able to quilt on it. Yeah.
So the question now is, how many sewing machines did you bring with you in the motorhome?
Well, at that time, I had just the one because I knew that I was going to be traveling. I didn't want to be tied down too much, but I had the one, and it worked great. And it was a brother.
And of course, it was a brother. Now, you were just on the show a little bit earlier. We were talking about the free motion work that you could do on the PRS 100, the Persona, which is just amazing. I love that machine. But now you're going to talk to us about a different machine and then different embroidery techniques. And this machine is the 3600D.
Right. Yeah, I know Lewis was on earlier, and he talked about the sewing capabilities of this machine. I'm not going to talk about the embroidery side of this machine. This machine, and he emphasized it, and I cannot emphasize how much, I will just say the educators in general love this machine. I love it personally. I think it's just a sweet, killer little machine. It has so much packed into it that if you're looking to kind of step up a little bit, this would be the machine to get. It is a combination machine. So if you have a smaller space, or if you already have maybe a good basic sewing machine and you want to add embroidery to your arsenal, this is a great way to go. It's just so much jam-packed into it. So I'm going to head over to the machine, and I'm going to switch my camera, and we're going to head on over, and I'm going to show you how this works with Hercules snoring in the background.
We love it. We love him.
So just very quickly, I want to tell you that this machine, you know what? I'm actually going to switch back to my big camera because I want to show you the hoops that you're going to get. So there's a 5x7. Now, if you are familiar with Lewis's presentation, you will know that this machine is a nice size machine. But what's really awesome about this is the size of the hoops that you'll get. So not only do you get a big, powerful machine, your hoops are big. And, I'll just say it, with embroiderers, size matters, okay? We all want the biggest hoop. And the biggest thing that I hear at events from embroiderers is, I wish I would have bought a machine that has a bigger hoop. Because you start seeing all these big, beautiful embroideries that you can't do on your little 4x4. It's fine to get started with those, but I guarantee quickly you're going to want to upgrade to a bigger hoop. And usually a 4x4 machine can't do anything bigger than 4x4. This machine is a great way to go. Again, you've got a 5x7, which is still large. I mean, there's my hand size for comparison. But the amazing thing is, and I've got this hooped up for a demonstration, this is a 6x10. Look at the size of this. It is absolutely immense for a machine this size. So you can do those nice, big, huge, I know all the embroiders out there right now are going, oh, and they should be, because it's a big hoop for a machine this size.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to go way up in price point to get a hoop even just a little bit bigger than that. So, I mean, this is just, like I said, it's just a beautiful little machine. It's even light enough that you could take to classes. So it's just, again, it's just a huge bang for your buck. So let me show you some things that we did. Again, you might have seen this earlier. I was free motion quilting on. Look at the size of Mickey on this. There's my hand for comparison. He's huge. He could be a jacket bag or a tote bag or something like on a shirt. I mean, if you're going to Disney and your family's going to Disney, you can do these. I mean, get the whole family clothing going with Mickey. You can also do the princesses. So these are built in. So the princess, again, there's my wild fabric. So I'm using lame for the frame. And this is, you know, we've got all the princesses here. There's Cinderella. And I free motion quilted with that machine around it as well. So just to kind of give it a little bit of a pizzazz. I also went on PE Design with our photo stitch and picked out a design. And this is all embroidery. This was done on the 3600 as well. This is a Angela Wolf pattern that I used, and I did all. And I'll show you the back. So there's the back, and the sleeves were embroidered on this machine on tulle. So there's the embroidery, and the sleeves were done with tulle. So I mean, you could do freestanding lace on this machine, and again, with that huge hoop, imagine at Christmas time you doing just an entire huge hoop full of freestanding lace snowflakes. Again, there's my hand for size comparison. Think of how many little snowflakes you could do in this hoop. I mean, you could just spread them all around, get them all done. Your Christmas tree's decorated. So there you go. Or you have terrific gifts. Add some crystals and beads, and off you go. So let me go over to the machine now, and we'll get started because I really am excited to show you this. All right. Here we are over on the machine. Now, you probably recognize this earlier from Lewis's presentation. However, we're in a different screen right now. We are in the embroidery screen, and this is your main screen. And right over here is my opening area. So let me tell you a little bit about it. So this machine has 233 built-in embroidery designs, has 35 Disney designs, 140 frame combinations. Those are right here, and I'll go through those with you. It has 11 embroidering fonts. And one thing I want you to see is this huge color touch screen. This is a touch screen. So this is, again, you are really moving up here in machine features with this machine. So I just want to go ahead and get started. So I just want to jump right in. Let me show you some of the things that this machine has. Has machine buttonholes. So if you wanted to do your buttonholes in the embroidery side, you can certainly do that. So again, look at all the choices you have for embroidery buttonholes. If you want to add decorative elements around the buttonholes, they provided for that as well. I love that one. I'm in Palm Springs, California, so that's very mid-century. We love that here. And then here is just an extra. This is all holidays. So let me move in just a little bit more so you can see a little bit better. There's a little bunny rabbit. There's an egg. There's shamrocks. A lot of holiday stuff here. And I love that they add these little frames. This is a little Valentine's heart with a frame in the middle, so you could add your fonts to that. You could add your sayings. You could bring in embroidery to that. If you notice right here on the side, where I'll go this way, so you can see right over here, right on the outside of the machine, I have a USB stick. So yes, you can bring designs in as well. So you could bring in your fonts and all of your lettering, and you can add lettering to all of your embroidery with this machine. You have on-screen editing. So let's go through some of the Disney. Now, these are categories. These are not just what you get. These are categories. So you touch Mickey, and you get multiple designs. You get Donald Duck and all the Disney designs that you could possibly want. You got more vintage Mickey. You have Winnie the Pooh. So, I mean, this already comes with it. There's 35 designs already built in. So being a Disney design, a Disney machine, as you will see the name here, and plus you can do Disney designs, you can unlock iBroidery.com. Those of you who are brother owners, you may not be familiar with this. You really should write this down. iBroidery.com, not embroidery. It's the letter I, broidery.com. And what that is Brothers' exclusive website for all their Disney content, plus Marvel. There's 5,000 designs that are available for individual purchase at iBroidery. But the thing is, what's really nice about iBroidery is they have you input your machine information. So what's great is you're not going to buy a design that's not going to work in your machine, and then you're angry. So they're going to have you input your machine info, and it will show you all the designs that are available for your machine. So it makes it really, really nice. So, and it's not just Disney. There's also Marvel there. There's home decorating. There's freestanding lace. If you have not gone there, go to iBroidery.com, and it's amazing. All right, so let's get back to the main screen again. Now, Cindy talked about this on the persona, but notice the letters are here. These are large fonts. These are monogram fonts. So like she said, in the South, they monogram everything. If they could get their pets in a hoop and embroider and monogram, they would do that, trust me. I know, I've been there. Now look at all the fonts that you have available as well. Absolutely amazing amount of fonts here. And here's your frame choices. So what you're going to do is pick a shape, any shape that you want. We'll just do a circle. These are beautiful around embroidery or monograms as well. So just beautiful, beautiful choices. We just got done with Valentine's Day. There's your hearts. So absolutely wonderful amount of choices. So let's just pick one, and let's do a little bit of editing. So let's just go down here. Let's pick a ship. I was in the Navy, so let's pick the ship. And all you have to do is press set. And now this is your editing screen. So look at the array of editing tools that you have. And I'll move this over a little bit more so that you get a little more on screen area there. So there's my design, and it's in my hoop. Now here, I can now go from 100% to 300% in visual. So I can go 125, 150, 200. I can really zoom in on this design. What this is great for is if you're ever going to bring in another design on top of this, you can now pinpoint exactly where that design is going to go. And you can really get in there and you can get it exactly where you want. Say you want a name on the sail. Since you can expand this so much, you can now put a name on there and get it exactly where you want it. So let's go back. And this tells me what size hoop I'm using. This button right here with the little zigzag shows me what this design will look like in the hoop that I've selected. There it is in the 4x4, the 5x7, and the 6x10. And again, you can zoom in so you can see exactly what that design is going to look like. So that's wonderful. And again, that's what's all packed into this machine as well. So now you can customize this design. You're not just limited by what it is in the machine. So you can see all of these design features and edit features are available to you. So if you want to move it, you can move it with your finger on the screen, or you can move it using the arrow keys. You can, if you don't like where it is, you can just press the little button and it'll center it automatically for you. It tells you exactly where it is. So if you're really wanting a very specific area, say you want, you're doing a shirt or something like that, you need it, 1.20 inches above a pocket or something, this tells you exactly where that is. So we'll center that again. We can resize this. Now you can resize it according to the machine. Now the machine will let you know how small or how large you can make something. If you go outside of that, good luck. Especially with freestanding lace. I don't suggest that you expand freestanding lace too much because then you'll start pulling apart all those stitches that lock together. When it's an embroidery design, the machine is letting you know, excuse me, when you have the smallest that it can make that design or the largest, that's what you can safely do and the design remains its integrity. So let me go ahead and pull out, we can pull in. Now we can, excuse me, we also have features where we can stretch that design. Maybe you want the ship a little bit skinnier. Maybe you want it a little bit thicker. So you can really, as you can see, you can really fine tune how you want this to look. Now this is a reset button and it will basically reset for me. So it'll go right back to 0. This tells me the size of the design is 3.78 inches tall by 3.54 wide. We can also rotate this design. So maybe you want it, again, like on a shirt, or you want it on a cap or something like that. You'll want it upside down in order to do the cap. You could do it in 10-degree increments, or you could do it in 1-degree increments. If you don't like that at all, you can just reset it. So again, Brother tries to make these very simple so that you have fun with it. You can mirror image as well. So maybe you want the ship to go the other way. Very simply done by one touch of a button. You can delete it as well. You can also place it in memory. You can put it in the memory pocket. So if you have customized your design however you want, you can go right in and you can hit that pocket. Now, once you're done editing, you're done. You can still do a little bit of maneuvering around, but now we're going to go right on to embroidery. So now all I have to do is, I'm going to pull back just a bit. Oh, there's one feature I want to show you in settings that I think is very important. And that's a little button right down at the bottom. I think I can get the whole thing in here. There we go. There's a little setting button right down here. That takes me into my settings. Now, if you're ever unsure of what hoops your machine will take, go into your settings and go to your embroidery area. On here, it pulls up embroidery right away. Why? Because the embroidery arm is on. So it goes right to the embroidery area of the menu. Now you can scroll through and you can see all the hoops that your machine will accept. So there's 5x7. It will take a 7x4, 6x6, 4x4, 1x2.5, and now it'll go through some of the grids, and I'm right back to where I was. So now I know that I can do a 4x4 or a 6x6 or something like that. And let me go over to the machine. Now, I have a hoop, because I want to show you this area. I have a hoop. This is a 4x4, and it's off my luminaire. Will it work in here? Absolutely. Works just fine. And all I have to do is come over to 4x4 on the screen and just set it to wherever 4x4 is, and now I'm ready to go. So yes, it will accept the 4x4 from another machine. It will not accept the larger ones, because remember, we have a 6x10 inch maximum embroidery area here. So it's not going to take your 9.5x14 or anything bigger. But with this size of machine, with a 6x10 hoop, that's huge. You can do a lot of the big designs that are out there. So let me go ahead and put my design in, or my hoop. Slide it in, lock the arm. Another great thing about that is your machine will let you know if you've done something wrong. So if you have not locked that little arm into place, it will let you know that. It will say, I don't think this is going to work. So now all I have to do is drop my presser foot. My little embroidery light goes green. Touch that, and off I go. And I'm embroidering now. And so you'll hear how nice and quiet this is, but powerful. It will just plow through denim. It'll go through just about all those unusual fabrics that I mentioned as well. Another thing that's beautiful about this machine, let me just stop it and cut the thread. In case you have pets or kids or grandkids that maybe want to pull your power cord out in the middle of embroidering, or your machine gets shut off, or you have a power failure. A lot of people are going through that right now. In days past, I come from the days when that happened. You had to basically pull everything out of the hoop and start over again because there was no way to realign it. So let me show you something. I'm going to turn the machine off and then back on. And some of you are panicking right now because you come from those days as well. It's going to want me to take the hoop out. It's going to move. It's going to reset the arm. And watch this. This is the magic. OK to recall and resume previous memory. You're going to touch OK. You are now right back to where you were. So now I can just slide this right back in, lower my presser foot, press go, and if you notice, it starts right back where it was. Isn't that I mean, that's worth it just for that. to me, it's just worth it because our power goes out and things happen. I've got Hercules. He pulls out the power plug every once in a while, but I don't panic because I can pull everything back from memory. So let me go ahead and cut my thread, stop the machine. Now, if something were to happen with my thread, and let's say I need to go back or ahead some stitches, I'm going to touch this little icon here with the needle that has a plus and minus, and there we go. So I can go back just one stitch. I can go ahead one stitch, all the way back and forward to 100. So I can go back and forward depending on what happened, if a thread breaks or something like that. Can you embroider with metallic thread on this machine? Absolutely. This machine, that's the beauty of our brother machines, is they'll pretty much they'll take any thread that you throw at it. So, and that's another magical thing about this machine is this cuts your jump stitches. Yes, it does. It will cut your jump stitches. If you have ever taken the time to do a very intense design and you now have to cut all of those jump stitches, it's not hard, but it's very time consuming. So what this does is you have just saved a whole bunch of time because you've jumped up to a machine that now cuts your jump stitches, and you can set how long those jump stitches are. So it's absolutely awesome. So that is pretty much my demo on the embroidery side. There's so much more to tackle, but I know that my time is limited. So I'm just trying to hit all the high points. So I hope that was helpful. I hope you all will. And knowing Blaine, he's got this for a killer price. So
well,
this
of course,
is a wonderful machine to have.
Blaine. I mean, you make it look so simple and easy. I love that you can interchange the hoops if, and I love that you showed us the sizing and the settings, because that's always a big question. I was like, why am I stuck on a 4x4 when I'm using this 6x10?
And I will say this, I will correct you on one thing. Brother makes it so simple and easy. They're the ones, they're the geniuses and the innovators and the technicians that have come up with breaking it down to the absolute simplest way that it can be done.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Lewis did a demo on the sewing aspects of it, and now you're doing the embroidery side of it, this machine is just like, we're seeing the notes here. Like, my daughter picked this one. This is my favorite machine. It really has a lot of things that you need for any of your projects.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a really great bump up machine as well. So if you've been embroidering on a smaller hoop, and you're wanting to expand the size of your designs, and you don't want to cut your jump stitches anymore, this is the machine to go to. And you get a wonderful sewing machine side as well. So, I mean, you just get a lot. Like I said, there's a lot packed into this machine. It's probably one of my most favorite machines.
Cutting the jump stitches. I forgot that you mentioned that too. That's amazing.
Yeah. At this price point, to be able to have a machine that will cut your jump stitches, it's amazing.
All right.
It has an automatic needle threader as well.
We had a big conversation about the automatic needle threader at the very beginning of the show, Jerry, and everybody had our opinions about the automatic needle threader.
As you can see, my eyesight is not what it used to be. So to have a machine be able to do something that I can't really see anymore is wonderful. I'm in.
So when I was little and started watching my mom sew, I'd be like, why can't you just see that? I can just thread the needle. It's no big deal. I'll never have trouble. Fast forward 30 years later, I'm like, I can't see anything. I can't even see my hands.
Those two magical words. She said those two magical words. Just wait.
Yes. Oh, you just wait. And everything she said, just wait on, is now starting to happen. So I love my automatic threaders. And I think back in the day, I don't think we had automatic threaders. I think we had those little needles that you push through. Remember those?
Yeah, those little tools that and still you had it was hard to see where the hole was to be able to push that through. So
no. So many great features on this machine. If we can put up let's put up the price on there. There you go. Thanks, guys. For the NQ3600D. This is an amazing machine that Jerry just demoed for us. We've got a great price on it for you, but here's the deal. If you're interested, give us a call. We've got a great price on it. Call in, 800-408-8151. If you know Blaine, you know there is a great price on this machine, and that 800 number is scrolling across the bottom of your machine. So it's the NQ3600D. Don't forget that. Your sewing and embroidery machine, and you're going to call in for that special pricing. Call in only, 800-401-8151. How about that, Jerry, for some suspense?
It's absolutely incredible. And like I said, Blaine is going to put a great price on it. I know him, and I know it's going to be amazing. So jump on it if you can.
Yeah, I love that. Well, Jerry, you're so awesome. I'm so excited to be able to spend this time with you.
Likewise, it's been fun. I really appreciate having me on. I love doing this. I love telling people about Brother Products, and I love seeing all of you. So hope to see everyone soon at an event.
You're I know, when we get back to events, I cannot wait to have a camera in front of my face and me talking to you like this. It's so great. The way that you present, and really all of the brother educators, really and truly, the way that you explain it to us, and we all have our favorite things that we can do, but it's just, you just do it so mindfully, and you're so well spoken that it helps me. It helps everybody that's watching. So kudos to you, and thank you so much for your professionalism and just being able to explain it to us like in a nice way. Like, I couldn't do what you do. I just can't explain it.
Well, I always say in my classes, you all, all my students, I learn just as much from them as they may from me. So we're students too. So. Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. And I guess we're always learning, right? That's if we stop learning.
We should be.
As we should. So again, Jerry, wonderful job. So great to have you on. Everybody, you got a call for this beautiful machine that Jerry was just demonstrating for the embroidery. Let's put that up there again. NQ3600D. The D stands for Disney. It's a sewing and embroidery machine. Of course, we know that Blaine has got great deals for you. So give us a call if this is the machine that you want. And we'll get updates on how many are left. Probably not many after today's show. 800-401-8151 for this outstanding machine. Now, if there's any machines that you've seen all day long, there are 5 ways that you can order. Or if you have questions, you can always go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Of course, you can call. The number will be on the screen right there, 800-408-8151. You can chat. We've got live agents standing by to take your questions and answer anything you would like to know that you've seen all day today. And if you can't get through, you can click on the link, go and fill out the Google Sheet. And the Google Sheet is updating in real time to the call center, and they'll call you back. How about that?
Hey, sounds great to me, Jane. So, hey, I want to thank Jerry. Oh my gosh, great job, Jerry. Thanks for coming on. And that machine is such a great machine. And why the reason we can't show the price on the air, Jane, is because that is what they call a retail only machine. You have to go into a store to get it. So, if you're in Southern California, come on in. We would love to have you come in our stores, and we can show you all about this machine, how awesome it is. And if you want to know where you can buy it, just give us a call at the 800 number like you told them, and we can tell you where you can go to the closest place to buy it, and we can tell you all about it. So anyway, great machine, and thank Jerry for coming on. So Jane, I know that we've got 2 more machines that you and we want to talk a little bit about, and then we're going to do a little recap on everything we saw today and kind of give everybody the prices again. But one of the machines, I want to tell everybody about this next machine, because this machine, it is a smoking good deal, President's Day deal. This is the 1757T, and you have to wave your flags for this. Jane, this is a normally $100, and it was $299 machine. We had it on sale for $199. For President's Day, we even knocked it down even more. It's $149, and it comes with an extension table on the machine. And you talk about a machine, if you want to take it to your retreats, if you want to get somebody started into sewing, this is your machine. This machine has been huge in 2020. I think we sold 1,000 of these, didn't we, Kyle? It was crazy how many we sold of these. And so this machine has been a very, very popular machine. And right now you get the low price of $149. You'll never see it this low ever again. And this is a special President's Day sale, Jane. And I'm telling you, this machine's awesome. So can you tell us a little bit about the features of this machine?
Yeah, I mean, I love this machine. It's a fantastic machine. It's got 17 built-in stitches. It's got one 4-step buttonhole and includes 4 sewing feet. It can handle all of your basic sewing and mending needs. It's easy to use. Again, that 4-step buttonholer. It also features the jam-resistant drop-in bobbin. It's a top bobbin. And of course, we've got that LED work area with the table, that extension table right there. Makes everything so amazing. So many times we're sewing and we wish we just had a little bit more space, or if you've ever had a chance to sew with the sewing machine kind of embedded into the desktop, we know how nice it is to have that space. So at this price, $149, it's fantastic. You're getting the extended table, 17 built-in stitches, a 4-step buttonholer, and the 4 different sewing feet. It's perfect for all of your basic and sewing and mending needs. Easy to use. This is a great machine. I can see why you sold 1,000 of them the first time you put it on.
You know, and it's a great price.
Crazy.
You know, we had it on sale. It was $299. We had it on sale for $199. And it just really, when we put it on sale for $199, we just blew them out. We couldn't keep them in stock. Now, you know, we put it down to $149. And I've got a feeling that the rest we have in the warehouse are going to fly out of here tomorrow, because that is just a great little machine and a great price. And Jane, our next machine I want to talk about was basically one of our most popular machines of 2020 that we sold, and that's the SE 1900. This thing, oh my gosh, what a great machine. And this machine is $9.99, shipped free right to your door, and you also get a free sewing mat of your size and color choice if you buy this machine today. You have to buy it today to get that deal, because the deal goes off tomorrow. But this thing is an incredible machine, and this was one of the most popular machines that we sold of Brother machines for 2020, and we could not get enough of these machines. So great price, under $1,000, and you know, a sewing and embroidery machine that has that 5x7 hoop size. What a great machine.
Yeah, this combo machine will bring your dreams to life. It's got 138 embroidery designs. Yeah, I'm talking bringing your creative dreams to life with the sewing and embroidery machine. It's got 240 built-in stitches. The area is 5x7, the embroidery area that we're talking about here. We've talked a lot about different sizes of embroideries today, or embroidery areas today. This one is 5x7. It's got 11 accessory feet. It's got 100 built-in embroidery designs. You can import your own in from iBroidery. You can monogram. You can personalize with the 11 built-in fonts. It's a combo machine. So you're sewing, you're embroidering, a total of 240 built-in stitches. And again, that embroidery area is a 5x7. Look at that machine. That's great.
You know, Jane, you know, we've talked a lot about, you know, some of the embroidery machines today. So, you know, if you had, like, let's just say the you know, the Marvel in Star Wars machine, you know, that has a 4x4 hoop on it. And then we've talked about, you know, the 3600D has that 6x10. This is kind of in between those. You know, if you wanted a 5x7 hoop size, and that's going to be fine for you. What a great machine. And I think this is why this machine was so popular for 2020. We had so many people buy these last year, and I think it was because of that hoop size. They were, you know, maybe it was their first embroidery machine, or maybe they were just, you know, wanting to upgrade from a 4x4 and go to something a little larger. But what a great machine.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic machine. And I love the, you know, again, we go back to the, you know, sewing, we go back to the embroidery. You're able to do both of those together. You're getting the ability to have the built-in stitches. You can monogram, you can personalize. Oh, and then by the way, you can embroidery with the built-in designs and then pull things in from iBroidery. And this is a great price you have on this one as well, Blaine.
It is, you know, and I think that, again, you know, we got this, you know, it's under $1,000. You're going to get a free sewing mat, which is a $50 value, and we're going to ship it to your house absolutely free. But you have to buy one today if you want to get the free sewing mat, which is a $50 value. And I saw a bunch of people chiming in that they actually have this machine. Hey, if you have this machine and love it, we want to hear about it, because I know this was a really popular machine for people. And I'd like to know, why they actually picked that machine. What made them pick that particular machine? Was it like we talked about the controversy earlier today? Do
So
you
much
buy
has happened
a
today.
combo machine, or do you have separate machines?
A lot of people, I know the SU 1900. It's interesting too. We talk a lot about, they say for embroiderers, size matters. So we want this, the bigger, the better of the hoop. And now I'm seeing folks saying, hey, listen, 5x7, you can do a lot with that. And you really can. So, you have to listen to and talk to the people that have it. We're getting a lot of comments on it. People loving this machine, saying, I do a lot with my 5x7 embroidery area. So I love hearing that, because we know I want to have this size hoop. But if you're starting off, if you want to have embroidery, you want to add that to your arsenal of things that you're doing, then I think this is a nice size too. And it's under $1,000.
It sure is. And that's the great thing about it. When you see machines out there, because as you can spend up to $20,000 on sewing machines now. And so, instead of having to, spend a ton of money on something to get into it, you can get into this thing with a great quality machine that does a lot of things for you for under $1,000.
Yeah.
And to me, that is, I would not, getting into something, you want to make sure that you're loving it and that's what you want to do. And so $1,000 is not too much to spend. And I think that's why this machine has been so popular with people, because they know Brother, speaks quality for everything they make. And then this machine is just in that price point. It's a great price point. And what you're getting feature-wise is probably unmatched.
So it's 138 embroidery designs, Blaine. And then you're also getting all of those built-in stitches. And again, that's a 5x7 hoop. You can pull things in from iBroidery, which we love. You're getting 11 accessory feet with this as well. And I like the idea of being able to monogram and personalize with the built-in fonts that you have in this machine. Great price on that. So you're saving quite a bit of money. And again, Blaine, back to what you were saying, if you're sort of, adding to it and you're like, okay, what do I like? What do I like best? This is a great machine to do that at a great price point.
It is, and I can't say enough about, all the Brother machines that we've showed on the show today. They are all so good, and they all have their, little features that make them a little bit different and unique. So, I don't think any of the things we've shown today, you could go wrong. And so, Jane, let's kind of recap. If some of the people missed some of the stuff this morning, we can kind of go over a little bit of things that we talked about this morning. First up, we had Heather Banks came up, and we talked a little bit about the scan and cuts. And, we highlighted the SDX 225F, which is for fabric. And what a great price that was. We had it at $5.99. And if you call in today, the day only, you actually get a free President's Day gift to come with it. And we had the Brother, the SDX 230D, which stands for Disney. And we also had the SDX 230DX, and that also has Disney. And there was just a little bit of differences between the two. The D model is $7.99. The DX model is $8.99. And all three of these machines, if somebody calls in and orders, we're throwing in a free President's Day gift. I can't tell people what they are because of certain restrictions, but Jane, it will have them rolling down the aisle.
It will have them rolling down the aisle with the laughing and giggles on the face. You know what, Blaine? Today was such a story, right? So we started just everything as we started, and we started to build into all of these amazing Brother machines. It really told a story about these beautiful products and how much you can do with them and how creativity is endless with these different machines, and that you could accomplish that with all of your brother machines. Now, the Scan and Cut, the 225F for fabric, Heather did an amazing job showing us all of the fabric that she was cutting on this machine. And there you have it, a great price on that machine. And certainly if you call, there's the President's Day gift that will have you rolling. But this is a fantastic price for this machine. And by the way, it's cutting your fabric. So if you're into quilting, if you are doing appliques, this gets rid of all of this fussy cutting, which we love.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Jane. And I'm going to tell you, you know, what I really love about the Scan and Cuts, you know, the versatility you have. That, you know, if you're a crafter, and I know that you do tons of things that are very unique, but like if you're making, you know, your own, you know, Christmas cards, birthday cards, this is so great for making cards on it because it cuts paper well. If you are wanting to do some sort of crafts out of balsa wood, if you want to cut felt, if you want to do embossing on metal, you can emboss on metal. And my favorite feature of all is vinyl. I love cutting vinyl on this. You know, everybody knows me. I fly radio control airplanes as a hobby, and we put, you know, we try to make our airplanes look exactly like the full scale models. And I fly the aerobatic, you know, type, and you know, all these aerobatic planes have all the sponsors logos all over it. Well, we try to duplicate that, but we have to have some way to cut the vinyl. Scan and Cut is absolutely perfect. You can import that logo in, and it'll actually cut the logo. You can actually hand write or hand draw things and cut them out. And you can actually put a pen feature in the Scan and Cut and actually draw a design out from a file and actually for art. So there's so many things that you can do with this. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
You know, the whole entire Scan and Cut line really is unbelievable because of what you can do with these machines. I love to tablescape, which I don't think really anybody knows about me because I love to have dinner parties and make the tables look pretty and come up with whatever the next thing is. So I'm always using the Scan and Cut to make the name places. So I always like to have some way, somehow a little bit different for each person as they're sitting at the table. So I'm always needing to cut multiples of things. And that's what I use my Scan and Cut for. But I do love fabric. So I love to put appliques on pillows. And I love to upcycle denim, which we've talked a lot about today. But being able to cut fabric and then put it on a piece of denim for me is just so much easier than cutting everything by hand. So all of the Scan and Cuts, I think all of the models have something for everyone. If you like fabric, the 225F, you'll love it.
And you're exactly right. I think that, so if somebody's been in the market for a Scan and Cut, right now, you know, the D model has already been discontinued by Brother. So you can't find that in too many places. And we just happened to kind of luck out, and we had a huge order in the last, 230Ds that came in the country. We actually got them all. And so we have some of those left. We have the 230s and naturally have the 225. So not many people have that D model out there. And, so for $5.99, $7.99, and $8.99 are the price points. Really good pricing on it. You get a ton of accessories with it. And today, on President's Day, if they order, they call right now, you can actually get that President's Day gift that we're giving away. And Jane, it will have you rolling down the aisle.
What will it have you do, Blaine?
Rolling down the aisle, just like a great comedian.
Oh, stitches. I'm rolling down the aisle. Blaine, I love it. So a very special gift if you order today with the Scan and Cuts. You know, Blaine, I was at many years ago, maybe like 5 years ago, maybe more. No, I don't know. I lose track of time. But when the Scan and Cut, I might have been new. It might have been out for a year or so, but I was at this big convention and I was like, going around the Brother table, and I was there working, doing some television stuff. And I said, "Oh, I love Brother sewing." And they said, "But you need to see this. It's called Scan and Cut." I'm like, "What does it do?" And she did a whole demo. And she said, "Draw your name." So I cursived my name, Jane. She scanned it in. We cut it out. I was sold from the very first model.
It's kind of funny you're saying that. My first exposure to the scan and cut, went to a convention, and actually Cindy Hogan was, the brother convention. She was actually teaching a class on the scan and cut, and then I think during that same week, I actually had Julie Fifan Balzer teaching a class as well. And I tell you, I got scan and cut overload with both of them showing all the different things. And I don't know if people even know this, but Cindy actually wrote the playbook for the scan and cut.
Yeah.
And so she knows that scan and cut as well as anybody in the country, because she's the one that wrote the playbook to tell you how to use it. And so both of them are extremely good. And it's kind of funny. We didn't even have Cindy on the scan and cut today, but Heather Banks was just awesome on that scan and cut. And Heather is a really big time quilter, and she uses the scan and cut for all her quilts. She cuts all her fabric out on the scan and cut for the quilt. So she can, come out with so many different unique designs and things to incorporate in her quilts. And that's what makes them awesome. And, and I think Jerry does the same thing. We didn't, Jerry and Lewis are both great on the scan and cuts as well. And I know both of them use them daily.
I mean, seriously, the educators that show us how to use all this, they're amazing. And I don't know how they remember all of the details about every single product that they're showing us, but every time, like Heather today and Julie Fifan Balzer and Cindy, and they just come up and they've got all these, they know from 3 millimeters to 6 millimeters. And then you're going to do this, which is why they're educators, because they can remember all of those things. I can't remember yesterday, which is why I continue to go back to them to ask questions. And Joanne Banco is here watching as well. Hi, Joanne. I think I did meet you at that convention. Thank you very much. Joanne, amazing as well.
Oh, you're exactly right. It's, when you talk just about the people we had on our show today, oh my gosh. I mean, we had the best of the best. And Joanne, hey, Joanne Banco, we've had her on our show before. She's incredible. And we, Joanne and I have worked a ton of events together. And, she was one of the pioneers early on that we started doing events and all these big in the hoop embroidery events. And she's also so talented of all the things that you see. And so I'm so happy that we can share all their knowledge with all of our customers, because I'm telling you, right now with, nobody going to live events and things, this is the only way you're getting that information is through, the videos and through live streams. So we're really happy that they were all able to come today and be on the show. And, these machines are incredible. So, we started out, today with that scan and cut, but then, we talked a little bit about the 3600D, and we just had Jerry talking about that. But that Persona that Cindy demoed today, and then Jerry did the free motion on it. The Persona is $49.99, shipped right to your door. This has been a huge machine for us for the last, year. And this today, the President's Day special, Jane, is if anybody purchases today, they're going to have their choice. And they can either get it with the stand that it sits on. You can get that cap equipment that Cindy demoed this morning, or you can get the free motion kit and table that Jerry showed this afternoon. So you can pick which one you want. So if you're a quilter, great, you could get that. Or if you just want to do hats. But this is a great machine. It's $49.99, shipped right to your door. And we have that President's Day special going on today. And I tell you what, I've always talked about this machine as the premier hat machine in America. Now I think it's the premier embroidery quilting machine in America.
I'm seriously. And then Blaine, I have to, even though I'm co-hosting here with you today, I also watch the show as a consumer, as a very interested buyer, right? So you say, okay, we've got the Persona PRS 100. I'm sold. This is the best machine ever. Now you get to choose your choice of the free stand, the cap equipment, or the free motion kit, correct? So my question for you is, if I say, okay, I'm going to get this and I want to get the cap equipment, can I order the free motion stuff on the side if I call?
You sure can, Jane. You can get all of it if you want it. That's one of the things that we're given, the items that's coming with the President's Day sale, you get it for free. But you can most certainly add those other things. And then also, it comes with that tubular extension table that goes on there to help support that jerky hoop if you want to do the split design like Cindy shows. Now, that is a retail store only item as well, But what you can do is you can call in and our 800 number, they can tell you where you can go pick it up, buy one at, and then if you're in Southern California, you can come in the stores and pick up one. But that machine, if you get all outfitted with all the accessories, I'm telling you what, you've got a great machine. And I know, one of our customers is Carly Bell down in Louisiana, and she has a huge following on her Facebook group. And I think a lot of them were here today. And so, some of those, they talk about the Persona a lot on there because she just absolutely loves that machine. And she's got that, extension tubular arm on it. She's got the free motion kit. She has got the hat equipment. She's got the stand. She's got everything. And she just absolutely loves that machine. So it's a powerful machine. And I know a lot of people are buying it right now.
Well, and I only ask you, I only ask you that because, we see how great all of the accessories work with the machine. And this is fantastic that there's a President's Day gift, but I'm torn and I say, well, what if I want this too? So I can also order and buy the, other accessory. If I don't pick one, I can buy another, or I can buy both. This is why I'm torn. I can't just pick one. I want all of it. If I go to a restaurant, I want to taste everything. You know how it goes.
Well, this Persona, if somebody wants the whole thing, Nick's team is all over, they're on the phone standing by, and all of our chat team is on the chat. I'm sure, y'all call in, they can, help guide you to get what the best package is for you. And we got a couple of different packages they can show you and talk about. And, we can ship that right to your door too. So, it's a great machine. And again, for support, there's so many brother videos that you can go out there and get tips and tricks on the Persona. And then, it's one of those machines too. I talked about it earlier. It's just bulletproof. This thing, I've used it in a lot of events and a lot of numbers. I mean, I had 25 machines that we used just in events, and we used them for a whole year. And matter of fact, I had 50 of them, I think. Yeah, 50 machines that we did that way. And we started selling them at the end of the event season. And I mean, not one of those came back or had any kind of problems. And, that's just a testament of how good the machine is to have all those stitches on it. And then somebody gets it and still keeps stitching. And so, it's kind of funny, used to people would say, oh, I've got 3 million stitches on my embroidery machine that wore out. Really, it's not. It's just getting started.
It's just getting started. That's because it's a brother. And Blaine, the other thing that we talk about this PRS 100 machine and all of the great accessories it has and how the longevity that you've used it across the country and it's still going strong. But every machine that we talked about today, from the scan and cuts to the 3600D to the PRS 100 and more and more and more and all these other machines, brother is there to power up your passion. So we talk about having your own side hustle. Sure, you can sew and you can hem and you can do your basic stitches for yourself. You can mend, you can do whatever you want, but think about your side hustle as well. Brother is at your side for a reason to help you power up that side hustle. And that's what these machines give you the ability to do as well.
Exactly right, Jane. And, speaking of the side hustle, one of the machines that we talked about this morning, Angela Wolf was on, and she talked a little bit about the Star Wars and Marvel machine. And right now, we're sold out. We're out of stock on the Star Wars, but this is the LB 5000, and we have a LB 5000S. We have an LB 5000M. The S is for Star Wars. The M is for Marvel, and they come in preloaded with Marvel or Star Wars designs in them. And this is a 4x4 embroidery machine. And, also you can sew with it. You can embroider with it. We have a great price on it. It's $4.99, shipped right to your door. And you also get your choice of a sewing mat in any color you want and in any size. So, which is a $50 value. That's only for today only. And this has been a really popular machine as well. The Marvel and Star Wars has been really popular in the last, year. And, and again, a little bit more about this than me, but I don't know what makes it so popular other than maybe because it's such a good sewing machine combo with the embroidery feature.
Yeah, I mean, if you love and unfortunately sold out of Star Wars, we know we love Star Wars, but if you love the Marvel characters, they're built right into the machine. And think about all of the things that you can make with that. I think Angela, she made little discs and she was making a tic-tac-toe board game for the kids, which is super fun and cute. But you can make those as gifts. You can do those to decorate a room. I mean, there's so many things to do, especially with all those cool Marvel characters. So having that in the machine already and then right there for you to use, you don't even have to go get it from anywhere else. It's already in the machine. And by the way, if you don't want to use a Marvel character, you still have all the other built-in designs. I know, remember the kitty cat that was there that we all loved? Yeah, well, there's so many more designs in that machine as well. So, and it's got a nice size embroidery hoop as well.
You know, it does. And you know, the thing is, that's a great machine. And then, you know, we talked about the NS80E and we had Colleen Sweatman on. She talked a lot about that. And again, you know, another great machine. This is a sewing only and it's $4.99 as well. And if you order today, we actually have a you know, President's Day free gift for you. We just can't tell you what it is, but you do get a free gift with the purchase today of this machine. But again, this is a little bit of a higher end sewing only machine. And, you know, it's extremely lightweight and, you know, perfect for somebody who just wants a sewing only. And this comes to that debate again, Jane, where, you know, do you want a combo machine with an embroidery and a sewing machine, or do you want a sewing and your embroidery separate? I think it's just a matter of your choice.
You know, Jerry, actually, he said something that was really good. He said, hey, listen, if you've got a really nice basic sewing machine, he said, then you know, get, you know, he might have been talking about the 3600D at this time, because even though that is sewing and embroidery, he was saying, let's use it for embroidery and you've got your basic machine if you need to pop over. And I feel like that this NS80E is the machine for a nice basic sewing machine. And Colleen did such a great job showing us all the little tips and tricks of what we can do with that machine.
She sure did. You know, she showed off the stitch quality and actually all the stitches that are built in. So, you know, and again, you know, Colleen is such a professional and so great. And I've worked so many shows with Colleen before, and, you know, she always makes everything look easy. So,
well, all the educators make it look easy, really.
Oh, they do. But, you know, it basically it is, you know, I always tell people, you know, I'm not a sewer. I do it because of, you know, this is my job and I'm involved with sewing all the time. But, you know, I just tell people, if I can do it, I think anybody who with an interest in sewing can do it. You know, now, you know, for Valentine's Day, I bought my wife the 3600D, you know, and it's her first sewing machine. And, you know, she wanted to do embroidery. And I said, well, you need to learn how to sew. And then I want you to be able to do embroidery as well. And, you know, it's got a 6x10 hoop on it. And, you know, again, it's one of those things, you know, she's never looked at one of these machines before, and she's able to thread it and do all these things with it because it basically makes it easy. It has the, you know, the diagrams right on the machine made in. It just shows you the thread patterns and where to go. And then it has a help, you know, on these digital ones like the 3600D, it has the help built right in the screen. You can just pull it up. Yeah. And so, you know, great machines we've shown today. And, you know, so I think that we had a good variety of machines to show everybody. And man, if you didn't see something you didn't want today, man, you probably need to get a different hobby.
That's why I think we told a great story today, Blaine. So we went from crafting and crafting, including your fabric, all the way to, you know, embroidering caps and free motion quilting. We kind of covered everything. So we told a really great story about what you can do with your imagination and your creativity using all of these wonderful brother products. So what my favorite thing is that we learn as we go. So we enter into the day and it's kind of like, okay, well, what are we going to be talking about? So now as we're closing out the day, I can look back and think about, wow, I want that, or I learned this today. And, you know, even Jerry said he learned, you know, XYZ, because we learn every single day. And Blaine, for me, that's what this day was all about. Learning about new products, learning about new tips and tricks, and really, really finding out more and more about how amazing these brother products really are.
You're correct. You're exactly right. And so, you know, one of the things I want to share with everybody too, you know, we're going to have, you know, we got this big, huge quilt fest coming up, March 15th through March 20th. It's going to be 6 full days. It is going to be extremely big. We have Jenny Doan. We have Eleanor Burns is going to be on here. We have, a lot of celebrity judges. We have, a lot of educators from all the manufacturers going to be on it. And, Heather Banks is going to be back. And so Jerry Granata is going to be back. They're going to be both on this show. And so that's an event. And, right now, Jane, we have a quilting contest as well where people are submitting their pictures of their quilts. Yesterday was the deadline to get them all in. And Kyle, didn't we have 200 and something quilts? So we had 226 entries for quilts in this quilt show.
Wow.
And so we're going to have a People's Choice Award where whoever wins that are going to win, $7,000 worth of quilting stuff. And then we're going to have a judge's, choice, and they're going to win another $7,000 worth of things. And then we're going to have a Dream Studio giveaway that's worth over $50,000 to one lucky viewer who views the show. And during that 6 days, they'll get picked. And the way you can enter is you can email and go ahead and sign up for all the updates. The days of the show, you can share, you can make comments, ask questions. If you're on YouTube, give the thumbs up. And all those great things you can do to get into the contest. So great things. And then naturally, we're going to give stuff away throughout the whole 6 days. And Jane, we have another cool event to talk about, don't we? Coming up in June.
Yes, we do. Embroidery. Yeah.
Exactly. So June 14th through the 19th, we actually have Hoop Fest.
That's me.
Y'all just talk about, it's all about the size of your hoops. Well, guess what? We're going to talk about the little bitty hoops to the great, great big ones in Hoop Fest. And we have a couple really cool co-hosts for that show. Do you know who they are?
Blaine, I could guess who they are, but I'll let you tell everybody.
We have you and Angela Wolf are going to be co-hosts of the Hoop Fest.
What a great
what do y'all think about that?
I can't wait to co-host with Angela and Blaine all at the same time. It's going to be so much fun. I don't know if I can wait until June. I really want to get here fast.
We may have to have a little, a pre-Hoop Fest, just a little show to get ready, right? Practice.
That would be fine with me. Yeah, I actually want June to come, not only because it'll be Hoop Fest, but it won't be snowing outside anymore.
That is true. That is true. Well, hey, Jane, before we go today, we have to give some stuff away today.
Oh my gosh. Let's give some stuff away. This is what you love to do.
Exactly. So let me tell you what we're giving away today. We're giving away, everybody loves our event bags. So we have those. There you see them on the screen. You buy the whole bundle for $49.99. It's all 8 bags. They all have sayings. And actually, one of the sayings on there says, "I like big hoops and I cannot lie." So that's one of the bags. And, we sell these. They're $9.99 each on our website. But we're going to give somebody the whole bundle, all 8. We're actually going to give 2 people the whole bundle. And David is pulling up a winner right now. And we're going to send this to him. So our first winner is Kimberly Allison. So Kimberly Allison, congratulations. You just won the first bag bundle. And again, Kimberly, what we want you to do is email us to contest, plural with an S on the end of it, to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Hey, in the header, put I won. In the body, put your name, your shipping address, and put that you won the bag bundle, and we'll get that out to you. So we're going to give another bag bundle away. Jane, give this one away for us.
All right. Here, the next bundle of bags goes to, congratulations to Patty Phillips. Okay, Patty Phillips is the winner of the bundle of bags. I love it. Blaine, and she's going to email contests at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and then you're going to put I won and your name in the subject. There you go. Is it CEO or contests?
It's contest with an S.
Okay. There you go. It says contests at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Make sure you put your name in there and let us know that you are a winner from today. Patty Phillips is the winner.
Congratulations, Patty. All right, so there's our 2 bag winners. Now, next up, we're going to give 2 of these sewing mats away, and all the sewing mats are eligible except for the Angela Wolf Pack sewing mat, but you can choose from all 9 colors that we have, any size that we want. You can just pick which one you want. And so, David, pull us up a Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat winner.
We need drum rolls, Blaine.
I know. What's the name?
Yolanda
Morales.
So
Yolanda Morales.
Morales. So it's Yolanda Morales.
That's
so
right.
Yolanda, you actually won. And so congratulations. And again, Yolanda, make sure you email us to contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the header, put I won. In the body, put your name, your shipping address, and put I won a sewing mat, and tell us what size and color that you want. You can go to the website. We have the link that's going to be in the chat right there. It'll take you right to the page where you can choose which one you want, and we'll take it from there. All right, so we've got one more sewing mat to give away, and Jane, we're going to let you give this one away.
Okay, we'll give this one away, and it's going to, we will find out very soon. I think you should pick the Brother Blue because we're talking brother today. But, you know, it's up to you. Diane Rocha is the winner of a sewing mat. So, Diane, congratulations. Thank you for hanging out with us today. And you're the winner of a sewing mat. All you need to do is email contests@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Make sure you let us know that you are the winner and give us your name and shipping address, please. You can pick any color, any size you want. Although I prefer the Brother Blue if, you know, that's something that fits your color scheme in your sewing room.
You're not biased at all, are you?
No, I mean, no. Why would you?
All right, so Jane, guess what we have to give away for our grand prize today?
I didn't even know there was a grand prize. It's so exciting.
There is a grand prize. We're going to give away 2 Brother sewing machines.
Which ones?
We're giving away the 3340. Is that right, Kyle? Yes. The 30, Kyle confirmed it. It is. We're giving away 2 of the 3340s that were on the show today. And what 2 great machines. We're going to have 2 winners. I'm going to let you give both of these away, Jane.
Wait, can we talk about the 3340?
Talk about it. Tell them all about what they're going to win.
It's the XR3340 computerized sewing and quilting machine. There it is, my friends. You've got a 5 3/4 by about 4-inch workspace. You got the LCD display light, 195 stitches, including alphanumeric and for monogramming. I love that. You've got a 10 quick change presser feet. You've got your speed control. You can see the lever right there. This is a great machine, and we're going to give away 2 of them. So the first winner, drum roll, please, everybody. Israeli Lakeisha. Oh, Israel Lakeisha. Excuse me. Israel Lakeisha, you're the winner. Congratulations. You just won the sewing machine. Please email contest@SewingMachinesPlus.com with your name and your shipping address. And please let us know that you are one of the winners in the subject line so we can make sure to ship that out to you. It's Israel Lakeisha. Congratulations. Amazing. And now, Blaine, we have a second one to give away. Is this true?
We actually have a second machine to give away.
Oh my gosh.
And I want you to give away this one too, Jane.
Okay, I can't wait. Let's see who the winner is, everybody. Congratulations. What a great Stacy Marie. You're the winner. Oh my goodness. You are getting a 3340 computerized sewing and quilting machine. That's the XR3340. It's right there on your screen. That's for you, just for watching. So be sure to email us at contests@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Make sure you tell us you won and give us your name and your shipping address, and they'll get that right out to you, and you can start sewing right away.
Well, hey, you know, Jane, what a way to end the show is to give 2 Brother sewing machines away, such as those great machines. And I know it's already 6 p.m. In Chicago. You're probably snowed in by now. It's been snowing all day there, and I know it's down in the teens temperature-wise. So I want to thank you for getting out there and, you know, this morning and going through the snow and all the bad weather to get to your studio and to share your day with us. And man, thank you so much for doing that.
You know, Blaine, my pleasure. I don't care about the snow. I care about what we're doing here. And that is really and truly, I mean, the snow and, ugly days don't make me happy, but this makes me happy. Hanging out with like-minded people makes me happy. Talking about being creative makes me happy. Talking about brother makes me happy. So I feel lucky for the work that we've done today and the people that we get to hang out with and talk to. So thank you so much for having me, Blaine. I really appreciate it.
Well, you know what? I had, today I could have went to the office and sit in there and did work all day, or I could have spent the day with you and, Angela Wolf, Heather Banks, Lewis Carney, Cindy Hogan, Colleen Sweatman, Jerry Granata. I mean, what better day to spend than with all y'all?
I feel like I hung out with everybody.
I know everybody's got to be kind of envious of what I got to do today. So I'll tell you, it was just a great day. And you know what? I really want to thank all the viewers out there today, because I know, guys, there's a ton of things you could be doing, and I know, we had people coming in and out all day long, but we had some of our hardcore people have been here for the whole 6 hours.
The whole day.
And with you and I, Jane, we've been here for the 6 hours, and I sure do appreciate you hanging in there with us, and we appreciate all the viewers hanging in with us. And again, we're not going to have our regular Thursday show this week. This was our show for our Facebook Live. We wanted to have a special brother showcase. I wanted to have it with Jane, and so we won't have a Thursday show. We'll be back in our regular schedule, I think, on Thursday in 2 weeks, and we'll have another special guest. And then, we're still working hard right now on the Quilt Fest to get it all done. And we are also already started work on the Hoop Fest, which, Jane, you're going to be one of the co-hosts, and I cannot wait for the Hoop Fest.
Earrings that day. I'm going to wear hoop earrings. I'm going to wear a hoop skirt. I'm going to have a hula hoop. I'm working out for June. That's all there is to it.
So we're going to have the whole studio will have hoops in it, hanging everywhere.
I'm going to put them all back here. I'm going to really.
I think we ought to have a Christmas tree set up with hoops hanging all over it.
That's a great idea. Why not?
Yeah, we'll have our Christmas in June, and with hoops all over it. I think that'd be great.
I can't wait. I'm going to start planning now. Give me something to do.
Hey, we're planning. So we hope everybody out there. We hope you're planning. And writing all these dates down in your calendar. And again, we're going to be back in September, and we're going to have our Sew Fest in September, and which is going to be a great event as well. And then we've got a lot of things throughout the year. We're going to have a bunch more showcases and things. So we hope everybody will tune in. And hey, Joanne, thank you. I'm glad you tuned in today, and can't wait to have Joanne back on the show. And hey, build a snowman for me up there, Jane.
I'm going to go right up, putting my snow gear on as soon as we say goodbye, and I will actually build a snowman and then get a snowball and just throw it in your direction.
I think you need to build a snowman. Build a snowman and take a picture of it and text it to me.
Okay.
That's a question I'm going to get to snow today.
It's dark, man. Hey, listen, I just really want to say thank you to everybody for watching and hanging out with us, Blaine. And I certainly love to connect with people as well. So I just want to send everybody, if you ever have a minute, go to my website, sign up, say hi. It's janeclaus.com, 2 S's, Santa with 2 S's, janeclaus.com. So I love to connect with everybody, because we're all in the same place. We're all like-minded. We all loved crafting and creating and sewing, and we all love Blaine, right?
Hey, Jane, by the way, on their website, can they connect with you for all your Instagram, your Facebook, and your YouTube and all that?
Yeah, everything on there is Jane Claus. And so everything is at Jane Claus, but you can find it all on my website, janeclaus.com.
That's the easiest way, right? Just go right to your website and then have a link right there to go to the website, or all the other websites. Great.
Pinterest, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, all of the stuff. It's all there.
All right. So, thank you, Jane, for coming on board today. And we look forward to working with you again. Cannot wait. And you be safe up there in the Windy City, okay?
You be safe there in the sun in San Diego.
All right. Well, thank y'all. Hey, everybody. So happy that Jane came in today and worked with us. What a great host she is, and did such a great job. And hey, one of the things, too, I wanted to remind everybody is, if you want to, stay in touch with us, go sign up for our emails that we send out. And we send out emails weekly to let you know what's going on at Sewing Machines Plus and all the different things. And then also make sure you go like our Facebook page and you'll get always the updates. If you're on YouTube, like our YouTube page and, hit the notification, subscribe to it so you can get all the notifications and things that we're doing on YouTube. Hey, and again, we always love hearing from y'all. Send us emails at info@SewingMachinesPlus.com. If you have any show ideas or certain people that you would love to see on the show, we're always working hard to try to get, find new guests and new content. And we would love to hear your ideas. And again, I hope everybody stays safe out there. And we'll see you again, I promise, in 2 weeks. So y'all having a great rest of the week.